what does BlizzCon mean to me? BlizzCon means competition.
Here comes the incarnation. 5 more seconds. He needs 5 more seconds. They're going to,
BlizzCon means passion.
Do get the kill. Cloud9 takes game 1.
BlizzCon means celebration.
Wins game 1. And Captain Orange has done it.
BlizzCon means glory.
BlizzCon means community.
BlizzCon means lifelong bonds.
BlizzCon means immersion.
Game-changing.
Charge.
Electrifying.
Rivalry.
Connection.
Massive.
Legend.
Dreams. Honor.
Spirit.
Hype.
BlizzCon means home.
This is easy for Mandatory. They're walking it in all the time. They gave themselves earlier on the key the perfect run. It set them up for success even with a death. Mandatory stand tall and take down the world first 24 Celia's Gambit.
Holy Method going to be going 6 up and 6 down for world record dungeons, further solidifying that they are the GOATs of the MDI.
Miscount finishing off this 23 streets for the world records 23.
Yacht's going down. It's going to be a full wipe for Anticlockwise, and that's going to be it.
It's timed. The key's timed.
Oh my goodness, because it was less
Okay.
than 10 seconds until the end.
He lost his Black Arrow stacks. He's gonna do no damage now with this Call of the Wild.
非常的精彩啊！那也是恭喜我们国服的队伍在我们的国服总决赛中。
2 minutes, 27 seconds still left before that 3 chest would go away.
It's on our screens right now. Liquid, the first team to venture into the 24 Gambit.
Oh, but we have our first sighting from Anticlockwise of the Destruction Warlock.
Today we crown our champions. Welcome back to the global finals of the Mythic Dungeon International. This MDI has been one of the closest in history, a competition so fierce that a single mistake can cost our teams everything. From defending champions to those out to finally prove that they can take it all, our teams have practiced, pushed, and fought their way to this moment. And they are out to deliver a finale of truly epic proportions. I am your host, Rook, with our commentators, Nagura, Tettles, and Dratnus. You know, every weekend has only managed to up the ante this season, and yesterday was no exception. So Tettles, catch everybody up on what happened day 2 of the global finals.
All right, welcome back to your favorite series, Tettle's Top 5 Plays, TM, where we discuss all the things that happened yesterday. And at number 5, we have Liquid wheeling Commander Zofar around in streets. This was the caster's, probably favorite route in the Streets of Wonder, and Liquid basically pulled Commander Zofar by, most regarded as like a pretty dangerous mini-boss, but they pretend that he doesn't exist. In fact, the most dangerous mobs that they pulled Commander Zofar with were the male elementals. You saw them take down Boomy there, and Commander Zofar has gone places that Commander Zofar has never gone before. He also ended up getting snapped into the Mises Oasis by other teams, but I thought that Liquid pulling that boss around was very cool. So, at number 4, we have Missed Count. So, while Liquid's strategy in Streets was cool, Missed Count were fast. And they were actually fast off of one very specific reason. Huge damage. Basically, Miscount, that was kind of the narrative that we had for them all season, is that they just do way more damage than all the other teams. That allowed them to get the world record time in that Streets of Wonder. At number 3, we have Mandatory with an end-of-day triumphant return. I'm going to level with you guys in chat. Mandatory had a bad day 1. Mandatory had a half a day 2 that was pretty bad. But at the very end of the day 2, they were able to claw back, get all the way up to 112 points with a very quick timing of 23 Streets, 23 Arakara, and 22 Priory of the Sacred Flame in that overtime window, tying them up at 112 points with that Holy Method mark. So Mandatory are in an okay position today to be able to take it down. And number 2, we have Liquid and Holy Method depleting Floodgate by 2 seconds. Now, Floodgate 22, we thought that Priory 22 was going to be the hardest dungeon on the season. As it turns out, Floodgate 22 tends to be the hardest, and both Liquid and Holy Method here barely sub 5 seconds remaining, or just barely depleting that dungeon, meaning that I think that Holy Method, they're going to have to come and time this today, because we had both Missed Count and Liquid coming back and timing the 22 Floodgate as the #1 play of yesterday, being able to put up that 113th point and putting both Missed Count and Liquid in that first place position. They are tied at 113 points with 1 dungeon remaining today, and this is setting us up for an insanely hype Championship Sunday off the back of one of the hardest dungeons that we've ever seen in MDI Global Finals history.
Honestly, it's so incredible. The keys just keep pushing higher, and we are at that threshold where it's all the almost theoretical ones that we have ahead of us. Of course, that one that you mentioned, Tuttle, is going to be coming to the mix today too. But after all of the highs and lows of yesterday, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard and see where our team's runs landed them. So we have our top team right now, Missed Count by a very narrow margin. And of course, yesterday we had Identity and Anticlockwise eliminated from the competition down at the bottom. But looking over everything, Dratos, what does our leaderboard tell us about all the action unfolding for our teams this weekend?
It's absolutely incredible. So after 10 hours of keys, 7 seconds separate first from second between Missed Count and Liquid. Then we have Holy Method and Mandatory, who are both missing that 22 Floodgate, but otherwise have the same set of keys as Missed Count and Liquid. And they are also separated by a handful of seconds there, 19 seconds separating those two teams. The thing that I want to look at, though, is that Streets of Wonder, because these teams are really close in a lot of the dungeons. On average, it's 10, 15 seconds between them in some of these dungeons, but not the case in Streets. In Streets, it's over a minute between Missed Count and the second fastest team in that 23, so that could be a huge advantage for them. On the other hand, if the other teams can rerun that dungeon on 23 and get it closer, or if they can potentially do that dungeon somehow on 24, which would be, it's the only key that hasn't yet gone up by 1 level from what it's been in the group stages, so it's maybe possible, but if not, then that timer would really be the big opportunity for the other teams to claw back the time tiebreaker that Missed Count have.
I know, as we look at this and we're just going, it's going to be tiebreakers, it's going to be something like that, maybe highest key. It's so exciting, and those narrow margins between the teams is promising such an intense day today. After all, every ranking that they can advance doesn't just put our teams above the other competition, it also secures them a bigger prize as well. So here's what our teams are fighting for: a $300,000 prize pool here, but it's not just the prize pool, because the top 3 teams will also be taking home these custom Season 3 The War Within medals. They are so cool. I love seeing the designs every season change. And of course, while the prizes are great, your pride is also on the line. So Niguro, with it being so close, money increasing with each place, the team's history is putting more weight on them. Are they feeling the pressure, do you think?
Yeah, there's so much pressure on these teams. It's incredible. I do want to say that I think a team like Holy Method and Liquid, they're such veterans and they're so used to this pressure. I don't think it's going to affect them very much. I'm mostly worried about a team like Missed Count, who are sitting in that first spot, but they've talked about this before, that pressure can get to them and the nerfs can get to them. And it didn't look like it this season, right? In the group stage, they performed out of their minds. In the global, they did as well. But now this is the final day where everything is on the line and it might potentially get to them. And then I think Mandatory as well is a team where they haven't been in a position like this before, where they kind of underperformed to our expectations, and that might also be getting to them, and they have some catching up to do. So maybe they're also going to be a little bit behind when it comes to that pressure and just the nerfs getting to them.
Yeah, it's so interesting this time around seeing how it's been affecting some of the teams, especially Mandatory, like you were saying. It's just not something we normally see from their performance. So today, everybody's got to lock in. They've got to give it their all, because when the competition is this close, you cannot afford to have mental cause you to slip up, even with that pressure being on you. And with it being so close, it's been hard for us to call who's going to win. So when math and statistics can't give us a definitive answer on who is going to take it all, we have to turn to more mystical sources. Tuttles, you have been trying to stop the caster curses with some love-watching crystals, but you've also got a tarot deck now, I've been told. So can you give us a quick reading about the past, present, and future for our teams today?
It's interesting you call them love-watching crystals, because the only thing I've been doing is love watching these teams wipe. And I encountered a sketchy broker in the mall And the sketchy brokers sold me some citrine, and I actually don't know what this ball is, but they sold me this ball, and they said I could project negative auras onto all of the teams over the course of this MDI weekend, and so I've been casting a hex. That's why whenever you see all these teams wipe, it's due to the negative energies that I've been bestowing upon them. But yes, as you mentioned, we also have a tarot card deck, and we, of course, with the first drawing, we'll be predicting, well, I guess not predicting, but we'll be seeing what happened in the past. Wow. Very impressive card indeed. The Death card. Pour one out for the teams that we've lost this weekend. For the second card. Judgment. It's Judgment Day. MDI Finals Day. Who's going to be winning? Let's see. And without further ado... The King of Cups? Holy Method, are they back? Is this the return of the king? The tarot deck has decided that Holy Method are going to be running it back once again. Wow.
All right, okay, well, you know, the cards say it, but the Holy Method's gotta actually do it. But, you know, whatever the cards say, whatever is in store, I certainly see at least a little something in the cards in the future for WoW esports. Thank you, Tuttles, for that, by the way. But our global finals next year will be happening live at BlizzCon, and the general passes are still available, so take fate into your own hands and head on over to BlizzCon.com to secure yours. We can't recommend buying, I don't know, mystical things from shady people in the mall, but definitely head to BlizzCon. Crystals, thank you, yes. Definitely go grab that pass to BlizzCon. You will be guaranteed to get all kinds of cool things in your future, including the panels, the opening ceremony, and hey, if you want to take control of your own future, go in for some of those portfolio and resume reviews as well, so that you can chart a course for yourself outside of the stars and get some advice from experts at Blizzard who make the games that you love. Now, we started with 8 teams here in the MDI, but over the past 2 days, 4 of our global finalists were eliminated. Let's look at our 4 remaining teams who are vying for the championship here on day 3. So, going around the desk, I'm going to ask you all to call it right now. Who is going to be our winner by the end of the day? Nagura, we will start with you.
So I'm going to have to go with Miscount. I personally think that the pressure is not going to get to them. They're going to keep performing as greatly as they have been throughout the season. And I think that it's going to come down to time tiebreakers at the end of today. And I think Miscount is just so incredibly fast. They have so much damage. I don't think any other team can compete with their speed.
Okay, all right, Tuttles.
Good news. I bought an incense stick. I'm lighting the incense stick. I'm going against the grain here. We're bringing it home. It's coming home to NA. I'm predicting Liquid to win. This is going to be an epic finish. We haven't seen...
just said Holy Method is going to win, Tuttles.
No, the card said that. I am but a vessel for the cards. But I personally believe that Liquid is going to be winning.
Okay, all right, Liquid, I see you're using the incense to clear the air, clear the prediction of the cards and lock it in for Liquid. It would be big. It'd be big for NA in particular, so... All right, Tuttles. Okay, Dratnos, are you on the side of NA, or are you going elsewhere with your prediction?
You know, I hope all the teams have a good time and have a lot of fun playing WoW together.
No. That's not how this works.
Nah. You gotta give us an answer.
All right. I mean, I don't want to be perceived as having any caster bias, but I guess if I have to make a call here, let's go Liquid. Let's do it, Team Liquid.
Wow, came with the merch and everything. Okay, we got 2 for Liquid. You know, I would love to side with you on the NA because, of course, it'd be huge if NA did win, but I think I have to go with Nagura. I didn't come with the t-shirt. I think it's going to be missed count. I want to see them win this. They have tried so hard. They have gotten so far. And t-shirt or no t-shirt, I think Nagura and I can make this. We can summon this for missed count and see if we can make it happen. But really, honestly, everybody, in a global finals this stacked, anybody can rise up to take first place. Our defending champs, Holy Method, known as Wunderbar last season, had some thoughts themselves on the competition in Season 3. Let's go ahead and hear from Holy Method and hear what he had to say about the finals prior to this weekend.
My name is Now. I play tank, and I play this round for Holy Method. So the level of competition this time around is, I think, higher than ever. We always have, we've had for a long time, us Mandatory and Missed Count kind of battling out at the top. But this time around we also have Liquid coming up, we have Anticlockwise, and we have Scaffolding. I'm not sure what to expect from either of these three teams, but we've seen how fast Missed Count went in their cup with like the timestamps and everything. So if we have a death or two throughout any dungeon, I think we will just end up losing on the timer to them. They basically beat our time in every single dungeon, and they straight up copied our routes. I think in most of the keystones they made minor adjustments, and then just in some keys went up to 2 minutes faster. And we're a team that we try and hold back as much as possible without showing anything extra, because having some aces up your sleeve is obviously going to help you win in the globals, right?
Interesting. I mean, honestly, I love hearing from the competitors themselves because we have our guesses, but I always think it's interesting seeing like what they've kind of sized up to be the competition or what's on their mind coming into it. And if you want to hear more about what the players themselves are thinking, go ahead and check out the WoW Esports Twitter to see more videos like this one featuring our Season 3 players. But, you know, Dratnos now mentioned Liquid coming into the MDI as a fully formed team, kind of being a challenge to those top three that are established. So what kind of a threat do you think Liquid has posed for everyone?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Arakaara in particular looked so good out of Liquid, but what's going to be really important for them, for all of our teams, is which dungeon we reveal today, which is going to be very soon, and that could be the breaker here, because a lot of teams have prepped a lot of these different dungeons, but if there's your specialty dungeon that shows up on the last day versus if it's a dungeon you're less comfortable in, that could be something really important one way or the other. I do think that, yeah, Liquid in the Arakaara, Liquid in the Floodgate also looked pretty good. Depleted it once, came back in, timed it, and so 2 runs that were really good back to back, something that you can be really proud of. I think that the streets looked great for Missed Count, but because they're so great in that dungeon, it does mean that like all their eggs are kind of in one basket for time tiebreakers, which means that if the other teams can shave off a minute or two there, Missed Count might not be able to answer back in one dungeon, right? Because they've got small disadvantages in a lot of dungeons and a big advantage in one dungeon, so that might end up working out less well for them if the other teams actually can make up time in the streets. But I don't know, we're going to get to that dungeon reveal very soon, and I think this is going to be maybe the most important part of the day right here.
I know. I mean, like you said, different teams have different strengths, weaknesses. We even just heard there from Now with Holy Method that he's saying we always hold on to, you know, our biggest stuff at the end. So I can't wait to see if they literally have, and if we've got something really big from them that they can do in some of the dungeons today. But that dungeon pool does matter. And Nagura, though we have one last dungeon to reveal, our teams did not know the dungeons going into this weekend. We had 3 the first day, 2 the second, and 1 coming in today. So as we see what we're going to get, what does this have in store?
Alright, so it's Gambit. Gambit on a 21 key level. Now, we do know that Gambit is a dungeon that went all the way up to a plus 24, which was already like an insane key level, right? We haven't seen 24s outside of Gambit. So if that's the dungeon that they all have to push to 24, I think at least the teams know that they kind of have to, because we've seen it in Group C, right? Then the question is just, can it be 25? Like, can they +1 this dungeon as well, like we did with all of the other dungeons except the streets?
I mean, we're gonna have to see. This is the final day. Global finals are decided here and now, and our champions for Season 3 will be named. Tettles, we'll be heading out. For now, you and I will step away a little bit, but maybe you'll find some more, I don't know, predictions in your card throughout the day.
Alright, GG.
See ya. And Dratnos, we'll go ahead and send it over to you as we come in here for our global finals.
Yeah, so all of our teams, no surprises here, are going to start off with the new keystone, the Tazavesh Gambit. Now, in the group weekends, this was actually, Mandatory was the only team to do this at level 24, so this could be a huge advantage for them, a huge potential for them to come back and get that first place spot here, because we literally saw in the group weekend, Liquid were ahead of Mandatory the entire time, and then Mandatory put up the 24 in the Gambit, and that has tiebreaker implications as well, because our first tiebreaker is what's your highest level key. So if, for instance, Mandatory are unable to do the 22 Floodgate, but they're the only team to do a 24 Gambit, they will win off of that. So this could be really, really huge. It's a big opportunity for our teams, as we do see these Coastwalker Goliaths. These things are so scary as the key level goes up. a lot of Mandatory's sort of genius in this dungeon was identifying that these actually aren't the worst mobs. The Goliaths, fighting them is fine, and fighting as few Murlocs as possible is actually what slows you down in here.
Yeah, so we have to distinguish between like a mob that is just bad when it comes to like difficulty and the mob that is bad for efficiency, right?
Right.
I do think to say that the Goliaths aren't bad, like that is just incorrect. Like these Goliaths are horrible to pull, right? Like they're incredibly hard. These title stomps do an insane amount of damage, especially on those highest key levels. But for efficiency reasons, they're much better than some of these Murlocs, because the Murlocs, they run away when they're low HP. They drop these fish sticks that constantly heal everything, that potentially run around and pull other things. You have casters with bolts. They generally are just difficult to control. So having these Goliaths, especially with like funnel comps where you can just have this 1 HP target that you just kind of cleave off of, makes a lot of sense, right? So yeah, as you pointed out, Miscount had this strategy where they just pull 3 Goliaths back to back, and the rest of the count that they're getting from these Murlocs, they just pull on top of them. And then they just go into the boss. Like, they do 3 Goliaths, they get the Guardians, they get them onto the boss, and that's their route. But because these Goliaths are so dangerous, we've seen lots and lots of resets in previous group stages and weekends, because either you don't have enough damage for the Goliath to kill it before like a certain stomp comes out and you're running out of defensives, or casts go through on these Murlocs, or just literally any mistake and you wipe. So resetting these dungeons is not going to be something that happens only once or twice. We're going to see a lot of resets, especially on those higher key levels.
Now, I do want to point out something interesting about Gambit. Remember how yesterday we saw that the Floodgate was barely not two-chested at level 20? Gambit, we actually have seen two-chested. I believe there was a 22 two-chested by missed count in their weekend of this dungeon. Now, it's interesting because we're starting off at Keystone level 21, so in theory, you know, the two-chest here could be really important for all 4 of our teams. But what you could do is whether or not you two-chest the 21, even if you two-chest it, you could come back into the 22 if you're supremely confident, because you think, okay, two-chesting a 22 is faster than timing a 23, and both get us access to the 24. So if you are 100% confident that you can both time the 24 and two-chest the 22, that would be an incredibly, like, dominant move for a team to make, is two-chest the 21, and then just put in the 22, two-chest it, and then time the 24. That is, on paper, the fastest way to get done with Gambit today, but will a team actually have the self-confidence to go for it? I feel like you have a low reward and a very high risk by making that play.
It's an interesting point, right? Because I personally think that the strategy for the teams does not change, right? Like, I don't think they pull differently on a 23 versus a 22, right? It's just going to be a little bit harder on the 23. And if that is the case, then, and they're confident, right, then I do think you have a good point. I think doing the 22 does make sense. But of course, if you have like a problem here and there in a 22, then you're not going to get the two-chest. Well, if you have the same problem in the 23, you might still time the dungeon and get the 24, right? Like, that's the major thing.
Yeah, because timing a 23 is easier than two-chesting a 22 is the insight here. So you're playing to like save 2 minutes, but you could lose 30 minutes very easily. So I think nobody will make that call. It's the kind of thing where if a team makes that call, it means they are so confident that I immediately think that team's going to win. If they decide to go for it, it's like, wow, they really must have this like 99% success rate here, and that's extremely impressive.
I do also think, like, because, yeah, we've only seen Mandatory, like, get the 24, but I think because the team saw Mandatory getting that 24, and it's not even just that, I'm assuming that even without Mandatory doing the 24, I think most teams knew that it's possible and kind of practiced it. And here's the thing, when it comes to tiebreakers, the first tiebreaker that we have in the MDI is highest key level, right? And looking at the leaderboard, you can see here on the right side for Mandatory, we haven't seen any other 24s. Like, the only 24 so far that we know is possible is the Gambit. So not being able to do the 24 Gambit would be a huge downside for a team for the global finals. So I'm pretty confident that all of these teams know how to do the 24, and that is like their main goal. So I think a lot of the teams, or all the teams, have put a lot of practice into the Gambit, and I'm sure that we will see the 24 from all of them. It's just a matter of how fast can they get there, of course.
Yeah, I mean, with Missed Count and Holy Method, they never tried the 24 on their group weekend, and they never needed to because they were far enough ahead that, you know, they didn't need the points. They were locked in for first places on their group weekends. On the other hand, Liquid did try the 24 on their group weekend, and that was only 2 weekends ago as well. So if there's a team that I'm the most worried about here, it probably is Team Liquid, because they tried and failed, whereas Miscount and Holy Method probably did it in practice, but they never shown us them attempting it yet.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. We'll see if they were able to practice it enough between their group stage and the global final to be able to execute it here live on the final day of the global final, as all of the teams, of course, did decide to also go into Gambit as well, which was also not a given, right? Sometimes, because these teams did not know which dungeon is going to be revealed today, they could have potentially come in with a plan where they said, you know what, we want to do the 22 Floodgate first. At least that could have been also a good course of action for Holy Method and Mandatory, those two teams that are missing that 22 Floodgate. But no, all of the teams did decide to go to that Gambit first, making sure they're playing that key up. But eventually they will have to go back and attempt that 22, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Unless they have a key level higher here. Ooh, tragedy a bit for Liquid. 1% HP when Hillbrand enters the intermission there. They were a bit ahead, though, of these other teams. Hillbrand was quite a bit lower, and Liquid are actually still going to be the first team to kill it off. Now, all the teams did start their key at a slightly different time, but they pretty much all started when the day began, right? Nobody was wasting any time getting this key started. So we kind of, for the possibly only time today, are getting a really direct head-to-head comparison between all 4 of our teams in the same dungeon. So whichever team does finish first, that is going to be the team with the fastest time.
Yeah, it's very cool to see. So Liquid, of course, the first team to be able to move into that second bosses area. And I think that's one thing that we saw that I personally saw Miscount do was really quick. Like the difference between Miscount and the other teams from like the first boss to the second boss was incredible, because Miscount does this thing where they just keep on running and keep on pulling. And in particular, we see AJ here stealth ahead, making sure he's starting the RP for Time Captain Hooktail. In the meantime, the rest of the team is grouping up this pull here. And what we're going to see is that the casters are going to be fully focused down by the team. And as soon as all of the casters are dead, Kira is just going to start running. All of these deckhands, he doesn't care. He's just going to pull them into the next pack. And that is what makes Miscount speed. They're also going to replicate that same thing on the next pulls as well. Just making sure the mobs that don't move are going to be dead so they can continue to walk forward.
Yeah, the Tide Sages are also what limit how many enemies you can be in combat with at once, because they have that interrupt, right? Whereas deckhands are just going to beat up your tank, but you can kind of live an infinite amount of them if your tank is great and able to backpedal properly and avoid getting auto-attacked by them and have defensives up when they are actually being auto-attacked. So I think that it makes a lot of sense. It's just extremely difficult. On the other hand, the other teams have had time to potentially implement this as well. So you can see other teams, it looks like, implementing some similar strategies across the board here, as Holy Method are down, actually waiting for that RP downstairs before pulling into Time Cap and Hooktail as well. You can see now, but they've also killed off the Tide Sages, and they're in combat with the deckhands. Not yet going into the rest of the trash here, though. I wonder what they're going to be up to here. Same with Mandatory. We've just got a bunch of half-health deckhands and in combat with all the trash. So yeah, every single team right now is in combat with all the trash here. Let's see which team will actually pull the boss first. I wonder if they're going to wait until they've killed off some of the Tide Sages in this pull. Click's actually going to get autoed by one of the officers for Holy Method. That's the second death on the board for them. Most of the other teams are on 0. Liquid are on 1.
Alright, so I think the Click stuff happened before he pressed the sentence, so he did not lose out on that cooldown, I believe. But it's also possible that he pressed it and immediately died, so I'm not really sure, because it just came onto cooldown. Alright. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, the damage meters, it does look a little suspicious for... Oh, no,
Whippy does go down to Sword Toss as well. Alright, so during Bloodlust, they might be able to recover this, but it's going to be a little bit rough. Now, this is the 21 that we said kind of neat. I mean, it doesn't have to be 2-chested, right? But they would prefer it to be a 2-chest. Otherwise, they will have to 2-chest the 22 afterwards, which is, of course, just more difficult. So They can have more mistakes and just continue, but it's not ideal. Of course, they also lost Gingy at the very first pull of the dungeon, where they probably had Bloodlust running as well and everything. So Holy Method definitely having some issues in this 21.
Yeah, it's a little bit uncharacteristic for them, but it is better to have this happen in the low key than the high key. And you know how I was talking about a team intentionally deciding to just go and 2-chest the 22? That decision just might be taken out of your hands if you make some mistakes in the 21, but you could still get it back, right? You could still recover it by then succeeding in the 22. So hopefully not something that will have to happen for any of our teams, because there is still timer, right? Even with a couple of deaths on the board, the timer should still be okay. The big variable is that Holy Method are now down a B-res. They have no B-reses, so they're down 2 B-reses, right? They have none at this point in the dungeon, whereas the other teams have 2. So a lot less room for error for Holy Method. But we are in combat with Time Cap and Hooktail. Miscount, they are the creators of this chain pull, and they've gained a lot of time getting in combat with this boss ahead of the other teams. Liquid are also still looking pretty fast here, but you can see that Holy Method, it's really cost them some time. That boss has a lot more health for them than the other teams before they could actually get in combat with those deaths.
And we're gonna have to see how close the 2-chest even is. We know that the 22 is 2-chestable, right? So it's possible that you can still 2-chest the 21 with a few deaths, as long as it doesn't cost you an insane amount of time. If they lost the Ascendants, which I'm still not 100% sure, then that might be a bigger deal. And of course also Gingy losing those cooldowns at the very start. We're gonna have to see how fast they can recover from this and move forward. But yeah, obviously also not able to make any more mistakes from here on out. Yeah, this boss, Time Cap and Hooktail, of course, not too much difference between the teams, because there's no trash you can pull on top, other than the previous ones that we did see being pulled into the boss. So it's just going to be a normal execution from these teams, which they're going to have to do on all key levels, just a little bit more difficult once we go to the 24, of course.
Exactly. So, Time Cap and Hooktail dropping extremely low for missed count at about 15%. 25% for Liquid and Mandatory. Liquid were actually ahead for a while of Mandatory, but Mandatory seem to be doing a little bit more damage here, or maybe have just entered some cooldowns, as they've actually pulled ahead of Liquid. And Holy Method, another 30% behind Missed Count on boss damage here. So Missed Count definitely in the lead, but all of our teams extremely close in this dungeon. This is really fun to get to see the 2 players sort of at the same point here, or all 4 teams.
Yeah, we do have a replay here for the Click's death, which we can quickly take a look at before they move into the Solia area. Right, there it is. Let's take a look at the Ascendants for Clicks here, as the death is going to happen in just a moment. Right. Oh,
I see it. Yeah,
no.
okay.
Alright, so the Ascendants was pressed before he died, so he did lose out on that big cooldown.
That might be the worst thing that's ever happened to a shaman. Oh man, you could see that officer was running in at the side from the side as well, so a little bit outside of the thunderclaps and maybe even the AoE taunt from now if one was used there. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Holy Method, but again, recoverable at this keystone level. You can see right now Missed Count already about to get in combat with Solia, and they still have like 10 minutes before they would lose the 2 chests, so really zooming through this dungeon. Liquid and Mandatory also finishing up that boss and now teleporting forward into the Solia area. Holy Method just about to finish off Time Cap and Hooktail, but they do have those extra deaths as well. Now with the extra deaths on the board, you know, each of those is 15 seconds, so 3 deaths is 45. I think Holy Method's timer should still be 2-chestable here, but it's definitely going to be the closest of any of our 4 teams.
Yeah, I do also think it's still possible, but... And again, even if they don't manage to get the 2-chest here, they would be able to get it on a 22, which would still, like, equalize the amount of time dungeons they have to run in comparison to the teams that 2-chest at 21. So it wouldn't be the end of the world, but they don't like to be in a position like that, because, of course, 2-chesting at 22 is quite a lot harder. So we're going to have to see if Holy Method manages to do the rest of this dungeon cleanly, as we do see them now move into the Solira area as well. Of course, Gingy on the Hunter skipping that Starseer, as all of the other teams have been doing as well. And now they are gathering the last few pulls before they are able to engage the boss. These Starseers, of course, have to die first, because having a Starseer on the boss is really not something you want to do. You want to avoid that at all costs because of those wandering pulsars. They're just doing so much damage to your group. You have to switch to them. And then, of course, the boss's damage in addition would just be too much to handle.
Yeah, exactly. The Wandering Pulsars and there's some RNG about where they'll spawn as well. Sometimes you have some trash that you're trying to avoid pulling, and the Pulsar spawning close to them can be pretty sketchy. Although with where these teams are fighting, these Starseers, they've really minimized the chances of that going super wrong. But yeah, Liquid are about ready to get in combat with Solia. Missed Count have already done so. Last boss pulled here, sub 16 minutes into the dungeon. We are already in combat with the last boss here at level 22. This is an incredible pace that Missed Count are on. They are starting off the day looking so strong here, as Yargi is going to take care of activating those collapsing stars, leaving AJ to just focus, I was going to say on healing, but realistically on that cat form DPS.
Yes. Missed Count just incredible speed, as we now see Mandatory and Liquid also engaging Solia as well. But Missed Count just a little bit quicker on their side. And yeah, it's just crazy how they're pulling. Like, just sometimes we even see a Starseer still up for Missed Count when they pull the boss. Now, of course, they know that the Wandering Pulsar is on a timer. So, you know, okay, if the Starseer is on, let's say, 5% HP, and the Wandering Pulsar is still 20 seconds away, you'll be able to finish off that Starseer before the next one spawns. But it's a bit risky, right? Because if you don't, you wipe. So, Missed Count has a lot of confidence in their damage.
Yeah, it's very... I think that confidence in their DPS has been the defining characteristic of Missed Count this season, and really facilitating just doing maximum possible damage by chain pulling so aggressively in every dungeon, including in dungeons where the other teams just don't really think it's possible. So I've been so impressed by Missed Count this season. They've looked like a great team before. They've looked like the best team for most of the time that we've been watching them across their group, and also so far in the global finals here, and that's why they came into today in first place. And looking at their splits right now, I mean, they are crushing every previous 21 that's ever been done here. So for reference, Holy Method, with their 3 deaths, a 15-38 time cap and hooktail split is actually still pretty much on pace with their previous time cap and hooktail in the group weekends, which they did 2 chests. They're a little bit slower than that run, but that's still looking good. Missed Count, on the other hand, were 2 minutes faster than that. So Missed Count are just on a complete another level with their pace in this 21. It's not going to necessarily matter at the end of the day, because, you know, at the end of the day, if you 2 chests by 3 minutes versus by 1 minute, it doesn't really matter if you end up replacing that Keystone level. But if they keep playing like this, Missed Count are going to win the MDI, and it's not going to be particularly close.
Yeah, and I think Missed Count is also a team that did realize how important timers actually are. Because we talk about this often during the MDI, where, of course, it's about the highest keys, right? Of course it is. But at some point, you just can't go higher anymore, and at that point, it's the tiebreakers that matter. The highest key tiebreaker, that is the first one, and then the second one is the time tiebreaker. And Missed Count, I feel like they've been focusing a lot on not only doing the highest keys, but also being super quick at them. And that is really like what is going to matter, in my opinion, for them today. And it goes to show that even though they have been fast already in the Gambit, improving their timer even further and making sure they're practicing it further, making sure they're as quick as possible, this goes to show that they realize what's important. And another thing I want to say about how they're pulling. They said they're worried about the pressure and that it has been getting to them in the past. But clearly, with that confidence that they have to just continue to pull and they're just so confident in their damage that they're able to finish this off, even if it's incredibly risky, it's just crazy to see that they managed to overcome this kind of pressure. As the Savvy does go down here for Liquid, thankfully they had a Battle Rush available, and their timer is still 3 minutes 20 to be able to finish off Solia, which is more than good enough for them, so they should be totally fine still.
Yeah, we are in the second phase of Solia now for all of our teams, so we are going to get a good comparison, as Missed Count are still in the lead, although it's only by about 20% of the boss's health that they lead Mandatory and Liquid. But this boss does have a lot of health. 20% of this boss's health is, you know, the better part of a minute to actually get through all of that. As Missed Count are actually going to let a 3-stack, it looks like, go off on that collapsing star and just use Anti-Magic Zone and heal through it. Now they have this next set of relics to hit with the Hyperlight Jolt. little bit of a dangerous configuration there. Hearthjack's making sure to dodge out of the way of that other line. Usually the most danger you're in is if there's ever 3 relics that are in a line with each other, the person that's hitting that middle relic can very easily get hit by 2 jolts. So you have to be really careful in that instance. Any other configuration, usually it's pretty easy to play around. As the boss now with Lust, looks like Miscount might be able to beat this next immune phase here. I mean, they have so much damage. They have Lust and almost every cooldown. It's only the Ascendance that they're missing here.
Yeah, that configuration is not something you want unless you have 1 dead member. Then that is the configuration
Yes, that is
you want.
The only way you can hit all 5 at one shot. Yeah,
exactly. So you have to pray if you have 1 member that is dead and no battle rest available. We did just have another death for Holy Method, actually, as Whippy did go down. That was the last battle rest that just came up too. It was actually lucky that they managed to get this one back up. Now they're completely out of battle rest as they have 1 minute and 27 seconds left to be able to get the last 20% of Solia, which I think even for Holy Method is going to be good enough. But yeah, they're definitely the closest team to be able to get this 2 chest timer here.
Yeah, Miscount already has put that on the board. All of our teams now closing in on the end of this fight. Holy Method with a minute and a bit of change there. Liquid are going to time it at 22:35. Holy Method, are we going to get another immune phase here? That is the question. Solia at 3%, 2%. And it looks like they are just barely going to be able to beat it before it goes into the middle of the room there. 23:06. And that is going to be all of our teams with the Gambit on the board. 21:07, the time from Missed Count. 21:45, second place for Mandatory there. 22:35 with the 2 deaths for Liquid. So a similar pace to Mandatory, but with the 2 deaths really marring their time there. And then 23:03 for Holy Method, and I think even potentially more deaths than we saw there. That was their previous timer from their group weekend, actually. So that was their previous 2 chests. They were even that was not their run that we just saw there.
Yeah, Miscount also not taking any moments at all as they immediately move back into that 23 now. Now we're in a territory where all of a sudden things can go wrong very quickly. This is a key level where all of a sudden, every missed stomp, you need to have a defensive up, otherwise you're gonna get 1 shot. You need to be able to get enough damage into these Goliaths, because they of course practice these runs, and they know how many stomps they can survive. And as soon as they're over that amount, they're running out of defensives, or they can't use them because they have to save them for the next Goliath, right? And then we're just gonna see resets and wipes here and there. So we'll see if these teams are gonna be able to execute this fast. Once they're past this like Goliath area, the chances of them finishing the key goes up by a lot. I think all of a sudden it's like an 80% chance or 90% chance that you can finish the dungeon. While at the start it's more like 50-50, I feel like, if the teams can do it or not. But we're still at a 23 key level, and that is not our highest, right? We still have a 24 afterwards that we do know is possible.
Yeah, exactly. That is going to be the big question mark for me, is will any of the teams deplete the 23? Because we know it's not the highest level this key goes, but it's still already at this level where it is extremely volatile. Now, if a team has to reset a couple of times in the Goliath area, I'm not going to be too concerned. If we see a team wiping on Solia, I'm going to be very concerned for that team. Not because it's a huge time loss in the day, but because the other teams are all so good that even 30 minutes today is a huge amount of time to lose when you're not at the highest level the key can go.
Yeah, 100%. We do see a death here for Miscount, as they do lose their Hunter to a Bolt, I believe. Either way, the Hunter did release and manage to get back, so they're going to be able to continue here. Doesn't look like they're resetting. I think that's like the least worryful death if you die to like 1 cast going through, especially here at the very start, right? It would be much more dangerous if you end up dying to like having a stump go through, or obviously like pulling something that you didn't intend on pulling. We've seen like a 4th Goliath being added sometimes by one of these Murlocs that run away. Obviously that would be the end of their run. Yeah, 1 single death at the start is not gonna be the end of it, especially because they don't have the 2 chests. They only have to get the plus. It's not gonna be the end of it, especially because they don't have the 2 chests. They only have to get the +1 in a 23.
Yeah, and it's not even going to stay on their scoreboard for time tiebreakers. So I think in the 24, for instance, you might look at it and you might be like, oh yeah, in the 24, we have a couple minutes to give, maybe a minute to give on the timer. But there's a good chance that that's going to hold for our time tiebreakers, right? So we probably want to reset if we have a death early, because we would improve our time tiebreakers by at least those 15 seconds by doing so. And we already know right now the time tiebreaker is closer than 15 seconds at the top of our leaderboard and barely over 15 seconds at the bottom of our leaderboard. So it is extremely close today, and I think teams will choose to reset early if things go even slightly wrong in the 24. But in the 23, yeah, you definitely keep it going.
That's an interesting point. I do think you're right. Like, even one death probably means a reset here at the very start on the 24. And I'm a little bit disappointed to not see any of the teams go for the 22 chests. Right?
I don't think that. I think that would have been such a aggressive strategy, because realistically, you are gaining like 2 or 3 minutes total by doing that. Like, the only benefit you get by 2-chesting a 22 instead of timing the 23 is that it takes you less time in the day.
Yeah.
But the risk is, if you mess up even slightly and you can't do that, you lose 30 minutes and at best you're gaining 2 minutes. So yeah, in order to actually make that call, you would have to have been so confident that you could do it like 100% of the time.
Yeah, I agree. I do think doing the 23 before the 24 as well gives the team like a little bit of a like slower like increment between the key level difficulty, right? So you kind of, because when you do the 21, everything is kind of like okay, and then you do the 23, it's like, oh whoa, yeah, that's a lot of damage. And then the 24, of course, is even worse than the 23, but you're a little bit more used to it when you did the 23 beforehand.
All right, Miscount waiting here to set up this pull into the Hillbrand area. We've got the Guardians, and it's important the way they set this up is actually really clever. It's really cool, as they sneak past those first 2 Guardians and then tag all 4 Guardians at basically the same time. And by doing that, they are going to be mostly synced up on their charged pulses. It's not 100% because there is some variance in when these mobs decide to cast those charged pulses. But what this does is it does give them a nice 10 or 15 second window where no charged pulses are going to be going off, and during that time, Verb is going to be able to keep doing pretty close to full damage on that Frost DK. So that we're in that window after this charged pulse, where there shouldn't be another one for 5 or 10 seconds here, although it looks like they've got some pretty bad RNG with the mobs desyncing from each other on those charged pulses.
It is very cool to see, though, that Miscount, even though they had this death, now obviously the death timer doesn't really matter for dungeon speed, like when you compare the teams to one another, but still, the death on Yargi meant that they lost a little bit of damage, right? And even though that did happen, they still pulled the boss first by quite a lot, even. So very interesting to see how fast Miscount is here. Now, of course, they also finished the 21 first and managed to start his key a little bit earlier, so now all of a sudden the comparisons are not going to be as important anymore. Now we're going to have to focus on those boss splits instead to be able to compare the teams properly. Yeah, Mandatory and Liquid also now in Hillbrand as well on their 23. Both of them still on 0 deaths, so looking very solid. This is another time where things can go wrong pretty easily, and we've seen teams wipe to this quite a lot, just because these Guardians can be so annoying with the area of denial that they're creating for all of those melee players. And then on top of that, you have these purifiers that are spawning from the boss, of course, too, that have to be gripped in. And if they don't immediately get aggroed by the tank, then they can just kill the healer or kill somebody else with one melee attack, which is not ideal.
Yeah, they spawn in slightly random places around the room. There's a few spots, right, but they can be kind of front or back of the room, so it's a lot going on for the tank to take care of on this fight, and the rest of the group really playing to make it as easy as possible, right, standing in a spot where they're not going to get hit by the purifier. Soda there, actually, you could see as that purifier spawned, hitting the misdirect as well, just to try and make sure that we weren't going to have any threat issues by redirecting that over to Skylark. Skylark, though, is just in danger, as is Yips, of just dying as a tank there. So if you look at these tanks, basically no defensives are left over for them right now, and these are still a lot of mobs auto-attacking them. Luckily, you do get a bit of a reprieve during this sanitizing cycle, where at least the boss isn't autoing you anymore.
And that's something, as you see the cycle starting for Liquid here as well. And I guess one interesting point to make is, can any of these teams like maybe skip a cycle on a 23 and a 24 that another team cannot? because that has been like a big point in the past as well. Of course, if you skip one cycle versus another team not being able to, that's a big time loss. That's quite a lot of time it takes you to be able to put the sigils into the consoles, and skipping that would be pretty important. But sometimes we're in a key level where you're so far away from skipping another cycle that it's kind of impossible. And I'm not sure if the 23 is a key level like that. We're going to have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I think the really important place for that as well is going to be the 24. I think in the 23, it's probably fine either way, but, of course, anything could matter, especially depending on the mistakes you might make later in the dungeon. So far, our teams are actually all deathless except for Missed Count. Missed Count, the only team to have a death on their board right now in the 23. So despite looking the best in the 21, they are the only team with a mistake in the 23 so far.
And it looks like Missed Count got another sanitizing cycle at 27% of the boss. Well, we do see, I think it was Liquid is also on 27%. All right, so it looks like it's all pretty similar. 17% cycle here coming in for mandatory, or 16, I guess, in just a moment. So, yeah, a little bit of a difference in damage, but doesn't look like any of the teams are going to be skipping like an additional cycle compared to the other teams. It's all looking pretty fine damage-wise. Everyone managed to focus the boss and cleave off onto these Guardians rather than having to focus the Guardians or like full AoEing them or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. The boss damage is what slows you down here, so everything else can die when it dies. It'll die before the boss anyways, but it is going to be mandatory that just barely kill off Hilbrand, a second ahead of Missed Count here, less than a second ahead, both teams. Wow, Missed Count really having accelerated into the end of that boss fight. We are going to see potentially one more cycle here for Liquid if they aren't fast. 9% on the boss, but you can see that energy bar is filling up. Yips is actually starting to drag the boss a little bit away from the middle of the room. That's because you can actually get a couple of extra seconds if the boss reaches full energy. It still has to run to the middle of the room before it gets that damage reduction, but it looks like that might not even happen here for Liquid as they have the damage to take out the boss, and it's just Holy Method working on the boss now, although they did start this dungeon a little bit later than the other teams because they were the last team to finish the 21.
Yeah, so now that we have some Hilbrands going down, I do actually have some boss splits we can compare this to from Missed Count's previous 23 from their group stage from Group B, because that is to this day the fastest 23 we have seen so far. And Missed Count had a 9 minutes 44 Hilbrand, which they themselves are over, but that's kind of like the seconds to the deathest from Yargi, right? So I think they're still kind of like even to their previous splits, but I do think that maybe more things went wrong for them a little bit, like, because we saw in the 21 that they were a lot faster than their previous 21, which makes me believe that they have improved their strategy even further and their efficiency. So them having a 10:01, which is basically the same thing as they had in their group stage, makes me believe it's not their best run in this 23 so far.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's certainly not bad either, as Missed Count, with the Lust rolling now, look like they're posturing to be moving towards the boss. You can see Kira backpedaling in that general direction, then reversing course, saying, not yet. Not yet, time, Captain Hooktail. We've got a little bit of trash that needs to get taken care of before we can pull into you. So I think what we need to see here is probably the Tide Sages dying before this boss. And not just the boss, but the other pack with some Tide Sages in it can get pulled. Because fighting too many Tide Sages all at once is a recipe for death, potentially.
Yeah, we do also see everyone is using their last on this very pool that Mandatory is currently on. Liquid also just now using their Bloodlust as well. We saw a little bit of a different strategy in the 21 because, of course, they were faster and the Bloodlust did not come up at the time for this double trash pull, which is incredibly dangerous. But on the 23, everyone has their Lust ready here and are choosing to use it. The only team that we're not sure yet if they're going to be using it for this pull is Holy Method, because we've seen some teams save it for the boss, but I do believe Holy Method is also a team that is using it on the trash. We'll see just in a moment whenever they're getting down to that second boss area as well.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be interesting as well to see if any of the strategies start diverging between, the 21, the 23, and the 24. My instinct is, I actually think that it's going to be pretty much the same strategy that you're going to use at all of those different key levels. But, the Lust does move around sometimes because you end up being faster or slower to the different parts of the dungeon, and you can get an extra lust in the 24, at least compared to that 21, so it is something that you do have to work around a little bit. It looks like Miscount are just not going to be pulling into this boss at all with any trash. We're going to finish off all of the trash at this key level before going into the boss. Same with the other teams so far. Mandatory move. Oh, Mandatory are actually going to take in the boss with a little bit of trash here. Holy Method are actually fighting more trash than Miscount did as well. We have one mob trapped over to the side, but we're fighting all of the trash together here. So this should be a possibility for Holy Method to gain some time, but not if that happens. Click's going down once again. This time at least, he wasn't in Ascendance. You can see Ascendance was still coming up in 20 seconds here. So that was a freebie Shaman Death with the Reincarnation.
Yeah, alright, this round not losing the Descendants, thankfully for Holy Method here for clicks. But yeah, as you said, they had the trap and the hex out on those casters on the other mobs and just pulled everything else together. That's a huge pull for Holy Method. Not sure how much time it's going to save them unless they're able to pull these casters into Hooktail. Because if they can pull them into Hooktail and deal with them on the boss, then of course it is a pretty big time save. Otherwise, obviously not so much. Gingy going down 2 to a sword toss here. So this additional difficulty for this pull actually costing Holy Method right now as they lose 2 of their members, and Click's dying again with the Ascendants up this time around, so that's going to be a huge time. They might not be able to finish this with the loss of both damage dealers losing so much damage on this pull.
Yeah, because the interrupt situation and the tank defensive situation are now both things that Holy Method have to worry about as they try to recover this. You can see they are out of interrupts right now, so they need to have just stops ready to go on these bolts, and it's going to be, wow, Click's running in, getting a clutch Thunderstorm, able to stop them, following it up with that Capacitor Totem. Now is in some danger as well, though. He doesn't have his Cloak, he doesn't have Battlescarred Veteran, he has no more Shield Walls or Last Stands, so he's forced to keep running away from these mobs as those brackish bolts are casting in the back there. And oh no, okay, this time again, another knockup comes in. They are again out of kicks. Clixes and Nows do come back, but Now might not be able to get in there for one of those kicks because he needs to avoid getting auto-attacked to death as well. He masterfully weaves in, though, and lands that kick before continuing to backpedal away from these burly deckhands that are all enraged and are really causing a lot of damage to him whenever they do manage to connect, but many of them are starting to die off. The danger of this pull dropping for Holy Method, and somehow it looks like they've weathered the storm here, and they are going to be able to keep this dungeon alive, but once again, having deaths in this area of the dungeon, they will not be able to afford that happening on the 24.
Alright, we do have a replay here for Liquid. Let's see what happened. As they did... Oh, we did see Wolfskin go down to a sword toss from the trash that they had pulled into the boss.
The last officer,
yeah, the very last officer,
with his final act, throws that sword and takes out the Liquid player there. That's going to be a death on the board for them, but the run does continue, and you can see Holy Method are a little slower pulling it to Hooktail than the other teams, but remember, they did start the dungeon later than the other teams, so they're not actually that far behind the other teams on when they've got this boss pulled. Miscount are currently in the lead by 2% over Mandatory on the boss, although again, remember, the teams did start their dungeon runs a little bit desynced from each other, but for the purposes of building an exciting narrative, I'm going to ignore that.
I'm in on that. Let's do that. The fastest split that we have so far in the 23 is for Time Captain Hooktail is 17:15, just so we have a little bit of a comparison to see if any of these teams are going to be able to beat that fastest time that has been set by Miscount in Group B so far, and Mandatory definitely looking to do so as the boss is already down to 20%. Mandatory still on 0 deaths, actually the only team that is on 0 deaths still, so interesting. So Mandatory, they have been this might be the dungeon that they needed, right? We talked about this before. Mandatory having the 24 as the only team from the group stage done already. This might be the one dungeon that Mandatory needs to be able to get that confidence back and be able to catch up to the other teams. And if they execute this as well as they have so far with this 23, and they manage to get this 24 done quickly, they have so much time left to be able to get the 22 floodgate, be able to catch up to the other teams, and potentially even take the win today. So yeah, every single team, of course, having a chance to win still, it's crazy.
All right, Time Cap and Hooktail about to die for our teams. For Missed Count, it's at 17:48 that the boss goes down. For Mandatory, it's going to be 17... 18 that the boss goes down. So Mandatory quite a bit quicker than Missed Count, also without those deaths on the board for them. Liquid going to be the next team up to bat here. It's going to be around that 18-minute mark that they're going to put this boss on the board. So definitely still fast, but a little bit slower than both Missed Count and Mandatory. Potentially that death having something to do with it. It's going to be a little bit over the 18-minute mark when Time Cap and Hooktail does go down. And that leaves just Holy Method. They're going to be our last team working on this boss as the 1810 comes in for Liquid. Holy Method still have a third of the boss's health to get through. This is going to be on the order of like 1830-ish maybe for them. But Missed Count already about to get in combat here with Solia. Just a little bit of trash they need to take out first.
Yeah, let's take a look at those pulls. These are also incredibly dangerous and require so much execution and interrupts from these ritualists. Of course, every single cast needs to be interrupted. On top of that, you have to make sure that you're killing off those wandering pulsars, and you have to finish off the Star Series as well, because there's only so many pulsars you can kill before you're running out of defensives and heals and damage as well. So the second Star Seer now is being engaged by Mandatory here too. And of course, they want to finish this one off before they're pulling the boss. And looking at the timer, they're obviously I don't want to say more than fine, because Solia takes a long time on a 23, but they're definitely still looking very good to be able to do this. And with the 0 death still on the board, they also have lots of battle reses available for them as well.
Yeah, those battle reses really are a large safety net on Solia, because many of the ways that somebody's going to die on Solia, right, it's like getting hit by one of those projectiles, and if you have the B-res, you can just recover it. Although, some of it is AoE damage, right? If you miss one of those hyperlight jolts, the entire group is going to get hit by a second, much harder hitting cast of it, so is something important to pay attention to. But we are about to see Solia getting engaged here. I think it's once this Starseer dies, maybe even before. You can see Kira already backpedaling in that direction, getting ready to get in combat with the boss. The Pulsar comes out. It's towards Solia as well. Looks like we're still going to just wait, maybe take out the Pulsar before getting in combat with the boss. But as soon as this dies, I think they're going to be running in. Yep, Solia, the boss does show up. Here we go. Missed Count in combat with the boss. Not on 2 chest pace in the 23, but kind of close.
Yeah.
I wonder what the time... Like, the fact they're so fast in here, I wonder if the 25 is ever possible in here. We saw that one team in the world has ever done a 24 of this dungeon. But man, I wonder if that's possible with how fast Missed Count are in this dungeon. That would be so winning if a team could do that.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, if there is a 25 possible, I doubt it's going to be like all of the teams that can execute that. I'm doubting if it's possible at all, right? Yeah, yes, they're fast, but I think we're going to have to reassess that once we see the 24 timers, because obviously the difference between 23 and 24 is already quite big, and then at 25 afterwards. Not to mention the amount of damage that everything just does, right? The 24 is already just so brutal with the amount of damage the stumps do at the very start, the Purifying Blast in the first boss. So, and the Hyperlight Jolt here in Solia as well just does so much damage on the 25. I don't even know if they can survive it. Like, I don't know if it's even possible. So that is something that would be incredibly exciting though.
Absolutely, absolutely, as we are charging towards the end of this 23, the last builder key before this key gets to an absurdly high level at 24. Missed Count 60% in phase 1 of Solia. Mandatory just a little bit behind them, and Liquid actually also at basically the same spot here. Holy Method, the only team yet to pull this boss, but I think that is going to change in the very near future.
I think so too, and we will continue to watch the runs unfold as the teams climb higher and higher and start looking at things like those tiebreakers. But we are going to swap things out here on the desk. So Nagura, thanks for starting the day with us, but we'll see you later on.
Later.
Bye. And Makes is coming in. So Makes, we're looking at Mandatory right now. But as we've been talking about, Mandatory have kind of been struggling this season in a way that seems out of character for them. They've also clutched it out, though, when it counts, so that they've made it this far in the competition, right? But do you think that they can have a big comeback today and take it?
I think it's possible, right? At this point, our teams have been going crazy for basically 3 days straight. And with how close everything is, I would say every single one of our teams still has a fair chance to take it all. it all depends on how they're going to be dealing with this dungeon. And Dratnos, I think you made a great point there. We were kind of talking about, we've seen the 24 be realized by a team. Is there a chance that a 25 might be on the table ever? It's similar to how we were talking about that Straits, and I really want to see teams at least attempt it today. I think that's my goal for today. I would love to see teams attempt a 25 Gambit. I don't even need it to be timed. I'm not that greedy, but I just want to see them in there and give it a fair shot.
Yeah, I think that is it's a hope. I'm also all of the other dungeons except for Streets and except for the 2 Tazbash dungeons have already gone up by a level from what we've seen in the group weekends, but I wonder if any of them could ever go up by 2 levels. I wonder if 24 Streets, 23, I don't know, prior flanking that boat seems impossible, but 24
I think
Halls,
those are off, yeah.
24 okay, think about Liquid 24 Arakara, Ace in the Hole, right? That's a possibility there. I don't know.
It's gonna be so interesting. Did we ever confirm what Liquid's +1 more than any other team dungeon was? Did we haven't
hear
what it was? Okay,
there's also always a chance, it might have been the Dome,
It could be Ecodome, yeah.
If you think about it, so going into today, right, we didn't know the last dungeon, and the teams didn't either. If it was the Dome, that would have been the key that Liquid timed and Mandatory didn't in their group. And here being the Gambit, it's the key that Mandatory timed and Liquid didn't. So that is potentially really good news for Mandatory and really bad news for Liquid. On the other hand, I imagine that both teams spent a lot of time practicing the key that was their downfall in that group weekend.
I think so as well. At this point, the fact that all of them were able to put these crazy dungeons like the 22 Priory on the board or the 23 Holds and Arakara, I don't think there are options on the table that seem impossible enough for them to not give it a shot. But for now, we need to kind of take a look at these 23 as they finish out.
Wrong location there, unfortunately. Gets a little stun locked, and we're going to have to go over now and do a second jolt for them. Dropping everybody so low, but somehow they aren't going to get taken out by that 2-stack of the Hyperlight Jolt. That was a little bit close.
It was, and that's just how quickly stuff can go wrong, even this deep into a dungeon. I'm very curious where all the timers are going to be sitting when we're talking about how fast Miscount is here. They were also really, really fast in their streets, and if those are the 2 dungeons where, well, we are kind of thinking they're possible because of how fast they are, right? Let's get that in the right order of things, but if those are the 2 dungeons that could go up +1, then Miscount are definitely in the best position to give us that. But first, we're going to be seeing that 24, and then the question is, if you're Miscount, where do you go, right? You already have all of the capstone dungeons. What do you do? Do you attempt those crazy runs, like potentially a 24 Gambit, a 25 Gambit, 24 Streets?
I think that'll be really revealing of whether our teams decide to go for a impossible key or whether they decide to go for timer improvements. One thing that we saw in the last MDI Global Finals is there were keys that teams thought were impossible that they ended up not just attempting, but succeeding. Something like the 24 Motherload that we saw in that season is what jumps to mind for me. So I have no idea how the next few hours are going to go. The only thing I'm confident in is that once these teams finish up this 23 Gambit, I think they're going to come back into the 24 Gambit. I think that makes the most sense here, although we are going to get to find out soon, as Miscount zoning into their next key, as are going to be Liquid, as they both finished off that run. Mandatory about to get done here with Solia, and look at this, almost 3 minutes left on the clock for Mandatory on this beautiful 0-death run, 3.5 minutes even for them, and Holy Method, still plenty of time, even with those 3 deaths on the board, should be on pace for it as well, although we still have 2 more Solia intermissions for them to get through, so the start of the day has definitely been rough for them.
Okay, so Kush, if you're seeing this and you're like, what is he doing? No, this is intended. This was the 3-star line. We got to make sure that you're not actually taking a double tick here, but I would be very shocked if any of our teams after that 23 do not go immediately into the 24. I think knowing that that dungeon has been done in groups, Granted, it was done in Group C, so rather late among our group weekends, but I think you just have to prepare that. You see it's possible, you have to get in there, and that's exactly what our teams are going to be doing. Miscount is already in there, Liquid is in the loading screen, Mandatory pulling momentarily, and I kind of like that we're getting all of those teams running that same dungeon nearly at the same time here, but Holy Method, a smidge slower, I assume mostly due to those deaths they had earlier in the Hooktail Trash, right?
It's not just those deaths as well, it's the fact they had deaths in their 21 as well, so they were slower to start this key, and they're going to be slower to finish it, so... You know, it's not great, right? The multiple mistakes at the start of the day have been made by Holy Method, but also in the grand scheme of things, it's only going to cost them 5 minutes of the day, right? That's like one reset in the 24, and it's all equalized. So, yes, they're the team that's had the worst start of the day, but it's not a big deal, right? None of the mistakes yet have cost any teams large amounts of time.
Yeah, that's true. It's more so the question, if you're having, like, some hiccups here and there in the 21 and in the 23, like, does that tell us how consistent your 24 is? And I would be inclined to say no, because obviously these teams know they can maybe play a little bit more laissez-faire in the quote-unquote lower dungeons, but at the same time, you know, you really need to lock in now that you're going to that 24.
All right, all of our teams are zoning back into Gambit, I guess, except for, we don't know yet where Holy Method are going to go, but I think it's a safe assumption for them that that dungeon is going to make the most sense. Even for teams that still need a point from, say, the Floodgate, you need the Gambit point more, because if you get the Floodgate point, but another team gets the Gambit point, they are going to have the tiebreaker over you because they have a 24, and that's their highest key, right? So the Gambit is the most important key on our list this entire weekend, not just because it's the newest key, the Sunday key, but because it does go the highest. You know, unless if you could make the streets go a level higher or something, then I guess that would also work, but we know that the Gambit goes to 24, and we don't know that about any of our other keys.
So now that we are seeing these keys, a quick reminder of the 24 we did see. It came out of Mandatory Group C. I pulled up their split timers as well. And we also saw a couple of attempts from Liquid in that 24. Usually the Hillbrand, if we're looking at a good Hillbrand split, it's around 10:30. So Mandatory had 10:21 in the key that they timed. But we've seen some keys that could have been timable where it was sitting on 10:30 as well. So that is what you're looking out for these teams to hopefully be on or even under, you know?
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because there are a lot of different strats at the start of this dungeon, but there aren't a lot of different strats after Hillbrand. So sometimes there are these dungeons where we have to do this sort of like hand-wavy thing where we're like, oh, well, they have a slower boss 1 split, but they're on a different strat, so maybe they'll be faster later. And in Gambit, even though there's a lot of different ways to pull the start of the dungeon, they all do directly compare against each other for timer because you have to do the end of the dungeon the same way either way. So that means that if you're faster at the start of the dungeon, it's just better. It's not like you might be paying for it later.
Yeah, that's right. So I kind of want to look at miscount a little bit because they seem so fast in their 23 here. That's going to give us an idea if there's maybe something that they're doing differently or if it's just Kira diff where he chains mobs like a maniac. Sorry, there's no other way to say this. It's crazy how they've been chain pulling.
Yeah, although the thing that I really appreciate about the way that Kira chain pulls, he's so selfless, right? Like, there's just this instinct that Kira seems to have of doing these chain pulls that are super deadly for the tank, but it's not like he's doing these crazy chain pulls that are super deadly for the rest of his group, right? Like, he really identifies what is going to be safe to add for everybody else, and he'll add extra mobs that are just going to beat him up for an extra 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
He's going to be in a huge amount of danger, but it's not like he's doing these pulls where the rest of the group is just panicking about these interrupts or these super deadly mobs, right? Like, their strategy revolves around killing those first and then doing these chain pulls that are just going to kill your tank. And Kira's like, no, I'll figure it out. Don't worry. I'll find a way to make it work. It's so impressive. I think that he's been
he holds it up.
That has been, I think, the biggest difference for me. One of 3 biggest differences that Miscount have shown this season compared to previous seasons has been just that the chain pulls they've been different, and they've been so clearly approaching each of these dungeons from the perspective of let's just not assume that any of the pre-existing routes are the best, and let's really think about what is stopping us from pulling the next pull. And often they realize, hey, not really anything that we can't solve, right? Like, our tank is just going to die. Well, we can figure that out, and we can stop them from dying.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I got to talk a little bit to Kira at our Gamescom event, of course, where Blizzard had a big stage, and I was talking to him a little bit about like his experience in the MDI and how that compared to playing with like a bunch of content creators where we made them run keys, and he really is super down to earth, and it's just like, you know, I try my best in everything I do, and if you give me a bunch of content creators, I'll do the same thing I do with my team, where I handle as much as I can, and then everybody else will do whatever they can, but I'll make sure that they do less than needed. So it's really cool where he takes a lot of that responsibility on himself, like you were mentioning. What are the other two reasons you think are the missed count difference?
Well, I think just something that has been going super well for them has just been a level of consistency in their runs that hasn't been characteristic of... There's not really been many teams except for, you know, Prime era Echo, where they just look like they've started a key that you know has maybe a 10% success rate, but deep in your heart, you know that they have a 100% chance of timing it, right? Where you're just like, yeah, this key is absurdly hard, but this team is just going to do it, right? They just always win. Miscount has seemed like that. As I say that, I do cause a death to happen for them. But the other thing as well that's really stuck out to me is that so far in the global finals, they have looked like this team that is going to win the global finals in a way that they haven't before, right? Like, previously this team they've looked good in several time trial stages. They've looked good in several group weekends in previous seasons, but it's fallen apart for them in the global finals before. Not necessarily in big ways, but they've stopped looking like the best team, the team that's going to win, and that hasn't happened yet here in the global finals. Even at the start of the day today, they have been the team that has looked the best in the Gambits up to this point. Although Mandatory, they accelerated in that 23 compared to the 21, and they and Liquid are now ahead of Missed Count on Hillbrand boss damage. So, you know, I say that, but these teams really have a fast path into Hillbrand compared to Missed Count. A death does come out for Mandatory, though. They are going to land that B-Res. It's going to be Macy, and actually that Purifier, the aggro on the Purifier when it just drops down from the side, is going to be what causes Mandatory to lose their first battle res.
Good news is we weren't currently in cooldowns, but bad news is damage is still ongoing for Mandatory here. It could be that Miscount lost a little bit of time because they did lose one of their players, so those 15 seconds are going to be counting against the clock for them on the splits here as well. But Mandatory with that death, of course, tying that once again. I do agree on your points on Mandatory. It feels a lot like they're due, which is a very cool thing to see. In the MDI, we don't get it very often that a new team approaches and then builds out over seasons to like the Kings without a crown, but Mandatory have another death here, and that is going to seal this attempt in the 24. They will need to go again, unfortunately. 8-9 minutes are going to be lost for them.
That is our first major mistake of the day, coming in after nearly an hour of, I don't want to say perfection for all four of our teams, because there were certainly mistakes, but none of them cost more than a few minutes up until that Mandatory wipe, which that's going to be, I mean, it's only a 10-minute loss, but that is the biggest time loss that we've seen so far today. They are going to reset, though, and as long as they, you know, are able to still put this dungeon up pretty quickly, it's not going to be the end of the world for them. The bad news is that it is, of course, Mandatory and Holy Method that owe us the 22 in the Floodgate, which Miscount and Liquid have already achieved. So these are the teams that still have more time than the others that they need to spend at the end of the day putting that key on the board.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing how that works out for them. Like you mentioned, I assume the end of day will either be a lot of just bashing your head against the wall and a key that we would have never guessed as possible, but these teams seem to believe that it is, or a lot of rerunning for timer because all of the highest key levels have been done, and that's the only thing that they are left to do. And in that regard, sometimes if you have a death on a dungeon as tight as this 24 Gambit, I think you're maybe not even as mad about having to restart, because like, now you get another chance at doing it with 0 deaths. But as I say that, Miscount unfortunately does have Soda go down. So that is going to be another reset. And hopefully we're not going to be reaching a point where this turns into a chain of resets. Because that's the type of chain pulling we don't like here, unfortunately. Need to keep an eye on that. But yeah, Miscount right now in comparison to the other teams are quote-unquote a little bit slower because they had a restart at the very first attempt in this 24, but it was so quick it basically didn't happen. It was like a minute and 14. Yeah.
So yeah, not a huge time loss by comparison, but we do see deaths coming in for Miscount now, and that's going to end up being a reset for them, which means it is just Holy Method and Liquid that are still alive in their first attempts at these 24 Gambits. Liquid are putting up an impressive pace here on Hillbrand. That split we were looking at being around 10-30 that the teams are aiming for on Hillbrand going down. 2% on the boss as it's at 95% energy, about to run into the middle of the room, but dies before he gets there and puts up that immunity. 10-27, the split for Liquid as they now enter the second half of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Holy Method, a little bit behind in terms of just, they started the key 2 minutes later than Liquid, but they are already nearly halfway done with Hillbrand as the last trash dies on the boss. Just a couple of the boss's own ads spawning now that they're going to have to deal with, but still a couple more minutes for them to deal with the health pool of the boss at this 24 level.
Honestly, it's really cool that Liquid, after being unable to time it in their group weekend, they're coming in back here with a vengeance, right? Really wanting to be one of the first teams to get that 24 timed after it was very elusive to them. They had so many good tries in Group C that then unfortunately were caused to end by difficult and different things throughout their attempts. So we're going to see how it goes. Miscount, another death chain here for them, another restart 1 minute in. This time we didn't miss it, so trying to keep an eye on all the resets. Especially in the 24 Gambit, that first area is so lethal, is so volatile, it's very easy to have stuff go wrong and just very quickly pop out and back in, and you're like, oh, nothing happened, nobody saw anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's a free reset, no problem, no harm, no foul. As the last two Tide Sages, Liquid actually start running forward before these Tide Sages are even dead. And they're just going to have their DPS players focus these two down while Yips is setting up the pull downstairs in the Time Cap and Hooktail area. So we are going to see them manage that massive pull in that part of the dungeon. In the meantime, Holy Method making their way through Hillbrand here. Again, remember that 10:30 is the split we're looking for on Hillbrand going down. Mandatory, once again, at the start of their dungeon, as our missed count. So that's a little survey of what's going on for our other teams. But let's focus back in on Liquid, as they are setting up in this extremely dangerous pull here. Oh, Method actually having a death there, and a res on Hillbrand, so that's going to hurt their perfect run. Liquid potentially still on a perfect run, as we have this incredibly dangerous set of Tide Sages, officers, and deckhands here. The Tide Sages kill random players. Oh my goodness, Holy Method, another death for them near the end of Hillbrand, and that's actually going to be a reset for Holy Method, so they are out of here. Oh no.
They already had Hillbrand down to the single digits. I would love to see that wipe again, just to see what it was. Was it just a bolts that took them out there in the end? We're gonna maybe try and grab that one again, as they're unfortunately phasing out of that dungeon after nearly having timed Hillbrand. Liquid, though, working on this huge pull. You mentioned it. This is where they use their lust. It's very scary. It's one of the pulls where you're kind of just looking at the tank's health bar, but they got through the worst of it. Here's that replay. Holy Method. Okay,
yeah,
Purifying Burst does go out.
Burst. And then ending up... So what happened was, after that death, they decided, you know what, let's get out of here. And I think it's important as well to note that even with a medium time loss, even if you can maybe still time this key, there's a very good chance that a 24 Gambit is going to be on your board for time tiebreakers. And so, you know, you don't want to necessarily have to come back here and rerun it. You'd rather just lose 10 minutes and reset and only keep a very good run going.
So keep in mind what I was saying about the Hillbrand split earlier. We're kind of aiming for 10:30. With the death that they had there due to that burst, they were actually sitting on more like 11:30. So I think they probably saw that death come in and they looked at their timer and they were like, nah, it's chalked. Like, we need to go again. We need to make sure we're faster on here. And I think that makes perfect sense. So they're going to be reattempting this dungeon, and that means the only team that still has their run alive, their first attempt in this 24, is going to be Liquid. Now, Dranos, I have a question for you. Of course, as casters, we hold tremendous power, yada yada, you know. If we curse all teams equally, is it still a caster curse?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a caster curse, but it's an ethical caster curse, right? It's it's unethical if you favorite one team over another, right? But as long as you're cursing all of them equally, I think it's allowed.
Okay, would you like to curse a blanket curse with me?
Yeah, I think that all of the teams are going to time their current runs. No way that any of them could wipe from here.
Exactly.
Although that isn't a fair curse, because Liquid are further ahead, right? So they would get less benefit out of everybody being cursed than the other teams. So I don't know, or actually, it would hurt them more if they ended up getting cursed here.
Well, you spoke it. It shall be done. We're going to be seeing how it works for our teams. Of course, it's all shenanigans. Chat, caster curses aren't real. They can't hurt you, as our teams are reattempting their 24s in this Gambit. Looking across the board, Liquid is also in a similar position to Miscount, where it's like, where do you even go after you time this 24 Gambit? And honestly, I'm so curious what teams are going to be deciding to do. I think their Arakara is crazy fast, so if any team had a chance, then it might be them. But then I look at Arakara and I remind myself that Avanox sits in that dungeon, and I'm like, I don't think so.
Yeah, although it is at the start of the dungeon, so you know, you get a lot of attempts per hour in on the start of a dungeon compared to the end of a dungeon. Something that is an option for Liquid that isn't really an option for Miscount would be a time improvement in the Streets of Wonder. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the teams that aren't Miscount go there. If Miscount go for timer improvements, it's a little tougher because other teams have a minute and a half that they can gain in the streets compared to Miscount, whereas Miscount only has like 30 seconds that they can gain in the Arakara or in the Priory or the Floodgate, both of which are very low success rate dungeons. We saw them yesterday at the end of the day go for timer improvement in the Priory, so if they do end up going for timer improvement, I think it would be that dungeon, but it's lower upside for them than it is for, say, Liquid in the streets in terms of how much time can be gained. So, yeah, if we get to a point where timers need to be improved, that's the situation, but it is Sunday, so if teams have been holding back at all, if there's a key where they think they can go +1, today is going to be the day we see it. All of that hinges on getting the 24 Gambit on the board, though. That has to happen first before you can really think about anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think we're forgetting one challenger that teams are going to be dealing with after they have timed this 24, as we have reached the other end of our first hour of broadcast. I believe our teams might actually be slamming a break, but we do have Death come in for mandatory on their Hillbrand. Every single time I see this poll that these teams do into Hillbrand, I just want to cry a little bit. I'll be very honest with you. There's a lot going on. There's a lot you need to dodge in specific. There's a lot that needs to be interrupted, like these purifiers. There needs to be CCs out, and as a melee, that's just horror to me personally. So if somebody dies here, I think we should be giving some graciousness to the DKs in particular.
Yeah, I want to push back a little bit, because if a DK ever dies, you know, you have passive such tankiness, you have anti-magic shell, you have death strike on no cooldown that you can just spam when you need to, you have icebound fortitude, you have lichborn, I don't know, you have plate armor. I think it's a little bit suspicious. I think the DKs should never get the benefit of the doubt if they die. If the shaman dies or the hunter dies, I'm willing to forgive and forget. And of course the healers can do no wrong, but I don't know. The DKs? Sounds a little biased.
Okay, you look at this poll, you look at how much goes on in melee there, and you tell me that's not scary.
That's a little scary, yeah, I'll give you that.
Okay,
but, you know, DKs are used to it, right? That class is already the avatar of fear.
Oh man, we're gonna be seeing how it goes for our teams. Of course, chat, as we do have our remaining 4 teams in competition, we will focus in on the runs that are further ahead in this dungeon. The first team to time the 24 would, of course, be a nice extra bragging right here, as we expect all of our teams to be able to do it. But Liquid, currently the closest to maybe making it happen. Checking in with your Hillbrand split. That one is looking pretty good. On Time Captain Hooktail, we're kind of wanting to be on like 1840-ish to 1910. I think we're a smidge slow on this one, but we're going to be seeing how it goes.
So they had a 1923 on Hooktail going down. By comparison, Mandatory, when they timed this in the group weekend, had an 1846. So they're 30 seconds slower than that, but Mandatory were 1 minute and 10 seconds ahead of depleting that key. So Liquid are still on pace to time this key, but it is going to be slower than that theoretical best from Mandatory if they don't accelerate into the end of the dungeon.
That's right. So hopefully Liquid will have the speed here as they are getting into that last part of the Gambit. Now, of course, there still lies a lot of danger in the last couple of packs. So Liquid making sure they get into this cubby here, making sure that they can get the patrol that actually paths from left to right here to not be too close to them as they're dealing with these extra pulsars. And that will be a big important part for them. Yep, there we go. The accomplices are turning around in the back there, maybe taking a little bit of an extra turn, but we're all right here.
Yeah, we have a hexed mob that's the leader of that patrol, so all of the mobs are following that little toad around wherever it decides to wander, as Wolf Disco now going to throw the trap over there to re-up the CC, as they now bring the Starseer, the second Starseer, over into that same cubby. And that middle patrol is now no longer wandering, as the frog is now inside a trap. And you can see Yips is starting to move towards that patrol. We should be getting in combat with those mobs pretty soon here. I think it's going to be as soon as the Ritualist dies from this previous set of enemies, they'll be adding in some of the enemies from that patrol.
Yeah, I think so as well. That should be momentarily. Last Rift cast was just interrupted here on that Ritualist. And here comes the Pulsar, and I think with or after that Pulsar is where we're going to be grabbing the rest of the pack into it. Just need to make sure that the Pulsar actually does go down. In the meantime, I'm just glancing across the board to see our timers on teams, but of course, most of them are pretty early in their runs yet, so we don't get too many stamps yet. Mandatory, 1041, so they're a smidge slower than what we actually saw out of them in the group weekend, and that is, of course, mostly due to that one additional death that they had. Liquid are slowing down here. We're just
we actually got
finishing
an
out this
unfortunate
pack,
pulsar.
Dramos.
Yeah, an unfortunate pulsar at the end there, and it looks like we are going to get ready to take these accomplices into the boss here. Looks like we're leaving one Ritualist and one Accomplice CC'd over here. They're going to break the trap on that Accomplice, which makes me think maybe that was the trap missed and was supposed to land on this Ritualist, because, yeah, I think the Accomplices all are pretty safe to be fighting with Solia here, or as safe as anything can be in a plus 24. In the meantime, though, the second team to join Liquid and having killed off Hilbrand is going to be Missed Count. And, they barely managed to get him killed before he gets that immunity there. 10-18, though. They are 10 seconds faster than Liquid's Boss 1 split.
Yeah, they're actually really speedy in here, so I'm very curious where Holy Method is going to be landing once they actually finish out. Of course, in their previous attempt, they were a little bit slow, so hopefully this time around it's going to be looking better for them. But Liquid are into the boss fight on this 24, still sitting on 0 deaths. Now, a lot can happen on Solia. This is notably a boss with a lot of HP to get through. A very, very long fight on the overall. We're looking at around 7 minutes is what Tettles is saying, and I'm inclined to believe him there. So that is what teams will need to budget.
Yeah, and actually, I misspoke earlier as well. Mandatory also have already gotten through Hilbrand, so it is only Holy Method that are still working on that boss, and then we'll be in the second part of the dungeon. 0 deaths for both Liquid and Missed Count. 1 death on the board for Mandatory, but yeah, Liquid do have the timer to kill this boss. Will they be able to execute, though? Right on pull, we did see that Ascendance sent by Boomy, but the Lust is going to be held for Phase 2, and wow, even just the 1 stack of this Collapsing Star is nearly killing players on Liquid if they don't have all of those healing over time effects from Zasevi topping them up through those ticks. Wolf Disco now doing the third one of those Collapsing Star hits. Anti-Magic Shell from a Shine is going to completely mitigate 2 of those and that's going to mean that it'll be pretty easy for Zasevi to keep everybody else alive through that. One more Hyperlight Spark, and as this boss drops lower, once we are below 50%, the boss will not summon any further sets of assassins, but it can still do a Collapsing Star cast if you aren't careful, and you get one of those extra sets of the Collapsing Star soaks to take care of. Can be really dangerous into the intermission. It looks like Liquid are just barely going to beat that next cast, and we do enter that intermission.
Yeah, in the meantime, quick check-in with our other teams. Mandatory working away on Hooktail. Holy Method are just now finishing out Hillbrand, and honestly, the story is similar to what we saw before. They had to play another phase here, so they're pretty slow on that Hillbrand split. We'll need to keep an eye on them to see if they're going to be able to get this one done in time on the overall dungeon timer. But here's that replay of Miscount, actually, unfortunately, having a wipe and then resetting their dungeon 12 minutes into, as we hop across teams to quickly check in with them. I'd say let's go back to Liquid and see if they're going to be able to one-shot this 24, which would be crazy.
It would indeed. Yeah, so this phase is not going to be the lust or the cooldowns. Because we don't have Ascendance here, we aren't going to be lusting this one. But it'll probably be the next time we come out of that Hyperlight Jolt that we'll be pulling into that last set of accomplices and that last Ritualist over there. Of course, there is still one Ritualist that they're in combat with. This was the one that was hexed earlier that they finally brought in to the end of Solia here. And while we were looking at Mandatory briefly, I did look at their splits. They are slower on Hillbrand than Liquid. They were on a 10:41 Hillbrand split. So Mandatory a little bit slower than the pace shown off by Liquid and by Miscount when they were at that spot in the dungeon. Holy Method have also killed off Hillbrand now, making their way deeper into the dungeon. An 11:21 Hillbrand split, though, quite a bit slower than our other teams on that first boss.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to. I'm not in love with the timer on Holy Method's Hillbrand split, so hopefully they have a good way to claw back the time that they lost there. They did get one full immunity phase there on Hillbrand that the other teams were able to skip, so that is particularly a big time loss for them. But Liquid on the final stretches, Mandatory in Group C killed this boss in 6 minutes 45 seconds. That would be 2.5 minutes from here on out as we deal with the last of her trash. And of course, they need to watch out. Very good that we do have the battle resses. Very good that we have the Bloodlust still available. That is going to be helping them as they try to take this boss down.
On paper, they could have gotten 2 Ascendances if they'd used Ascendance right when it came off cooldown, or right when the boss came out of the intermission here and hit the Lust as well. And that would have been when they pulled this trash, but it looks like Liquid are holding the Lust and that Ascendance. Maybe for this way they're going to get an Execute Lust, which will help Yips do even more damage as well. So this is going to be interesting to look at here. So we do get a line of relics, and they are going to be able to avoid any deaths there just barely, and this is going to be their Lust now. So we have Lust, Ascendance, Breath of Sindragosa. Call of the Wild is going to be coming up soon, and we will be getting it fully within the Lust, even though it wasn't ready right when Lust was hit. So the only thing that's missing here is the boss isn't in Execute for Yips, but that's a pretty small thing, all things considered, especially because there is AoE going on right now anyways, so Yips probably wouldn't be dumping too much rage into those Executes, and we are now entering that range towards the end of the Lust. Wolf Disco goes and hits one of those really quick. Yeah, has to disengage out as it does knock him into one of those exploding relics with that Hyperlight Nova. Another hit now of those Collapsing Star debuffs on the group. And this is pretty easy actually for Zasevi to handle because it is while Lust is rolling, and this Tranquility is just soloing everybody while they have all of those hots on them as well.
So a quick check-in with how we're standing on the possibilities of this being a world record key. The 24 was done by one team only in Group C. It was Mandatory, and they locked in 28:51 as their final time. They did have one death. Thus far, Liquid are without any. Can they stay clean? Can they be fast enough? Last time that we are going to be going into the phase here. So Leah is attackable again. The dot is on the team. You can see that we're not even caring too much with healing the group back up. There's no further damage incoming right now unless anybody steps into any of these projectiles. Can they do it? The timer is pretty tight. They would have to kill within the next seconds to be in this world record range. But Celia does drop lower and lower, and there it is. Liquid with a world record 24 Gambit. First try, one and done. That's impressive.
one attempt, one world record for Team Liquid, 0 deaths on the board for them, and that moves them into first place on our leaderboard. Wow, what a start to the day. That was
That's
so
crazy.
impressive. I'm so excited by that, and what they are going to immediately do is now take 10 minutes of break timer. Yep, of course. Fine key, lads. How about a break? 4 of the 6 dungeons on the board for Liquid now have a world record tag next to their name as well. It's only the streets that they are behind by a little bit over a minute, actually, so a lot of time they could gain there. And then in the Halls of Atonement, they are only 20 seconds off of the world record. And in every single other dungeon, they are the best. So I am so curious what they will decide to do when they come back from their break.
I mean, me too. There are still a couple of hours left in the day, right? So they will need to find something to do to make sure they can ward off the other competitors that are on their heels. And one of them is mandatory, now have arrived in Celia's area here in the Gambit as well. One little tidbit for you. Some of our teams like to go on the left-hand side first, and some of our team like to go on the right-hand side first here in Celia's area. For mandatory, it's going to be left as well as the path in here and deal with our Starseer pack that they, of course, have set out for themselves as well. They do have 1 death, and like you mentioned, they are slower on their Hillbrand. They are faster on their Hooktail, though, so they definitely caught back up on their second timer.
Yeah, the Hooktail split was where Liquid lost the most time relative to other teams, so if there is a chance for the other teams to snatch back that world record tag in this dungeon, it will be on that split. But the good news for Liquid is that even if another team gets the world record tag in this dungeon, they probably won't be more than 5 or 10 seconds faster than Liquid. So Liquid have a lot of time in the rest of their day to focus on dungeons where there's more than 5 or 10 seconds for them to game. Again, remember, just looking at the streets, they have more than a minute they could pick up there if they are able to replicate miscount success in that dungeon. Of course, that is a big if, but we know that that dungeon has the potential. Whereas, you know, Gambit, I'm not sure there's more than maybe 30 seconds for teams to gain on Liquid.
Yeah, it's going to be a story to watch here at the MDI for sure, as we are around about 1 minute 30 in. We still have many more hours to go, and honestly, the 24 does look like the 25 is possible, but the 24 streets, based on miscounts timer, looks like it's possible, and I want to see it. I really want to see it, personally. We're going to be checking out if Liquid maybe attempts that, or if they're going to rerun for timers once they actually do come back here, but know this, it's going to be a big telltale on what the rest of our competition looks like, most likely.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be so revealing what Liquid decide to do when they come back from their break. But in the meantime, we do have to watch what all of our other teams are able to do in this Gambit. So far, there is only 1 team in the last boss section, but Holy Method are nearly done with Time Cap and Hooktail, and they'll be entering the final part of the dungeon soon as well, if they can avoid any huge disasters here. Mandatory on an 18-22 Time Cap and Hooktail split. Liquid's was a 19-23. So, Mandatory have almost a minute of lead over Team Liquid on that second boss split. Will they be able to convert that here on the last boss, as they're already nearly phasing this boss? This could be a huge lead, actually, that Mandatory gain in this dungeon.
Honestly, it would be kind of comical for Mandatory to be the team that gets a world first run in this key. Then Liquid comes in, one punches their 24, steals the world record key, and Mandatory says, well, about that. Actually, we're going to take that back. So I think it would be quite comical. We're going to be seeing whether or not they'll be able to do that. It all depends on whether or not they can have the same A push timings on Celia, and B, of course, the same damage as we saw out of Liquid, but with Bloodlust available, that definitely should be possible for them as they are pushing Celia into phase 2.
Yeah, there goes that boss push in just a moment here for Mandatory, and they still have so much time. I mean, 23:30. This boss is going to die in another 4.5 minutes probably, so this could be a 28-minute Gambit that they put on the board here, potentially, if they are perfect from here. Now, they are looking at only one more Ascendance. That is going to line up with their Lust. It'll probably be after the... not the next, but maybe the one after. The immune phase after the next one will be when all of their cooldowns probably line up here. But all of that should still mean, yeah, this boss could die in the next 3 or 4 minutes here for Mandatory. 4 minutes probably being something they would be really happy with, killing the boss from here. Yeah, so 28 minutes on the dungeon timer could be what they're playing for here, trying to snatch back that world record tag from Liquid. 28:48 is the time to beat. So as long as they can get this boss killed in the next 4.5 minutes, they will get the world record tag back in this dungeon.
Gonna be interesting. Mandatory took 6 minutes 45 in their first attempt when they timed this key. Liquid took 6:33. So a little bit of a difference for you right there. It all comes down to how well can we use that Lust? How well can we keep up uptime while stuff like those projectiles are just flying through the room? How much damage can Mode do while also keeping the group alive? A lot of small little wheels that are turning to make it happen. Mode needs to find that relic, does there. Last second, travels back into that corner to make sure it's being hit, and in goes the Ritualist pack.
Yeah, there we go. The trash is now in combat, and this is going to be the Lust out of Mandatory. Even though Ascendance isn't ready just yet, it will be in 5 seconds, and I expect Stove is going to hit that immediately, or maybe he won't even need to, as these Deeply Rooted Elements procs are being extremely kind to him. But nope, yeah, there we go. As soon as he comes out of that proc Ascendance, he is going to re-enter it by pressing the button here, and this is going to be a huge damage window for Mandatory to just take chunks of health off of Solia and kill off all of this trash for free.
Absolutely. Well, for free, you still need to get those interrupts onto the Rift.
For free,
Mandatory,
TM.
of course, know that. And they are working through it to hopefully have it done in a couple of seconds. For free, TM has been called by Dreadnought.
So, okay, we have this star now is about to explode. They are going to hop inside this anti-magic zone. A 3-stack is going to be immuned by Soda and Macian with that AMZ and Turtle. And then going to be healed through, in addition to defensive cooldowns and that Iron Bark as well from Mode. We do have a little bit of a dangerous configuration of relics, but Mode masterfully backsteps away from that middle relic to avoid getting double hit. And it looks like Mandatory are charging to success in this dungeon. In the meantime, Holy Method, a 1932 Hooktail, so slower than Liquid's. But still within range to time this key, and they did gain time on Liquid between Hillbrand and Hooktail, even though they weren't able to overtake there. Quite a bit slower than Mandatory were, though, in both of those splits.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised by Holy Method's speed. This is not generally a team that we look at and we go, oh, their splits are slower than the other teams. So I'm curious if it's just that one death that actually costs them so much, or if it's actually the way they are routing through that first area that throws them back so much, because their Hillbrand split is also slower. We're going to be seeing what their final dungeon timer is going to be, but first, of course, they need to get there, as they are also working away on Celia, not yet in the second phase, but back out onto Mandatory. You called it out. Just a quick reminder, world record tag sits at 28:48. So this is the last phase that they needed to push through on the relic. From here on out, it's boss dam, and hopefully they can melt it. Breath is ready, but Pillar is not.
Yeah, a little bit awkward cooldown lineup here for Macian. He's going to hold that breath for a few more seconds so that he'll get as much of it inside that pillar window as possible. As the boss is dropping below 10%, though, it's going to be time to just, press that breath, because you are going to need to do that in order to get your full breath before the boss even dies here. Stove not going to be getting back to the Ascendance, but did get a favorable proc of Deeply Rooted Elements at the start of this. It's going to be sub 28 minutes as Mandatory put a 27:55 on the board, and they take back the world record by nearly a minute over Team Liquid. A dominating performance in that Gambit. Not enough for them to move into first on our leaderboard, though, because they are still missing that 22 floodgate. So their times are now exceptional with the inclusion of that Gambit. If the other teams aren't able to match there, this could be a huge strength for Mandatory, but all of it will require them to time that 22 floodgate.
This is actually the first time this weekend we're seeing Mandatory sit on a world record tag. I think Tettles mentioned it at the top of show. They didn't have a favorable day one. They didn't have a favorable start of day two, but they clawed back so much in that ending of day two. So it's really cool to see them now finally also get one of these esteemed world record tags on our leaderboard. Hopefully they'll be able to time this 22 like you're calling out. A lot depends on it.
I know. I mean, this is incredible. Watching these 24s just roll in, I keep reminding myself, like, oh no, this is a plus 24 Gambit that they're doing right now, because these teams are just playing out of their minds. But we will keep an eye on the action as it continues. Dratnos, you'll have to keep an eye from the couch or chair, wherever you're going to be relaxing.
All right, later.
Bye. And we're bringing Nagura back to the desk. So obviously there is so much competition right now. We are seeing incredible play and these plus 24 Gambits coming in. And Holy Method, who we're watching here, obviously they want to defend their crown. We've seen before that they always have something that they can pull out to top other teams, just like Now was kind of saying right in his interview in our pre-show video. But Nagura, do you think it's going to be enough for them this time?
I don't know, it's going to be so tough to tell because we're so early in the day still, and everyone is trying to finish off those 24s. And it all depends on what is happening after, right? Like, what are teams going to do after? We do see Liquid is now back from their break, and they decided to do a 23 streets. They obviously already have done the 23 streets. That means they're trying to increase their time tiebreaker here, first of all. So they are 1 minute... No, let me see. They are actually 1 minute 20 seconds behind to the world record. So there's 1 minute 20 they can make up in this 23 streets. But makes them entering the 23 streets definitely makes me believe that Liquid does not have an ace up their sleeve, right? They have so much time left in the day. This would be the time of the day where they try and do like one higher key level. If they come back and they do the streets, to me that kind of says, okay, from now on they're gonna be improving their time tiebreakers. What do you think?
So, while of course I think that is a reasonable explanation, let me sell you some copium, okay?
Yeah.
So
okay.
They actually looked at what Miscount was doing in their streets yesterday, and we're rerunning this 23 just to check that our tech is working, and then if our 23 is going to be faster, we'll go into the 24.
Wait, you know what? I'm buying it. I'm buying that cope. I like it. Because here's the thing, just some information for the audience, is that these teams can't actually practice whenever the tournament is going on outside of the tournament times. So you can't access the keys, right? That means these teams in between the tournament days, they can't go in and practice runs. They can go through it and strategize and like theorize and like talk about it, but they can't actually play them on a tournament realm. So it is actually a possibility that they are kind of like, they did work on their streets route and strategy and they discussed it. But of course now they actually have to try it. And because there's so much time left in the day, trying it on a 23 does make sense because again, they have to, there's a 1 minute and 20 difference between their time in the 23 versus the best time. So why not do the 23? Because they have to rerun it anyway for the time tiebreaker and try something new and then potentially do the 24. You know what? I'm sold.
I'm glad you're on board. I tried to convince myself as well. I'm hoping chat is sold as well, but we need to actually focus in on Holy Method here because I was kind of looking at their timers and I was getting worried with that 11:21 Hillbrand. They did claw back on the hooktail split, and thankfully they are looking in prime position to also time this 24 Gambit. But notably, they're slower than both Liquid and Mandatory here, so this could be a dungeon they might need to enter again to try and be a little bit faster, unless they see another dungeon that has a bigger time chunk where they could save some. Now, checking in with Miscount, speaking of fast splits, I mean, we've been saying it all weekend, this team is speedy. They're zooming sub 10 minutes on Hillbrand, sub 18 minutes on Hooktail. Miscount are flying through this Gambit.
Wow, okay, so Miscount, the last team to be putting that 24 on the board. So obviously that is not ideal. But if they come in here now and they manage to get the fastest timer, then it's all worth it, right? Because that potentially means that the other teams have to come back here in the 24 and run it again. And Miscount might not have to. If they are finishing this key now without any further mistakes, then they're going to be putting up an insane time. It probably will be faster than mandatory, just looking at their Hellbrand and Tooktail splits here.
Yeah, those are crazy timers. I'm gonna level with you, chat. Those are crazy fast timers. Holy Method also on break, so if you're wondering what our teams are doing, of course we have players from every team also streaming their POV, but I can also tell you that they're currently on break and they'll be back in a couple of minutes. Mandatory should be back within the next 5, and Holy Method is going to be coming back within around 10 minutes now that they just started taking their break. Liquid already has taken their first break, and as you can see in the bottom right, they're working on this 23 straights, but I'm really curious when we're actually going to be tagging in Celia, because from then on, it's like 6:37-ish minutes for missed count, and that is going to tell us a lot.
Yeah, we're seeing the second Starseer now being engaged by Yargi here. As soon as the previous one did go down, we do see a bunch of traps and hexes come out to make sure that these other patrols and mobs are CC'd and they can get them in whenever they want them to, as long as they are finishing off those ritualists that they're fighting. There's only so many casters you can fight at the same time, so that's why we do see those CCs coming through. And then, of course, the Starseer is the main target for them, because that is the mob that is preventing them from pulling the boss. As soon as the Starseer is dead, they can pull whatever they want that is left from the trash into the boss eventually.
Yeah, I'm kind of being scared of speaking about this attempt just because of how crazy fast they are, but we also need to check in with Liquid a little bit because they are rerunning for timer, and I pulled up the timers that we have from Miscount, which is the fastest 23 straights that we have, and they killed Sofex on 5:57. Now, it looks like Liquid are pretty close to that. Yes, enhanced. So 5:59.
Wow. Okay.
2 seconds slower. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
you take those. I think
it's definitely good, especially if this is your first attempt with like a new strategy or new route. Because again,
exactly,
they were not able to practice this between yesterday and today. They only discussed it, and then trying it for the first time now live on the tournament, live on broadcast. So executing this straight away and being able to be that quick is incredible. So we have to keep an eye on them for sure. And I do want to say one thing about Liquid. Like, they are just crazy when it comes to the execution. The first team to finish off that 24 Gambit. And I checked up the runs from yesterday and from Friday. And one thing that I noticed is that Liquid did not wipe a single time throughout the whole global finals in an Arakara. They did not reset an Arakara once, which is insane because all of the other teams have reset multiple times within that first area in multiple different key levels. And Liquid just kind of ran through. Oh, Kira does go down!
Oh, Kira's down!
This is a full reset for a miscount. They're not going to be able to finish this anymore. They're going to have to portal out. And yeah, this is what happens with miscount strategies, right? They're so aggressive. And it's going to pay off once they time the key. But to be able to time the key is the problem sometimes, right? And we talked about nerfs, we talked about pressure for them. And maybe it's getting to them. Like, this might be this thing, right? It also might not be, right? This might just be, okay, just didn't work out this time around. And I do have the confidence in them timing the 24, of course. And they're incredibly fast. But yeah, they're getting to a point, like, they need to get this 24 done. All of the other teams have already done it. And they can't be behind because they need to catch up with the other teams with the tiebreakers and be able to do the same thing that Liquid currently is working on.
Yeah, I think it comes back to what you were saying earlier. If they're able to get in here and have a lot faster timer than the other teams, that means they're forcing the other teams to rerun. Yeah. And by that, it becomes equal. But you can only have so many attempts at putting that fastest key before it becomes like a net zero. I did look at the replay there real quick for miscount to see if it was anything specific that took Kira down, but it was just Celia's melee that actually was the final nail in the coffin there. It might have been mismanagement and defensives. I'm not really able to tell, to be very honest with you, but very, very unfortunate for them now having to redo.
Yeah, definitely. Miscount back in the 24, not taking the break. They want to finish this key before they take the break and do the same thing as all of the other teams did. So definitely just trying to get this on the board. not just get it on the board, but also be as fast as they want to be, which we know is incredibly quick. So this is another attempt, and we're going to keep a close eye at their splits whenever they manage to get to Hilbrand and to the other bosses. In the meantime, Mandatory is now back from their break, and they decided to go Floodgate, which makes sense, right? Both Mandatory and Holy Method are the two teams that were one score behind to both Liquid and Miscount at the start of the day. And that's because they did not time at 22 Floodgate yesterday. So that means both Holy Method and Mandatory, that's their first course of action. As soon as they are back from break, they need to get that 22 Floodgate done.
That's right. I do want to take this moment while we're watching Liquid here, as well as Mandatory and Miscount, of course, to reiterate this competition, because of course it is the final day of the MDI Grand Finals, and a lot of people are watching for the first time, Nagura. So I think we should do a little bit of an explanation of how it all works to make sure everybody's caught up. And if you have questions in chat, we can try to answer those as well. Miscount redoing their 24 in the bottom right will of course keep up with everything else that's going on as well. But would you like to start us off?
Of course. So this whole season of the MDI, of course, first of all, is about pushing the highest keys possible. The way you qualified was through the time trials that happened quite a while ago at this point, and the top teams managed to qualify for the group stage. So we had 3 group stages for the Western teams, and we had the Chinese regionals as well, which determined our 8 teams that managed to get to the global finals, which you're seeing right now. And today is the final day of the global finals, which means we only have 4 teams left. 8 teams we had in total initially on Friday. We eliminated 2 teams on the first day, 2 more teams on the second day, and now these are our final 4.
That's right. And the way the score works, because that's a lot of difficulty to grasp, I think, just looking at it sometimes, is you start with 0 score, and then for every timed key, you basically get the key level of the key you timed in score. Now, let's say you get a 20 priority time, that's 20 score. If you get the 22 timed, you get an additional 2 points on top of your existing 20. So all of those key levels you see here on our leaderboard and on the right-hand side of the screen for each team, those accumulate to the score that you see above. And that is our first tiebreaker. Whoever has the highest score at the end of the day is going to win. But then we have more tiebreakers.
Yeah, so the first tiebreaker, if we have 2 teams with the exact same score, would be the highest key level, right? So if there's a team that manages to do, let's say, a 24 or 25 streets, right? And the other team's highest key level is at 24, that means that the team with the higher key level wins. And if that is not the case, if all of the key levels are equal, then we would go to the second tiebreaker, which would be a time tiebreaker. For the time tiebreaker, the way it works is that all of the times get accumulated, so they just get added up, and whichever team has less time overall, they win.
That's right. And because of those tiebreakers, it's also so important for teams to focus on that 24 Gambit, because it is, of course, the highest key. So if you're unable to time that, it's going to be bad news for your first timebreaker situation. That's not something any of our teams can afford, so they definitely want to get back in there. Mandatory is working on getting to the 137 score. And there is some hopium existing on the caster desk right now that 138 might be possible. I'm personally holding on to that belief. For as long as this competition goes, you will not get it out of me. But Liquid working away on this 23 here. If you have further questions, we're happy to answer. I'm sure people in chat are also happy to answer. I know it's kind of tough to grasp at first, but once you get it, it's pretty hype. 13:39 locked in by them, and yeah, they're still pretty fast, round about 20 seconds slower than what we saw from Miscount.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. So far, they're still in 0 deaths, which is great for Liquid. We'll see what they're going to be doing here, as we talked about all kinds of different strategies for streets in particular, and we'll see if Liquid does manage to, or does change their strategy here. So one thing we've seen is that this mini-boss here, this commander, is just being dragged around and just dragged into the mail room, dragged into the RP for Mysa's Oasis, and it looks like Liquid is going to be doing that in just a moment here as well, as they're going to be dragging it on. And one more thing I did want to mention is, since there are some teams that are currently on break, that's another rule for the MDI, that they have to take a 20-minute break. It's mandatory. And they can split up the break however they want. They can do 10-10 or 5-15, but they have to take that break within the middle 3 hours of the day. So they cannot take a break within the first hour, and they can't take the break within the last hour.
That's right. And the break is mandatory, but mandatory is in the floodgate. Just make sure you're not getting confused by that. I want to take a little bit of a look at how Liquid is dealing with so far here, because this is where they use their lust. They play together with this Overseer and a couple of Peacekeepers, but we haven't done the mailroom yet. Is that correct, or did we do mailroom? I just saw the pan to the left for a second, and it looked like there were nameplates in there. Okay, it might have just been the Postmaster then.
Yeah, I think there's some trash that they're pulling on top of the Postmaster whenever they come back here and do the boss. But I think, let's see. Yeah, I think, no, actually they didn't. Okay, so they're just now pulling the mini-boss into the mailroom, getting that trash in. The mini-boss still alive. They wanted to just get the bloodlust off on the trash that is not the mailroom trash. Because I think the mailroom trash is not super difficult, I guess, for the teams nowadays, as they're also utilizing the line of sight here. As you can see, Wolf Disco just positioning himself to be able to line some of the mechanics, which then kind of makes the bloodlust more beneficial and better on the previous pull, and that's probably why they did the mailroom after. So just get the bloodlust off.
Mandatory are having trouble hit the board in this 22 floodgate. They'll have to restart. And Holy Method are also working away on their 22 floodgate after that break. Both of those teams want to reach the 137 like we mentioned. We'll need to see how it goes for them. We'll check in with their splits, of course, as we are seeing a reset from our teams. We're, of course, still waiting for mist count to time that 24 Gambit. We're starting to get in a territory where it could be scary, but here's our replay on mandatory. Soda goes down from a quick shot.
Yeah, that's crazy. Just getting the combo here. Quick shot, of course, on this boss is something you can't get targeted twice in a row with, so the boss is coded so that does not happen. But, of course, the quick shot's doing so much damage on this key level, and if you're pulling trash on top as well, you can, of course, die to a combo of a quick shot plus another ability, which is very likely what happened here. So it's not the quick shot that went from 100 to 0, but probably just another mechanic on top, which is incredibly deadly. So yeah, gonna have to see a reset here. I also want to mention that Miscount is taking their break now without having finished the 24 Gambit. It's just possible they were getting, maybe it was getting to them a little bit, and they just decided, you know what, let's just take this break. We can come back, one-shot the 24 back from the break immediately, something like that, and just, make sure that they get the reset in. Because sometimes we do see teams just kind of, like, smash their heads against a wall and not taking a break, like refusing to take a break, even though it's clear from, well, I don't want to say it's clear, but from, like, an outside point of view, it seems like that they really are making mistakes and struggling, which, is uncharacteristic for a team. And they just don't want to take the break, though, because, how these players are. They're so competitive, and it's about their pride. They just want to get it done before they take the break. But yeah, Miscount deciding, you know what, it's time. Let's take this break and just take a little bit of a reset.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. You do need to take the breaks anyhow, so getting that in after you had such a good run that unfortunately ended so deep into the dungeon, maybe the break will help in being able to shake it off here, but we need to focus in on those 22s a little bit for Holy Method and Mandatory, because as we just saw on the side of Mandatory, a lot of danger lies in a 22 floodgate, and it is a little bit not intuitive if you look at the key scores, because you look at like the 24 Gambit, the 23 Streets, and you're like, well, what's a 22, right? But the scaling in the dungeons is a little bit different per dungeon, so we don't expect the floodgate to get any higher than the 22s that we're seeing right now. And even that, we saw yesterday by 2 different teams to be missed the timer by like 3 seconds. It's a tough key for those guys to be able to put on the board.
Yeah, it definitely is. So Holy Method and Mandatory not going to have an easy time in there. And Liquid as well. So Liquid, of course, rerunning a key. This is not something that they haven't done before. So we know they're capable of this. But they are quite a bit slower than the fastest key, which is from Miscount. And it was a 3151, which of course is not going to tell you very much looking at the dungeon right now, since they're only 20 minutes in. It's going to be a little bit better to compare once we get closer to Soasmi. One thing that makes it a little bit harder to compare as well in the streets is, yes, we have the boss splits, right? Which technically is a really good comparison. But because the teams choose to do different routes and some people play the mailroom first, some people play Mises Oasis first, and then it kind of gets really tough to compare whichever team is faster until you get to like Soasmi.
That's right. That is exactly how that works. And I mean, it's the same in this Floodgate as you see right now. There's so much lethality. Each of these casts can basically take out a player, and sometimes the casts line up with other damaging abilities, which is just not great news for those players. They need to be very careful with everything here. The routing is dangerous. The pathing can kill you if you're stepping in the wrong place. And even something as arbitrary as a nail gun sometimes spells the end of you. So very, very dangerous scenes for Holy Method and Mandatory both. Holy Method already on the Demolitionist duo. I kind of want to pull up some split timers if you indulge me, and we can compare where they're standing on the timer in this dungeon.
Yeah, definitely would like to see that. As soon as Holy Method is going to finish off the Demolition duo, we'll be able to compare a little bit, because all of our teams have been doing Demolition duo first. In previous seasons, sometimes we saw the teams do Big Mama first, but yeah, everyone doing the Demolition duo first. Here we can see the splits for both Liquid and Miscount. 944, 947. So yeah, around 945 would be something that we would like to see for both Mandatory and Holy Method here.
That's right. Of course, you have to keep in mind that there were 2 deaths on the lower of those 2 runs. They came in a little bit later, so there is some wiggle room, but 30 seconds, certainly not a lot of wiggle room for teams to get through, and we just saw a run from Mandatory fall apart at exactly this boss. So let's take a look at Holy Method as they are dealing with Bront and Kiza. I've been loving how quickly they actually dispel the kinetic gel and instead use the charges where they can to get as through many bombs as possible. So this time around, unfortunately, a little bit of unlucky positioning here on Bront with these charges, but they're making the best out of it. It will charge back to Kiza, and they will be dealing with all of those bombs.
Yeah, one of the deadliest things actually for this boss here on a 22 key level is going to be the quick shot and the kinetic gel. So the kinetic gel is that circle debuff that gets applied to you, right? It needs to be dispelled. It knocks you in the air, does a lot of damage, and it also gets rid of these bombs. But one thing to note is the kinetic gel actually also ticks for damage if you don't dispel it instantly. And sometimes... Gingy does go down to the spawn of a bomb here, just using that disengage slightly too early. He was thinking that it would already be down as he gets there, but unfortunately not. And he does lose his life here. They'll have to use his battle rest to get Gingy back up, and also going to be losing some damage, of course, as we don't like those hunter deaths. You can already hear it's ironic yelling in the distance.
His black arrow stacks! I mean, he's right. It's just also funny.
It's true.
Checking in with Mandatory, they're now also getting in fight here, and you can see that they're tagging a bunch of trash into this boss. Of course, we've seen that from other teams as well, but this is where that danger lies. So the flamethrowers are going to be cutting some of that way off. Teams are not going to be able to stand in that for too long, and at the same time, we do have the contractors in here that are going to be adding some additional danger to our tank. So Skylark will need to be solid, but Stove instead does go down. The quick shot, too much mode, also taking really low there for a second. They were able to onk this one, so it's only half a death, really. They didn't need to use their battle rest, but anything going wrong from here on out, and you don't even have your Shaman's immunity anymore.
It is crazy just how much damage these quick shots do. It's like 80% of every player's health every time that quick shot does go out, and of course any other damage that you're taking is gonna mean death. So that's why we did lose Stove here just a moment, and hopefully they're able to recover. But yeah, this is a very difficult boss on this key level. The thing is as well, like I talked about this earlier, this kinetic gel that usually helps you get rid of these bombs, but they have to dispel it immediately on this key level, otherwise the dot is going to do way too much damage on top of a quick shot that potentially could be targeting you afterwards. So therefore, they have to immediately dispel it, and they have to pre-position themselves to make sure that they are dealing with these bombs. There we go, Stove immediately jumping there to make sure he's going to get rid of that last bomb. And then, in addition, they also have to make sure they're pre-positioning themselves for the charges too, because of the limited amount of bombs they can clear with these kinetic gels, because of the instant dispel that needs to happen.
So we were kind of hoping for teams to be on 9:45. Good news, this is where Holy Method would have been if they didn't have that death. Bad news, they did have that death, so now they're sitting on 10-minute timer, but like we said, there's like 30 seconds wiggle room, so hopefully if they're clear from here on out, they should be fine. They should be on the good end side of the timer, but like we mentioned, not a lot you can afford to have in terms of deaths in these 22 floodgates. In the meantime, unfortunately, Miscount coming back after a crazy 24 in this Gambit, unable to get that first, coming back from a bit, unable to get that first, coming back from a break. We're immediately slamming this run momentum. They're having another wipe and are recharging into the 24 Gambit, the only dungeon that they're currently still missing to get up to the main score that we're seeing from Liquid.
Yeah, so Miscount, right? Like, bad news. Obviously, they haven't timed the 24 Gambit yet. Good news. They don't have to do the 22 Floodgate like both Mandatory and Holy Method have to do, right? So this whole time where Mandatory and Holy Method are spending in his 22, that's the time that Miscount has to finish their 24 Gambit without actually being behind, right? Of course, there's behind to Liquid at this point already, because Liquid is at the same score as they were previous to this Gambit. So they're behind to them already, but Mandatory and Holy Method, of course, still need an upgrade. And then one more thing, we talked about this earlier. Miscount's potential speed in this 24 Gambit is so fast that they might only have to finish this dungeon once, and once they did that, they're done with it. While the other teams, especially maybe Holy Method, probably has to come back in the 24 afterwards and increase their time tiebreaker there, unless they have some ace up their sleeve and they manage to be able to do a higher key level somewhere else, which it's getting more and more unlikely as we go further into this day.
Oh well, competition is tough, and of course it doesn't get any less hard as the day goes on. Our teams will need to get through these dungeons cleanly and, of course, be able to time them, and sometimes not both is possible. Mandatory also with the additional 15 seconds here, even slower than what we're seeing from Holy Method. That is not good news. They don't have any time to give in the first place. We're looking at our time tiebreakers, and they will need to be flooring it in some of the other dungeons if they want to claw back.
100%. I do want to take a look at Liquid, though, because Liquid, of course, our number 1 seeded team right now, as they have that 24 Gambit and the 22 Floodgate done. They did take their 10-minute break, and they're now in this 23. This is their first attempt at this dungeon today, and they have not reset it, as they are now... Yeah?
Hold on. Okay,
holding on,
so
holding.
I was looking at our timers there, and I got real confused there for a second because of how fast they seemed to be on their splits, but I was comparing with Miscount, who do these in opposite order, so I was like, cool. Okay, we're okay.
Okay, so Liquid has 6 minutes 38 for Swasmi, which... So they're not going to be particularly fast in this one. Like, at least not in comparison to Miscount. Because Miscount, which is the fastest run we have so far, is a 31:51. And I don't think... Like, they're going to be potentially faster than their previous run, which is a 33:04, as you can see. I doubt that they're going to be beating Miscount, though. Like, they don't have enough time to be able to beat Miscount here, I don't believe. As they do have Swasmi now engaged, though, and their Bloodlust is running. So they pulled the boss at around 28:40. And the kill time of this boss would be around 4 minutes 30, 4 minutes 20. It's all possible.
Well, it could be 4 minutes. We do have Lust as well. 3:51 is what Miscount had on this boss, which was pretty fast, but... It's possible. In the meantime, another reset coming in from Miscount, unfortunately, and Holy Method having a second death here as well, able to get the rest in. They're going to keep this going on Big Mama, but like we mentioned, those timers will be relevant for our teams. They don't have a lot to give to time this dungeon at all, and they don't have anything to give in the bigger scope of competition amongst our teams. We'll need to see where they land, and we'll need to see if Liquid are actually going to be happy with this 23 that they're currently putting on the board. They're certainly faster than their previous attempt, but like you said, not faster than the fastest.
Yeah, at least I very highly doubt it unless they somehow manage to find a crazy amount of damage, which is possible because, of course, Liquid have incredible players on their roster. But yeah, we'll have to see. Miscount, unfortunately, having to reset their 24 Gambit over and over at this point. Ever since they came back from their break, I don't think they've even made it to Hillbrand once, which means that they're going to have to get past this. Now, one thing that I do know about them is from the group stage, when they attempted the 23 for the first time, they wiped numerous times in the first area, but as soon as they were past that second Goliath, they went on to just basically one-shot the dungeon from then on out. So I do think that Miscount is a team that can get this dungeon done as soon as they're past this first area. That mistake that happened earlier from them at the very end, I think that was uncharacteristic for them. I don't think it's going to happen to them again.
I don't think it's going to happen again as well, and I appreciate some good love-watching juju from you, Nagura. Hopefully it works out for Miscount as they're battling the beasts of the ocean. The Goliaths are relentlessly sending them back to the entrance of the dungeon, but maybe, hopefully, this could be the run where they get into Hillbrand and they're able to slam dunk this dungeon. We'll keep an eye on them, as well as on Liquid, of course, as they're finishing out this 23. Quick reminder, 31:51 was the timer for Miscount, so Liquid is going to be over that by a good chunk, as you can see right now. But do you think they're going to be happy with that, or do you think, like, we slam this dungeon, we go into the 24, of course?
Dude, they're blasting this boss right now. I just want to point that out. Like, yes, they are not going to beat Miscount's time, but Miscount needed like 450 or something for Suasmi. And you can see in the details, you can see how long they have been in combat right now. 3 minutes at this point, and the boss is down to 24%. I actually think they're incredibly quick right now. We do have another Arcane Surge coming up from Wolf Disco here in Execute. We also have Boomy's cooldowns, and we have Ashine's cooldowns as well. I think this boss might be dying. They might even be able to commit here and not have to dodge the next Shuri, which means that they're going to have a sub 4 minutes kill on Suasmi, which is actually incredibly quick.
It is incredibly quick, but Miscount had that as well. They had 351 on their Suasmi split. But Liquid are looking to be faster than that as well. Wow. So like you're mentioning, certainly accelerating there on that final boss. 30-25 is going to be locked in at now, chat. I need you all to do a little bit of praging with me, so hopefully we can see a 24. Hopefully the stars have aligned to make that happen. In the meantime, reset for mandatory as well. Here's that replay of how it all went wrong. They were in fight with Big Mama. Masting gets run over by a Doomstorm. Moat falls down, and from there on out, it was called, we're not going to be finishing this out. Maybe he even jumped. Maybe they were like, oh, it's chalked with this timer. I don't think he fell by accident, actually, looking at this. I think he jumped.
Yeah, I think so. So, looks like Liquid is heading into the Priory. That's interesting, actually, because from the time tiebreakers, the ones that they could make up the most time in is Gambit, where they can make up approximately 50 seconds. And then there's Halls of Atonement, where they can... Oh no, they're 20 minutes into the dungeon, and that's also, again, a reset for Holy Method here. They're gonna have to go back in. Yeah, this 22 Floodgate is just so rough for both Holy Method and Mandatory. They've been not able to complete this yesterday, and they just continue to struggle today as well.
Yeah, I mean, this 22 Floodgate, I think for no team really is a one and done. Here's our replay of how it went wrong for Holy Method. Now, actually, they had a bunch of deaths already on there as well. I think they maybe looked at their timer and said, this is not going to be good enough. Teams will need to be so clean. I mean, you're seeing it on Liquid. They obviously have the time to rerun a bunch of their dungeon runs, but if you're one of the teams that can still convert to +1, you better hope you're Miscount, where you're really fast in the +1 that you're still getting on your board, and hopefully are forcing other teams to get those reruns in.
What is Liquid doing, though? Are they doing it 23? Like they have the they have the world record in Priory. They literally have the fastest run. Like,
okay,
why are they
maybe
in there?
they know they can be faster.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously possible, right? Just because you have the fastest run doesn't mean.
So
yeah, I'm a bit confused.
Hold on.
What is
Hold
this?
on. That would be so cool, but it is a 22.
Oh man, I thought this was 23. Okay, this is crazy. This is incredibly interesting. So obviously Liquid at this point, like they look very strong. They're of course a team with that are number one spot. They managed to just improve the time tiebreakers in the 23 streets as well, which is great for them. Not the world record, but close to it enough that they feel confident. And now they're going to the Priory, which they seem to be the most confident in to make up more time in. Or, so a little bit of cope again. I'm going to reiterate the point that you made earlier. Yeah, I'm just going to say the same thing that you said earlier. Maybe they discussed, you know what? 23 is like the 23 Priory is the most likely point we could get. Maybe they talked about it before the tournament started, and they're just now running the 22, try the strategy that they're wanting to try, and then going to apply it to the 23 afterwards. You know, it is possible.
Okay, I like it. I'm with it. And hopefully we'll see a 23 Priory. Listen, at this point, you could say anything. You could come to me and you could be like, Makes, actually, because... Yeah, and I'd be like, great points. Great, yep, they're doing it. 25 Gambit. Let's have a look at Miscount, though, in their attempts on this 24 earlier today. In case you missed it, they had a phenomenal run, sub 10 minutes Hillbrand. They were flying through this dungeon, and then it all went wrong as they were already on Celia, something that we basically never see from Miscount. A tank death claimed their run, unfortunately, and they've been aiming to get back there ever since. Took a break in between, but that wasn't the momentum they needed. They're hoping to get back to Hillbrand here to get that magical run on the board.
Yeah, Miscount, again, they're like, obviously, it's not great that they didn't manage to get the 24, but because they came in with the 22 Floodgate already done, compared to Holy Method and Mandatory, they have some extra time they can spend in the Gambit, and it's not going to be the end of the world. So as long as they manage to get it done at some point, within the next hour or so, I think they're still going to be very good to be able to potentially still win the whole day, as May's team does go down to a flamethrower here, and Soda follows, so that means Mandatory is very likely going to reset this again. Only 5 minutes in, so not the end of the world, of course, but do want to get this done eventually. As, again, this is a catch-up key. Mandatory and Holy Method are still catching up to both Liquid and Miscount. Liquid at this point, they're just chilling, right? Like, they got their keys done. Miscount manages to get to Hillbrand room. That's very good news for Miscount.
Okay, you sold me on this. I'm a believer. We have made it here. We took our Stoneforge Guardians with us. We're on the way to start the RP on Hillbrand. In fight they are, with everything coming for them here down the stairs. Of course, this is a 24 Gambit. The danger never really truly stops, but at least they have made it through the Goliaths like you were calling out, Nagora, and I am willing to believe, to love watch, that they can get through this unscathed.
I believe in Miscount as well. There's one little game you can play here on this boss fight with these Guardians. Take a look at Verp, the DK, and just follow him around. See what he's doing. It's actually incredible how much movement you have to do and how much stuff you have to dodge in melee here, unfortunately, as all of these Guardians create so much area of denial on the floor, on top of the purification beam from the boss as well, and just everything that is happening here is crazy. Now, in the cycle that the Hillbrand is in the intermission right now, obviously there's a little bit less to worry about because the boss is not casting anything, but now we're back. All right, Verp, good luck.
That's right, yeah. And of course, at the same time, you are trying to get your cooldown sent into these packs to make sure you can do efficient damage while getting denied on everything. They're actually really cool, utilizing this cubby here in a cool way, where they're getting all the crackles over up to the console to make sure they're not denying too much space whenever they can. Of course, that's not always possible, as 2 of the crackles are getting through. At the same time, you do need to interrupt all of these vault purifiers. You need to make sure that that is being done, and you need to make sure that you're top before the bursts happen, as they do a lot of damage. And I mean, Burp, what a champ, just getting through this area of denial. Every single time I see these DKs here, I don't envy them. I really have respect.
Space. Where's he gonna go?
Yep.
Oh my
That's
god,
AMS. You don't go anywhere. You just stand.
It was so good that he managed to save the AMS for this point, though, right? Because he literally had to interrupt the purifiers, and there was just no space, so he had to use his AMS here to be able to interrupt, and then he was able to walk out. But yeah, like, you saw how crazy that can be in melee range here. Thankfully, they managed to finish up the Guardians now. They should be able to finish up Hilbrand nicely from here on out. Shouldn't be a big problem for them anymore. Those Guardians dead. Holy Method, in the meantime, back to that first boss, to the Demolition duo. They did have to reset this dungeon a few times already today and yesterday, and now they're trying to execute this. At the start of this boss fight, it's actually incredibly dangerous, because you have these quick shots doing an insane amount of damage, you have the kinetic gel doing an insane amount of damage, and you have some trash that you're gathering on here as well. You have to make sure the Shredinator is dodged without you taking a single tick of this, otherwise you're gonna die. You getting hit by anything means you're going to die.
Oh, really nice charge here for Holy Method. You're going to be able to clear 3 of those bombs in one go. You're always happy to see those kind of charges be able to take Bront back in, as they are getting slowly but surely through the Demolitionist duo and checking back in with their other team that's also working on that 22 Flood. Mandatory did have a couple more resets after that jump on Big Mama that we saw previously, so they're at the start, have done that first big pull. Liquid also seems to have restarted this 22.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so as well, yeah.
They're just trying to put timer between them and Miscount, in case you're wondering what's going on. They looked at their timers and they said, okay, we might be ahead right now, but once Miscount will eventually time, we'd rather be in the best position we can be. So they're just going through the dungeons and trying to be faster than their previous personal bests.
Yeah, and again, they're in this 22 Priory where they already have the world record in, meaning they already are the fastest team in this one. So somehow that means they either are trying something, or they really think that they can be even quicker than their 22, and they just have this like crazy kind of speed that they didn't manage to execute the first time. Another thing to note is the 22 world record that they have here is with 0 deaths. So
yep.
No, they did not have like a death here and there that they can like do better this time around. It literally has to be either them having a new route or a new strategy, or they really had something go wrong in the previous run that did not result in a death, but still caused them to be slowed down.
Yeah, it's a very interesting choice. Normally teams go into the dungeon where they're not the fastest to try and shave off timer,
Yes.
but Liquid says, well, you know we can do better than that. One of our cooldowns didn't go where it was supposed to, or whatever. I don't know what it was. If it was an Ascendance that didn't go where it was supposed to, then actually I do agree with this decision. I'm curious on how they're going to be routing through this dungeon, but we need to check in with Mistcount because they finished out Hilbrand. They're on their way to Hooktail, and I'm going to see if we're flying fast again. And yes, they are. 9:45 on the split timer for Mistcount here. That sparks confidence, I tell you.
Okay, that's incredible news from Miscount here. As, of course, we talked about this, they have to get this 34 done. They have been attempting this since the start of the day.
That's a 23 split. Look at this.
Yeah, that's basically a 23 split. They're incredible. Their last... So when they had this, like, wipe at the very end of the dungeon, let me see. Yeah, that was a... No, I can't pull up this one anymore. But yeah, that's 9:45. I think that's a couple of seconds faster even than
I think so as well. I think they had
9:50. Yeah, I think they were sub 10 as well, but they're even quicker this time around, which is crazy.
That is incredible miscount here in the deckhand pull. Bloodlust is running. Kira needs to be very careful in this pull here. You're looking at his health bar and you're like, nah, he's fine. But then every other millisecond, the mask glitches and suddenly that Prot Warrior's HP drops down and then immediately back up. Is very hard to actually see how tough this pull is on your tank just from looking at it this way. But I assure you, there's a lot that happens. And of course, the CC does come in as well here to make sure it all works out. The double CC in the back on the Tide Sage, the Hex as well as the Trap. Trap now run out. Hex is going to stay alive there as Kira starts kiting it out. Make sure he doesn't take any hands from these deckhands.
Yeah, and you can see Kira is already moving on, even though we still have some casters alive. So these brackish bolts have to be interrupted in the back, while Kira is already moving forward, getting these next casters out of their CC, and potentially even posturing to pulling a boss here as well. Maybe. We do see that the Bloodlust has been running out, and these sword tosses that are happening on from the officers onto the group is actually just doing so much damage. That is why they're trying to finish off these officers right after the casters. And once the officers are dead, they can potentially pull a boss, and there it is.
Wow.
Boss engaged at less than 13 minutes in the dungeon.
Wow. All right. I'm loving seeing them push on through this. I can't wait. Come on, Miscount. You can do it. And while it's hard to interrupt the action when every second can make or break the teams, I'm coming in now to do it. So Makes, your insights have been great as always, and we'll be looking forward to more when you're back later.
Bye.
Bye. And we're going to be bringing Zyronic in on the desk. Now, obviously, Miscount trying to get this 24 here with Gambit. And Miscount, they really refined their mentality this season. They've gotten a handle on their finals nerves, streamlined their practices, and come in with faster runs than ever. With Miscount, Zyro, what do you think it would mean for them to win this MDI?
It would mean everything. I mean, this team has been on the culmination of winning for the past 3 years now. And it's really unfortunate to see them struggle with the final key of the competition, because every single moment they're still working on this key is time that Liquid is shoring up the tiebreakers, right? Like, every single second Liquid gains is another second faster that Miscount has to go. So when we're looking at them potentially getting this 24 Gambit down, the pressure is not only on for them just to time this key, but to do it as quickly as possible. That's why we're seeing across the board for all of our teams, they're kind of realizing, hey, if we are able to get to that 137 scoreline, it's going to come down to time. If we have one death in a bad spot, we just need to reset the key regardless of where in the key we are.
Yeah, that is very true, and I mean, to be honest, they are looking very strong, so hopefully this is going to be the run for Miscount and they can put it on the board here. But here it is, Liquid. They are about to finish off that second boss. 12:04 is their timer here. Let's take a look at their previous best run, which is theirs. Liquid, of course, holding that world record in the 22, and their previous best split so far has been 12:26. So they're actually 20 seconds faster than their own best split, which is crazy. All right, so they definitely have some time that they can shave off of that 22 priority here.
There definitely is time, but again, remember, there is so much difficulty to the remaining pulls. Obviously, the giant Paladin pull that they're currently doing, tons of AoE damage, but look at the damage coming out of a Shine on the DK there. 70 million DPS blasting these mobs to oblivion, carrying the team on his back as he has all of the cooldowns prepared. And it's not like they didn't have cooldowns ready for this. Boomy had the Ascendance. Wolfdisco had the Call of the Wild available. Either way, still tons of HP to chew through on this pull. We need to check back in with missed count, because even though they have 0 deaths on the board, Nagura, I noticed something during that final trash pack. Yarki's pet actually died in his cooldowns, which is a little unfortunate. He did get the pet revive off right before they pulled the boss, but just a little bit of missed damage for them. So that's going to be, probably 5-10 seconds worth of DPS lost over the course of those 45 seconds he didn't have his pet. But still, no wipes, no deaths for them so far. So this is probably the best that Miscount has looked at any of their runs, except for that one where they wiped on Celia so far today. They really need to get this dungeon done in this attempt.
Yeah, I think so as well. And if not for anything else, it's also for their mental as well, right? Because again, we talked about the team sometimes struggling with pressure and just nerves on the broadcast during the tournament days. So not being able to time this 24 might eventually get to them the further and further they fall behind towards the other teams. So they do want to get this done just for the mental, making sure they can move on and work on those other time tiebreakers. And I did want to mention one thing about this priority for Liquid. Like, depending on how much faster they are on this 22, it's actually interesting because, of course, the teams between yesterday and today, they were thinking about, okay, what can we still do, what key levels, and how fast can we be for the time tiebreakers? And then they looked at the other teams' runs, and they looked at the fastest run in each dungeon, very likely, right? They looked at the fastest priory, the fastest halls, and so on, and saw, okay, what can we do to get closer to the fastest time that is on the board right now? But nobody thought, potentially, that the fastest times can be even faster, right? Except the teams that are holding the world records. So with Liquid being able to improve that priory, it might be incredible for them, because maybe the other teams didn't even know that that's a possibility for the 22 to be even quicker, right? So if they make up like 30 or more seconds here, but as I say that, they do have deaths coming through, Boomy dying twice to a Sacred Toll, or first to a Smite, I guess, a cast going through from the Priest, and then to a Sacred Toll, anking into it, basically, not being able to survive that. So it's just not great. That's going to be a reset for Liquid. Of course, when they try to improve the tiebreaker, having 2 deaths is just not going to be good enough, and they decide to just go again.
Even with the pet deaths, an unbelievable split on Titan Captain Cooktail here for missed count, sub 18 minutes, nearly 30 seconds faster than all of our other teams. Can they actually make it work, though? This is where they wiped last time around. These pulls are still brutal. Every single Starseer that you end up pulling, every single Pulsar does so much damage, and Verb goes down to a melee right on pull here. That pillar is gone. That's a little bit of damage gone for the first Pulsar that spawns. They're only going to have the Call of the Wild available for this first Pulsar.
Now we're going to have to see if they manage to finish this off before it takes out the team. You can see just how much damage this Pulsar does with each and every cast, but there it does go down, able to survive here. They're going to get at least one more Pulsar from the Starseer, and they still need to be able to finish it off as fast as possible. Keep in mind, time matters. It's not just about them timing this, it's also about how fast they can time it, because it might all come down to time tiebreakers at the end of this day. Miscount wants to be quick.
This spawn is nasty. It's so far away from the pack. They need to move everything over to this and swap onto this. They have no cooldowns for this. Literally nothing is up. Verb finally pops his cooldowns, is able to destroy that Pulsar, but they need to kill this Starseer off before the next Pulsar, because there's still an entire Starseer on the other side of the room that they need to kill. Hearthjax knows this needs to go down, instantly pops the Ascend, and they're going to chain into the next Starseer. That cooldown will still be up for this next Pulsar. Yargi will have the Call of the Wild available for it as well. Let's see if he pops that instantly or actually holds it for a little while. I don't think he's going to hold it at all. Instantly sends it. His first Pulsar should go down quickly, but afterwards, they're pretty much going to be tapped on cooldowns.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit rough for them. They, of course, need an insane amount of damage for the Starseer to not get more Pulsars than what they have planned for. But then they also need to finish off the Pulsars. You can see they actually they did cleave it a little bit, because we did have some cooldowns from AJ up to be able to keep the group alive. They were able to put a little bit more damage into the Starseer and just kind of focus the Pulsar down kind of passively, which is crazy. But there's one more. It's a third Pulsar spawning from this Starseer. They have to make sure, again, that they're kind of finishing off as fast as possible. This one died much quicker than the previous one, and now they are engaging Celia. I believe at least they're posturing to do so, but maybe they're holding back because they're thinking they might get one more Pulsar.
Yeah, they have no cooldowns up right now. This Starseer is not going to die anytime soon. The very next cast after this Drifting Star will be a Wandering Pulsar. Can they beat it? Can they kill the mob before they get one more Pulsar? No, they cannot. They have to swap to this. And this was actually such a smart play from them. If they actually pulled Celia and that Pulsar was pulsing on them, it could have been a potential wipe scenario for them. Miscount able to avoid disaster there. Finish off the Starseer, get onto Celia, but this costs them precious seconds, and we know that this competition can easily come down to those seconds, Nagura.
Yeah, definitely. We do know that Celia is also a boss that just takes so long. It's between 6 and 7 minutes that what you need for Celia, at least for the other teams, and that means that miscount is gonna be fast. But we're not 100% sure anymore if they can be putting up that world record anymore that we know that Miscount has the potential to do because of how fast their splits are in Hillbrand and Hooktail. But because they lost a decent amount of time now with that death and getting those additional pull stars out. They might not be able to anymore. We're gonna have to see once they get closer to the end of this boss fight. But first they have to get through phase 1, as they have to deal with these assassins and the rest of the trash that is still pulled onto the boss. And they also want to make sure they're facing the boss at a good time. They of course don't want to have one of those stars spawn right before, because that would be problematic.
It's all about lining everything up perfectly, right? They need to make sure that they don't have anything extra going into the intermission phase, because the Hyperlight Bolts on this difficulty will straight up one-shot you if you are not completely topped and have a personal available. A further Collapsing Star to come out here. Going to start proccing that on the Hunter. Of course, Yarki able to run in circles while doing damage on the Beast Mastery Hunter. No issues for him whatsoever. Slight reprieve from damage as he waits for AJ pop the team back up. They still have 2 more charges to get through on that Collapsing Star. Final one being procced by Yargi, and they'll probably just let the last one run out. No, they're actually going to manually proc it as well, as we get trash on top of the boss as well here. So this is the lineup that you're talking about, right? At 45%, the boss stops spawning assassins, but it can still spawn a Collapsing Star, so they need to make sure they push the boss either fast enough to beat the next Collapsing Star, or they wait to just deal with the Collapsing Star on its own right. Obviously, you'd like to proc the boss into phase 2 beforehand, but if you go too fast and you get the Collapsing Star at the last moment, that could be a disaster for them. Looks like they're going to be going for it, though. We're going for the push.
Yeah, they are going for the push. The boss is down to 42%. They have to get one more. And I think they managed to do it. All right, there it is. There's the intermission. They did not get another star. Very nicely done for them. This is one of those miscounts things to do, right? Like they are playing so risky. They are playing so quick. And if it pays off, they have these insane times. But that's also a reason why they are still in this Gambit, because they have such risky routes. It ended up not working out for them until now, but this might be the run where they can finish off Solia. They still have to go. Of course, they still have to go through phase 2 and finish the last enemy forces up still, but it is definitely looking very good for them, as Liquid is currently trying to attempt a time improvement in their plus 22 priority that unfortunately they just had to reset earlier on a wipe on a Paladin pool in front of Baron Braunpike, while Holy Method and Mandatory both are trying to get the 22 Floodgate on the board. But they've been, like, they had to reset them multiple times, while Mist Count and Liquid already have that 22 Floodgate on the board from yesterday still.
Right. Liquid and Mist Count reaping the rewards of their consistency yesterday. Liquid in the form of just being able to shore up all their time tiebreakers, and Mist Count actually being able to sit here in this Gambit and not be out of the competition, even though it's taken them nearly twice as long to potentially put this score on the board. They need to get this down if they want to have any chance of competing with the times that Liquid is putting on the board right now. Meanwhile, though, Mandatory and Holy Method are putting up good runs so far. Holy Method, a fantastic split on Big Mama in their current key. Sub 19 minutes is very fast. That's on pace as what we saw from both Liquid and Mist Count yesterday. Mandatory on a run of their own on Big Mama, but it's a little bit slower still. They're about to crest that 19-minute mark, and we also have 2 deaths for them in the final moments of Big Mama here, and unfortunately for Mandatory, it's going to be another full wipe 20 minutes into this key.
That is just a heartbreaker for Mandatory. They already had to do some catching up to do, not just when it comes to that 22 Floodgate, but also from the time tiebreakers. And it's just not going great for them in this Floodgate here. It looks like Mold is dying to... Yeah.
He just went over and ran into the electric field. Yeah, they realized sub 19 is the mark we want to make for Big Mama, and the boss was still at 20% HP. They didn't think they could push it before the next intermission phase, so they just called a wipe. They didn't have any time left to just spend potentially throwing attempts at that key. You know, those extra 15 minutes that would have taken them to finish that key and not time it could be the difference maker. But Mist Count finally nearing the end of this dungeon. 4 minutes left on the timer. They have plenty of time. Another intermission phase gone, and this is the Bloodlust push for them. The trash has already been pulled and is at 50% from the previous phase, but they were waiting for the perfect lineup. Look at the cooldowns they have for the Bloodlust here. Ascendance for Hearthjacks, Breath and Pillar coming up for Verbeer, and the Call of the Wild for Yargi as well. This boss is going to melt in this phase.
Yeah, they're going to be doing so much damage. The question is, can Mist Count beat the current world record that Mandatory is holding? 27:55 is the time to beat, as they are currently at 26:33. So they do have a minute and 20 seconds left to get the boss done, which there is a potential. They have the trash now done. They have only at the 26%. I do think they're gonna get one more intermission, and then that's gonna be the final push. They had so much damage during this Bloodlust window, so I think there's a potential, but it's gonna be really close.
It's extremely fast, right? That's the good thing about this run from them. They've spent so much time putting it together. This should be the final intermission. Now, it's actually on the verge of potentially being a little bit too high for them, especially since they just popped all of their cooldowns. Being able to beat that next intermission would be fantastic for them, though. They'd save another 15-20 seconds on the key. Missed count, trying to complete this key for the final time. It's taken them 2.5 hours, nearly half the day, to complete the final key that we've given this teams. But in the end, it might be worth it, as they might be able to just steal away the world record. Is it going to be enough?
And one more collapsing star, but it doesn't matter. They can just ignore this one and just nuke the boss. Full on commit, as a world record to beat is 27:55. And it looks like Miscount is going to be able to get that world record as Celia does go down. And they're faster than mandatory by 10 seconds, getting the world record in another dungeon.
Wow, just incredible poise to finally, after 2.5 hours, come up with that key. And where does that leave us on the tiebreakers? 14 seconds ahead of Team Liquid, less than a death, separating our top two teams here. And this is why we were talking about this, right? The teams literally are realizing one death could be the difference maker in this competition. If we have a bad death here or there, just reset the key and go again. That's why we saw this happen from Liquid in the previous run. Boomy 2 deaths on the Paladin pole, not good enough. Go again. We need that time.
Yeah, and Miscount immediately is zoning into the Priory as well. They know the Priory is a dungeon where they can also save a lot of time. This is interesting though, because looking at Miscount's time tiebreakers, the one where they can kind of save the most amount of time would be the Arakara, because the world record Arakara versus theirs is 1 minute and 10 seconds quicker. So in theory, that would be the dungeon where they're most behind in. Doesn't mean that Miscount has a route though, or a strategy that would mean that they can be, at that world record time, right? They might just mean Liquid is much faster and Miscount can't replicate that. So they're going into the Priory, which is a 30 seconds difference between the world record that Liquid is holding right now versus Miscount's. There's another potential that they try to do the 23, but I'm kind of assuming they are just going to try and do the 22 quicker. Same thing as Liquid is doing right now.
You have to question as well what Liquid's best opportunity here is for a faster time. Looking at their times across the board, the biggest differences between them and Miscount are in the streets that they've already run. They're about a 30-second difference there. In the Halls of Atonement, about a 20-second difference there. But the Gambit, Liquid's Gambit, as fast as they were able to get it done, their run was nearly an entire minute slower than what we saw from Miscount. So if they want to make up the most time, that might be the key that they have to go back into. Now, the other thing as well that we're talking about time tiebreakers a lot here. There's still the potential for Miscount to say, let's just go into the 24 streets. There's time left in their run, potentially on their 23, to get that 24 done. It might be a little too volatile for them to be comfortable going for it. But an extra +1 over the competition, that's usually what wins these competitions for our teams in this push format. We've never had a competition before where the teams have had the exact same dungeon scores across the board. The closest we had to that was the last competition, but it was 2 different dungeons the teams had +1s in. So, I don't know, this is going to be insane to watch for the end of the day here.
It is Holy Method. We can see them on our screen right now. Even though they had reset this key and wiped in this key multiple times, they are now finally on the last boss. They also, unfortunately, wiped on this key once, or had to depleted this key once by only a few seconds. I think it was only 2 or 3 seconds that they went over time here. This time around, the timer is looking a lot better. Not only is it looking better, they might even still have a chance to get the world record here, because the world record right now is held by Liquid. Liquid has a 32:24 finish timer in this 22 floodgate, and Holy Method might be able to just quite beat that by a few seconds, which of course it wouldn't be incredible because if they only save 1 or 2 seconds, right, it's not going to be the greatest thing, but they need this. They don't want to come back into the slot gate. They want to time this now, and they want to just never see this dungeon again for the rest of the globals and just move on to do other dungeons.
It's just, they just need to get this done. It's the same as miscount, right? In order to potentially win the competition, you need to have all of these keys done. But then after the fact, Holy Method is likely going to have some work to do in terms of timers, right? Liquid has been working away at those timers. Miscount has been the fastest overall team the entire competition. Holy Method has some slow keys. Their streets is nearly a minute and a half slower than what we saw from Miscount in the 23, so they're going to have work to do. But in order to get to the point where they can put in that work, they need to finish this key here. We've been in combat with the boss for 2 minutes and 15 seconds, 2 minute 40 left on the key. We know this is about a 4.5 minute boss, so the timer is there. Now, the cooldown lineup is not going to be as good for them as it was for other teams. Most of our other teams were able to have 2 ascendances from their early shaman on the boss. You can see Clix' ascendance is ready just now. He's waiting for the perfect time to use it. He's only going to get that 1 use, so the boss is not going to be quite as fast for them. But still, they should have the time left to kill the boss and finish the key. But any single death here could be the end for them.
Yeah, it definitely could be. It's also going to depend on who gets targeted by these Giga Steps, right? If they have some members get targeted a few times in a row and they don't have any more defensives available, that might be one reason to lose a member here. They have enough battle rests available, right? That's not the issue. The issue is the timer. 1 minute 50 left on the board, and as I said earlier, there's has been 2 teams that depleted this key by a couple of seconds, Holy Method being one of them. So hopefully this does not happen for them again, as another turbocharge is coming through. The MZ is going to be popped here to help Whippy out to keep the group alive. 1 minute 30 left on the timer. Boss down to 25%. Again, time to beat technically for a world record would be 32 minutes and 24 seconds, which I think at this point they're not maybe quite going to be making it, as looking at the cooldowns that are available for them, that Ascendance has been already used by Clix. He's not going to get another one of those. And we're potentially also not going to get more cooldowns, at least not within this world record timer.
The damage RNG for Holy Method here has been awful. I mean, Clix using the Ascendant still sitting at only 4.5 million DPS. No procs, no DRE procs. The tier set has not been stacking for him. He's hating this. And then also, Genji on the Hunter, sitting only at 5.5 mil. We were raving about Yargi doing 7.5 mil on this boss yesterday, and that was without the Bloodlust. This is costing them precious time. The final cooldown usage is just now active for Genji. Final Call of the Wild being sent. They're going to be able to finally time this key, but it's not going to be a world record, and all of these seconds are going to add up. Either way, Holy Method is our 3rd team on 137 points. Show us on the scoreboard where they sit against Miscount and Liquid. Ooh, they are far off the pace. Nearly 2 minutes of time tiebreakers away. That is a lot of ground that they have to make up, and there's only about 2.5 hours left in the day for them to do it.
Alright, so looking at that, 2 minutes, of course, is a lot of time that they need to make up in. I guess the good news for Holy Method is, like, they're going to be taking a break now, and they can look at the time tiebreakers. One thing that, in my opinion, is a good thing is that from just, eyeballing the timers, I think that Gambit is the one where they're like a minute or more behind compared to the other teams, which I think that's good, right? Because if you would be, let's say, 20 seconds behind in this dungeon, 30 there, 20 there, 15 there, that means you have to potentially rerun all of the dungeons, and you can't make up a lot of time in each. While if there's one dungeon where you're behind by a minute or more, then you can just go there and potentially just make up quite a lot of time. So I think the best course of action for Holy Method technically would be to go back into the Gambit and try to do it a lot faster. The question is just, can they even do it faster, right? It's just because in theory they could be faster doesn't mean that they have the strategy and the practice to be able to execute that.
That's true. I don't want to count Holy Method out just yet, right? It's always a fool's errand to do so, because they've found ways to win so many different competitions in their different configurations of teams in the years of competition we've seen in the MDI. Remember, it was just the last competition where they made up nearly a minute 30 seconds in a Cinderbrew Meteor rerun for time and ended up winning the competition just off of that one run alone. If they're able to find that time in any one of these dungeons, they'll get within 20 seconds of our competition leaders. So They're not out of the competition just yet, but they really need to find some quick runs in some of these dungeons. We'll see what the plan is for them. We're not going to see anytime soon. We're on a 10-minute break right now, taking the remainder of their break timer. But we'll see when they get back what their plan is. Meanwhile, Mandatory have been just struggling in the 22 Floodgate. The only one of our remaining teams not to time this key, and it's just been a number of different things in this key for them that have been causing them issues. Right, Nagura?
Yeah, they have been wiping on numerous different times the key. They also just straight up had to reset one dungeon because they knew they were out of time, which I think this Floodgate might actually be the closest that we have from all of the keys so far. If you don't have a perfect run, like even just 2 deaths could mean that you don't have the time anymore. So yeah, Mandatory unfortunately struggling quite a bit in this Floodgate. Hopefully they can execute it very soon. I do want to take a little bit of a look at Liquid though here, as this is their second attempt at trying to improve their time tiebreaker in this 22 Priory that they already hold that world record in, as mentioned previously. But now they have finished Captain Dalecry. It's a 12-minute timer for them, and their best split was 12 minutes 26. So again, 26 seconds quicker than their first 22, which is kind of on pace of what we saw them as well in the previous round where they ended up wiping on the Brawn Pike trash. So looking pretty good for Liquid here.
Remember, the difference between Liquid in second place and Miscount in first place right now is a mere 14 seconds, less than a death timer differential between the two teams. More than 20 seconds faster in this run so far for Liquid, and the potential to make up even more time here. 21:04, the kill time for Baron Braunpike in their previous run. Miscount going for a faster run and Priory of their own on the Crux pull that's caused so many issues for all of our teams this weekend. The double night with Elena Emberlands in this corner here, line of sighting every single damage event from these knights in order to not take extra damage. They're going to get through this though on one of their first attempts, and it looks like they're on a good run here.
You have one more Holy Radiance cast come out at the very end here, which is not ideal, but did manage to finish off. And now they're going to be able to move on towards that first boss. The first boss also something that can be incredibly dangerous, just because they are pulling trash on top of it as well. You have all of these sharpshooters and cats that are jumping around. Now, of course, the Lynxes are something that you can kind of bait with the Resto Druid. You can see AJ has his Force of Nature, his trees that he's spawning outside, which is going to be baiting those charges whenever everyone else is in melee range. But this time around, AJ actually himself going out as the Impale as does hit AJ. Did not manage to line of sight it here. Gets a cat jump on top and does go down, as they do have to use that Battle Rest to get AJ back up. And keep in mind, this is a time tiebreaker improved attempt. So having a death here is not ideal. They might even want to reset this. Another cat jump going through on AJ, and he does go down again. I think this might be a reset for them. There it is. They are choosing to wipe and just go again because that's not going to be helping them to improve their timer.
Liquid speeding up the run here. 21:04 was the split for them on Baron Braunpike last time around. Nearly 40 seconds faster this time around. They are accelerating as we reach the end of the day here. They know every second counts, but the dungeon is not over yet. They've only dealt with the easier of the Braunpike brothers so far. Sir Braunpike looms in the distance as the final wall of the dungeon, but they need to get through a bunch of these casters first.
Yeah, these pulls can be incredibly dangerous as well, as you have all of these priests with this might, of course, coming through, as there's paladins as well that have the unavoidable AoE that can definitely be very deadly, on top of course, having to kite all of the consecrations, which could potentially have a priest or another caster standing in there, which makes it much harder for them to interrupt in case it is a Shine's or a Yips's turn to do so. But there we go, the doors do open now, and they're going to be able to move on to those light spawn pools, which are also not ideal and not easy, as those purification beams are making everything even harder.
You're looking back at that last pull for Miscount, that was just such an unfortunate overlap twice in a row, right? The way that they're trying to make that pull work, the Force of Nature, like you called out, the Trents baiting the Lynx charges, the second those Trents run out, it looks like they have AJ trying to bait all of the Lynx jumps, which means he's going to get those nasty bleeds in addition to a lot of damage. The first time around, he was the target of the Impale, which obviously, if you're taking the Lynx jumps, really unfortunate, you're going to get one shot. But the second time around, when he went out to bait the charges, he also got the pot shot from the Sharpshooter on top of it. there were a lot of things that could have gone better for that pull, and they just got RNG'd twice in a row. Fortunately, only 5 minutes into the key, so they're going to be able to reset and go again. Yeah, here's a replay of that. Look at this. Oh, it was the sharpshooter jump into the chute that actually ended up killing him on the second time around. First time, this is the first death of the Impale after the Lynx jump. It's really unfortunate. But again, 6 minutes into the key, not that big of a time loss. Oh, and in the grand scheme of things, but remember, there's only a little over 2 hours left in the day for them, so, man, you really don't want these things to happen at the end of the day. Oh,
I definitely don't want that to happen. Yeah, that is brutal. AJ trying to help the group by baiting these charges, but going down to that Impale plus charge once means that it's also going to be difficult to get those trees up again whenever that rest did go through. So yeah, just a little bit hard to recover something like this. Either way, they are back in that 22. As Liquid, though, they are approaching the end of this dungeon. As before they approach the end, though, they have to still fight Braunpike, of course, which has been claiming multiple lives so far throughout this global finals, and now we do have the double light spawn pool coming through as well. So Sevi, trying to survive without Shadow Melt available, has to take those purification beams, using Iron Bark on himself to be able to survive this, as they are now out of Shadow Melt. So any of those beams have to be taken unless you have some sort of immunity or, of course, feign death from Wolf Disco. They're trying to get those cast on the correct members that have defensives available, and they're also trying to kite them as much as possible because they're going to start to explode soon, which of course means that that burst of light is going to be healing. There we go. Nicely done by Liquid, not getting any of those heals on the mobs.
Just perfect execution of the pull there for Liquid, as it has been for them nearly all weekend. And there he stands, Sir Braunpike, dual-wielding that sword with the aura around him that has wiped so many different teams, taking great care to set up this pull perfectly. Wow, this actually might be the that was like a crazy standoff at the last moment there. But we are in on top of the pool. All of the cooldowns available. Bloodlust popped. Ascendance up for Boomy. And then finally, the Call of the Wild and the DK cooldowns being pressed here to murder this pull as quickly as possible. A single smite going off will one-shot a player with how low these health bars are. A single fireball volley will wipe the entire team. There is no room for error here. And not only are they aware of these tiny things that could potentially happen, but the other things as well. These risen mobs, as they die, they have a chance to explode to do a lot of damage. Your only counter to that is to stun them right before they die. You can see Thunderstorm knock up into Shockwave, actually going to miss. Their Cap Totem is actually the CC that's going to prevent those mobs from exploding at the last moment, preventing that extra AoE damage. But Sir Braunpike still at 30% HP here.
Man, at this point, this was such an epic introduction for Sir Braunpike. Honestly, I feel like I have to root for him at this point, but it looks like Liquid is able to finish up these Risen Footmen, as some of them did not get to see it, actually. The light spawn also going to be exploding in just a moment. They have to make sure Sir Braunpike is out of that AoE heal that is happening in just a moment. There it is. One more Footman and Sir Braunpike himself about to go down, and that's it. Liquid are able to finish off the one true final boss of Priory here, as they're now going to be able to move on to the Prioress Merprey, which seems to be just a little bit of a tiny mop that is standing there between them and the end of this dungeon.
Yeah, maybe they should actually swap the mobs.
I think so too, yeah.
In terms of difficulty in the dungeon. Yeah, that was great execution there from Liquid on that pull. But remember, in a world where we're talking about seconds potentially being the difference in these competitions, the fact that they felt like they had to sit there and stare down Sir Braunpike to set up that pull for what felt like forever, that could end up being the difference in the long run. So we'll have to see where they're able to stop the clock. Either way, they're able to get through that mini-boss and move on to the final boss of the dungeon. But the danger's not over yet. Still, on this encounter, pulling all of these Risen Footmen into the boss, there is potential for overlaps to occur. If they kill these mobs off at the wrong time without adequate CC to prevent those explosions, they could wipe, especially if it lines up with one of those blinding lights.
And it definitely could wipe, so they need to make sure that they are executing this perfectly, making sure they're using that CC on the priests and the footmen as they go down. You can see just how much damage this AoE does as well from the last boss. You can see they're slowly dying too. Like, these priests and these footmen, they're definitely not being focused. They are just going to be cleaved off of Merprey. But as soon as they're below, like, let's say 10%, they actually do want to switch to them and make sure that they are dying in like a controlled manner, because of course that's the seed that needs to be used on them to prevent that explosion damage. And one more thing I want to mention about this run here for Liquid. Of course, this is not about timing it. They already have the 22. This is about doing it quicker than what they did before. And the timer to beat for them to actually get a time tiebreaker improvement is, let me check, it is a 31:28 they're trying to beat. And they're definitely looking on pace to be quicker than that.
You can see they've got this Devout Priest CC'd off in the corner with a freezing trap and also a Hex from booming as well, just to make sure that they keep that thing locked down. They don't want any extra casts going off for the remainder of the encounter here. One final Blinding Light in the first phase going to go off, do a ton of AoE damage to the group, and this will probably be the opening that Liquid look for to try to finish off the remainder of these Risen Footmen. The second the inner fire pulsing damage starts to go off, they're going to be good to go. Lots of CC, literally every AoE CC button they're being pressed to make sure they overlap, and none of those footmen is able to get their expulsions off. And we are into the intermission phase. Priest going to be knocked out of CC. They're going to lock it down with some kicks as well as double grip from a Shine here. Pull that mob up to this boss and make sure it doesn't get any casts off for the remainder of the encounter. Again, 31:28 the timer to beat for Liquid here, and they're looking like they're on pace to potentially beat that in shave precious seconds off of their overall timer score.
Yeah, this would be so good for Liquid. If they manage to be more than 14 seconds quicker than their previous best plus 22 priority, they would be moving themselves into that number 1 spot of the day, because that's the seconds that is between Liquid and Miscount right now. Miscount, though, they're on their heels, as they're also trying to attempt to improve their time tiebreaker in this plus 22 priority. Currently on that first boss, they did just have to reset their previous key because they wiped on the trash before the first boss. But let's see if Liquid can finish this boss off. They're past the intermission phase now. Boss is down to 35%. Of course, the last enemy forces that they still need is going to be this priest that they're currently fighting. And there's also a mage as well that's the seed in this corner.
They don't need the mage. I'm pretty sure the priest is 12 count, so they're just keeping the mage CC'd. This priest should be the remainder of the count that they need. Again, 31:28, and they are on pace to beat that by what looks like almost over a minute here if they stay on pace here. Remember, the previous run was also a zero-death run, so the acceleration here in this run is insane from Liquid, even with those 10 seconds they spent staring down Sir Braunpike. Bringing the Risen Mage on top of the boss. No, the priest was not enough count. I stand corrected. It was only 6 counts. They do need to cleave down this Risen Mage on top of them. They were just making sure they didn't have too many casts that they had to interrupt. That's going to cost them a little extra time in the long run, but still, it should be an overall time improvement here for Liquid.
They're actually so fast. A Shine does have cooldowns now coming up, and they're going to be blasting this boss in just a moment. They're actually getting the mage in as well. They do actually need it for enemy forces, but it doesn't matter. They're just going to be cleaving it down. It's going to die without them having to switch to it at all. So that means that... But there were so many smites going through because they have to interrupt the mage as well. So some interrupts have to go into that mob. But the boss is now down to 3%, and they are 30-30 into the dungeon. Again, a minute quicker so far at the moment than what their best run is. So they're going to be shaving off quite a lot of seconds. The boss goes down, so does the last mage. 30-37 on the board. Shaving off so much time, that's going to be moving them into that number 1 spot overall at the moment.
Nearly a 50-second time increase from 14 seconds behind to 37 seconds ahead of missed count. Jeez. And they still have timers to increase in other keys here. Where do we think they'll go now? I think it has to be the Gambit, right? That's the dungeon they have the most time increase left over missed count.
Yeah, that's a minute difference. We do see a replay here for a mandatory, because mandatory... Okay, this is 20 minutes in. This is the end of Big Mama, as we do unfortunately see Maesting go down to a shoot. And that means that they are going to be deciding to reset this key here, not being able to continue anymore. They know they don't have the time, and they are now going on their second break. So mandatory, unfortunately, just not getting this 22 floodgate done. They need this key. If they do not get this key done, there's no chance for them to be able to get that number 1 spot of this global final. And at this point, they're also running out of time, because not only do they need the 22 floodgate, they're going to have to improve their times in some of the keys that they've already done by quite a lot. Because in the meantime, as you can see, Miscount, Liquid, and Holy Method, all of them are rerunning their keys, improving their times in numerous different dungeons. So if Mandatory does not get this floodgate done soon, they're going to have a really tough time to come back.
It's just clutch time. Little over 2 hours left in the day. How badly do you want to win this competition? All of the teams have been working on this for so long. The passion is there, but the execution is differing. If you want to win this competition, it needs to be done now.
I just now realized, looking at Miscount's time here, Captain Dalecry is going to die in just a moment. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, Liquid split is 12 minutes. And I believe Miscount is going to be quite a bit under here. So if they finish off the boss here in just a moment, they're going to be 11:27. 33 seconds faster than what we've seen from Liquid, which is pretty quick.
There's a little differing strategies, right? I think they go for a little different trash count. This is only about 10 or 11 seconds faster than Miscount's previous best run. The biggest time increase in this dungeon for Miscount is not necessarily going to be going through the dungeon faster, although obviously that helps. The fact is, their previous run, they had 2 deaths. 30 seconds. That's almost the difference between them and Liquid right now. So if they're able to do the same run, but just a little bit cleaner and with 0 deaths, this could make up the entire difference and catapult them back into the lead once again. They're going to have to get through this Templar Paladin pull cleanly, though.
Yeah, this pull is just so crazy. You can see the Bloodlust, of course, has been committed as well. They don't have that Ascendance available. Usually the Elemental Shamans don't have it for this pull, as they have to use it again for the boss previously. AJ dropping so incredibly low to one of these Sacred Tolls, not being able to go into bear form because, of course, AJ has to keep everyone else alive as the AMC is coming out. They are kiting very slowly, making sure that everyone can slowly kite while standing in the F-flow, while standing in all of the AoEs on the ground, in the earthquakes from the Elemental Shaman and so on. So very slow and circular kiting that is happening here from Kira, as they now are engaging that other priest that has been CC'd in the corner because they didn't want to have all of these casters in at once. But now they do have some interrupts freed up, as they did make sure that they're focusing the casters first to be able to get the next casters in. But yeah, this pull is just taking so long at a plus 22. It's crazy just how many tolls are hitting the group.
Just when you think it's over, another barrage of Sacred Tolls starts to assault your team. It's never over for AJ, who's constantly having to retop the team over and over again. 8 million HPS required to keep Kira and the team alive through this pull, but it looks like they've done it. Looking across the board at the scores our teams have in this Priory, I mean, the major standout for all of the teams really does come down to the death timers. Liquid, the only team deathless in the 22 Priory, and the fact that they did it in 2 separate runs is incredibly impressive. Holy Method, their run, 3 deaths in them for that run. Miscount 2, Mandatory also 2. So these teams, if they're able to match the perfection of the deathless run from Liquid, they can make up a lot of time here. But it's not as easy as just saying it, right? It's a ridiculously dangerous dungeon. The fact that they were able to be deathless twice is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to have to see if they can keep up their gameplay, as they have been pretty clean so far in this plus 22 run. I did also want to talk a little bit about Holy Method, because of course it took them a little while to finish off this 22 Floodgate, and they are a decent amount of time behind to Liquid at the moment. But they are attempting the Streets 23. So just to give a little bit of a rundown from what is going on for them right now. So their previous Streets is more than a minute slower than the fastest Streets, which is from Miscount. But we have a death come through from Verb, as he does go down to the Sacred Toll here. Just running out of defensives at this point because there's just so many tolls coming through. This one death, it's not great, right? Like, obviously they could still improve their time, but maybe by not a lot anymore. Maybe, because right now it's 37 seconds, right? That is the difference.
Yep.
Between, 37 seconds. So it's gonna be a lot tougher for them to be able to go back into first place with just this run with the 1 death on the board. But they are continuing.
I'm actually curious. So I went back and looked at all of the best runs for our teams throughout the week, and I wanted to see exactly how clean Liquid has been. And this is a crazy stat. Are you ready for this? In all of the best and fastest run for Liquids right now, the scoreboard scores for Liquid, they are deathless in Arakara, deathless in Floodgate, deathless in Priory, deathless in Gambit, 1 death in Streets of Wonder, and 1 death in Halls of Atonement. Across all of their fastest runs, they only have 2 total deaths affecting their timer. That is ridiculous consistency from them.
That is really what Liquid is. Like, they are, in my opinion, they are the most consistent team out of all of the teams that we have right now in this global final, right? One thing that is a little bit problematic with that, though, is if you need to be faster, but your fastest runs already have 0 deaths, how much faster can you actually be? Like, how much quicker can you do these dungeons? Are your routes maybe slightly too safe in comparison to some of the other teams? We're gonna have to see. Right now they're sitting in first place, right? So obviously it's looking really good for Liquid. But if Miscount can do all of their strategies, execute them in all of these highest keys without any deaths, then I think Miscount in theory is quicker. Now, the problem, or the question is just, can they actually do these high-risk strategies without any deaths? So far, in this 22 Priory, they're not. They have this 1 death on the board, which is going to mean it's going to be a lot harder for them to beat Liquid's time.
Still lots of time left in the day for these teams to shore up their times, though. It is clearly Liquid in the driver's seat for the remainder 2 hours of the day. Where are they going to go to try to shore up their times here? Miscount on a good run of their own, but that 15-second death timer could cause a problem near the end of the day. Still going to be continuing the run, though, as they deal with Baron Braunpike.
They are dealing with him indeed. I have to say, the showdown earlier, I almost felt like I could hear a little like, wow, 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 when you approach him. It's always intense with this particular fight. But we are going to be letting the action continue on. Nagura and Zyronic, we will see you later, and probably in the chat, I would imagine, too.
Oh, for sure.
Bye.
Bye. And we're bringing Makes and Tettleson on the desk as we keep an eye on this Baron Braunpike. I mean, we were talking a bit about Liquid, right? And Zyro just outlined for us how clean they've been with all those deathless runs this weekend. Now, Tettles, so many people have wanted to see Liquid as a named team entering the MDI, and they're definitely not disappointing. So with them being an NA team, just how big would it be for them to win a competition often dominated by the EU?
Well, there's probably a logical argument to say that that is a European team, but we'll claim them as our own. Realistically, this Liquid team has looked fantastic, and I think it's off of what Nagura was kind of saying, just their consistent play and the ability to be able to time the highest level dungeons is a huge deal. At the same time, I really do not want to count out Miscount. As we are seeing on screen, they're going for massive time improvements in this Priory of the Sacred Flame. I had a chance to catch up with AJ last night and was talking to him in DMs, and he said that they felt like they were very prepared this time around, but things are just super stressful for them. AJ said he ends up like overthinking defensives, and he just isn't able to enter a flow state because he ends up getting super stressed out, and their timers for this tournament so far have been worse compared to what they did during practice, and that to me is very telling that for Miscount, there's a lot of time that they can make up.
For sure. I also am not counting out Miscount. I think if you look at the history of this team, there's a lot you kind of have at the front of your mind right now. This is a team that consistently looked incredible, and then somehow on the Sunday is not able to convert the keys that other teams are able to do. And for a split second for today, it looked like that might come true again as they were struggling in this 24 Gambit. I honestly was shaking. I was so nervous for them to not be able to do this dungeon, which of course based on their timers we know they're able to, but they of course I assume are remembering all of that as well.
I mean, they literally just have to be able to enter a flow state. There's kind of this tournament buff that happens to some teams where the nerves, they end up increasing and heightening your performance. And then for some teams, they make you feel like you're going to choke. They make you feel like you're going to be like tightness. You have like a tightness in your chest and you feel like you're always just like super unclutch. And for Miscount, they have to be able to clutch up. We did see Liquid. They finally have come back from break and they're back in that Gambit makes.
That is really interesting. So we of course know that the Gambit was kind of traded around in terms of where that world record speed tack is sitting. And so Liquid saying, hey, you know, this is another dungeon that we could go into and maybe be faster than what we showed before.
What do we got Miscount split-wise in the Priory of the Sacred Flame? Okay, it looks like they're 10 seconds faster than their previous time in here.
Okay, here are the splits, yeah. So 2 seconds.
Oh, 2 seconds faster.
Oh, well, that's a second, all right. That's 2 seconds.
Okay.
Matter of fact.
Well, Yeah, so they did have multiple deaths during that previous attempt. So maybe the being able to cut down on deaths in the Priory of the Sacred Flame, that might actually be that time save. Because they did have 2 deaths in their previous 22 whenever they were able to complete that. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. I did see that Holy Method, they exited the Streets of Wonder and restarted a new run. I didn't see exactly why, but at a glance, I just assumed that they were not happy with their splits in there. I think that the Streets timer is very contingent, and I'm interested in your thoughts on this first boss, and you're just trying to look for probably top 5% RNG on containment cells and damage, and then you're like, all right, now we have an acceptable run.
I think so as well. I think we were talking about this another day when we were comparing Sofex splits. It's just these containment cells, if they go on somebody where you need to physically break them out by DPSing it down, it costs you so much time. They have a lot of HP, and it's a time sink. So unless you have a try where you can just really evade all of the containment cells by stuff like AMS, Blink, and so on, I think you keep going in this dungeon to really get that magical approach. In the meantime, the Liquid are having a reset in their 24 Gambit, and we'll need to check in with Mistcount how much faster they can actually be in this Priory here.
Yeah. Talking about that Gambit a little bit, we didn't really talk about it too much at the top of day, but that dungeon is actually very volatile in terms of the timer, to the point where like the first boss is like a huge piece of that volatility, largely due to kind of what you guys were talking about earlier, Makes, with the Guardians and the melee DPS uptime. You were kind of joking about this poor Death Knight. Look at this.
Miscount.
We're seeing a miscount.
Miscount.
Debacle. It's going to be a full reset here for them. They're looking for time tiebreaker. Unfortunate. Like, they are looking for almost a flawless run in this dungeon. They are going to have to start this Priory of the Sacred Flame up again.
Okay. Obviously, that's not good, because we lost a bunch of time now, and our tournament day is marching onwards. We're 3 hours into competition, a little under 2 hours remain for teams to shave off seconds of their timers, or maybe convert that mystical evasive +1 key. For Mistcount, they need 37 seconds. If it would end right now, of course, Liquid is also trying to be faster than what they have on the board. And that Priory is a good dungeon to do that. So I kind of like it because they already had 1 death. For them to restart now is good, because you could have a run that has 0 deaths, right?
Okay, can you give me the mandatory rundown here? As the big mandatory fan on the desk, what has been going on, and what does their path to victory here look like?
Okay, so it's not going to be easy, but it's also not impossible, I think, is the thing you have to keep at the front of your mind. Now, for the past couple of hours, they've been working on this 22 Flood, and it hasn't really worked out for them. But they are also, of course, trying to not only time this dungeon, but time this dungeon in a fast way so that they're setting themselves up for good time tiebreakers, right? That is the big factor here. And we can take a look across their dungeons. Yeah, so they would want to time that to have the same score as the other team, so 137. But then when you look across the other dungeons, there are some that just stand out at being a lot slower, which would be that Halls of Atonement, as well as that Priory. I think those are the 2 dungeons you would need to rerun, while also having a fast timer in this Floodgate here. And then I think there's still a chance.
Oh, dude, I didn't realize that Mistcount can get 1 minute 20 seconds in that Priory of the Sacred Flame. Oh my goodness, this is going to be... If they're able to convert on this Priory of the Sacred Flame and be Mistcount fast, oh man, we are going to have an insane final 2 hours of the day today.
So, let's talk about hypotheticals a little bit while we watch Holy Method also try to
love
beat their own
hypotheticals.
timers in this 23. Yeah, we love hypotheticals. At what point do you look at a timer of other teams and say, there's no way we have enough time left in our tournament day to go into enough dungeons to beat their timers? We have to try and get a +1 done that we didn't even think was going to be done.
Okay, what is the +1? Is it the streets to 24?
I think so.
I think it's
24 streets.
It's not Aura 24, right?
So if you're Liquid, it could be. I think that would be the only team where I would maybe see that. There's a pro and con here. So Pro, they're really fast.
Oh, wow.
Pro, Avanox is scary, and she's right at the start. Con, Avanox is really scary, and she's right at the start.
That's true. Yeah. Holy Method had an insane split on that first boss in the streets. I think it was 6:02. Now, whenever we've seen some of the fastest teams, they've been like 5:58, but they're 5:58 with those officers still up. They're 5:58 with those overseers still up. Holy Method are 6:02, no trash left. So that is great. That is a huge split. I mean, look at the miscount in the liquids. Those were 5:59, 5:57, but that had trash up. And for Holy Method, they've already chopped off 30 seconds off their previous run in this 23. That could be a huge time jump for them because you see they're already 2 minutes and 40 seconds behind Liquid. A huge monumental ask for them to catch up in time tiebreaker, but a lot of it actually is contingent on that streets because you see they have a 33-11 streets.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of math at the tail end of our tournament day, Chad, and I'm going to level with you. I don't have the brain globals to do all the math, so I'm very thankful for a leaderboard showing it. You can see the time differences between the teams to each other. And, of course, mandatory, their route is pretty clear. We were just talking about it. Of course, they need to get that extra point on the board first. For Holy Method, they have a lot of time that they will need to shave off, and that's kind of what I was alluding to.
Yes.
Like, right now, if you're just now starting your dungeon run, with overtime, you probably have, like, 5 more dungeon runs left in the day. Would that be fair if you have your breaks taken?
You're talking about, like,
if
full
we're being
dungeon
gracious,
runs, right?
Yeah, like timed dungeon runs. If you one-tap all of your dungeon runs, it would be right around 5 dungeon runs left in today. Now, as of right now, you can still shave off those 2 minutes 06 easily within those 5 dungeon runs, right? However, once we get closer to the end of tournament day, you'll only have time for like 2 runs that are being timed, and so it'll be much harder for them from there on out.
I think it's really interesting to see what ends up with Holy Method here, because we were talking about them versus Miscount. They're almost like the antithesis of one another in the sense of like Holy Method, they look a little bit slower. Their advantage is that they've been there before, and they are by far the most clutch team I've ever seen. Whenever the going gets tough,
they have plot armor.
Somehow they show up and win. And I was talking with Shine earlier, and he was like, I swear, if Holy Method win, I'm going to be very, very, very upset. We have to beat the plot armor. And, like, that's kind of how he was viewing it. He's like, we have to beat them. But for Holy Method, this is kind of where they're able to excel. Whenever they were getting stuck in that 22 floodgate, I was a bit worried for them. Now that they have that on the board, they're able to rerun for time tiebreakers. That allows them to kind of flex into where they have that advantage, which is the clutch factor. They have Gingy. They have Now. Those players... They always are able to clutch up whenever the moments matter most.
It's true. I mean, we were talking about this earlier. This team is a team that goes into a dungeon and says, we haven't prepped this. We didn't think it was possible. And then they slam it. Cinebrew metery, anyone? So definitely never a team to count out, even if they're currently not looking like they're in a dominating position. There's still a chance for all of our teams to time it here. Quick update on Miscount, as we were talking about them a lot, of course. They're currently on break. That will be their final break of the day. So after that, it's back-to-back slamming those dungeons. And I'm quite curious on whether or not they'll go back into the Priory or the Arakara, which is, of course, the other dungeon where they could shave off a lot of time. However, out of all of our dungeons, the Arakara is the one dungeon where Miscount looked like they could falter a little bit. They had a lot of retries in that dungeon, so I'm personally more of a fan of them rerunning this Priory.
Yeah, so you were talking about 5 runs to completion for the end of the day. I think if these teams actually are able to complete 2 dungeons with the timer improvement before the end of the day, that is probably a success for most of these teams. So for Liquid, I think the Gambit makes the most sense to be in right now. The other dungeon that I would maybe expect for them to run is at Halls of Atonement. But I think with the Elemental Shaman and the HOA, I think their strat's just kind of slow in that place. So I don't know how much time they can realistically gain in there, all things considered. For Miscount, their plan's kind of simple. It's Priory of the Sacred Flame and it's Arakara. Those are the biggest dungeons where you can get the most time out of. If they can cut a minute off that Priory of the Sacred Flame, that slingshots them back into first place. There's easily a minute that they can get off that Priory of the Sacred Flame just looking at their timer. For Holy Method, they kind of have a lot of work to do in most of the dungeons, obviously they started out in this Streets of Wonder, which I think, it makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately for them, though, they have a reset in the top right-hand corner of the screen. Brutal, since their first boss split was so good. But and then for Mandatory, they probably have the biggest uphill battle. They're not in the situation where they need a perfect end of day yet with like almost 0 depletes. But the longer they take at the Floodgate, the closer they're getting to that kind of inevitable situation.
I think I need to call attention to something. Maybe we can throw up the leaderboard real quick here, because Mathnos, you guys know him as Dr. Atnos sometimes. I had some theories about what exactly is going on here. So if you indulge me for a second, our leaderboard says 137, 137, 137, and then miscount is behind by 37 seconds. The 3-7 seems to be a big thing right now.
Is it a sign?
No, I'm just leaving. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. I'll just food for thought.
A great analysis, makes. Thank you.
That was Dratnos. I don't take any credit. Thank you very much.
Okay, what are we looking at split-wise for Hillbrand here? I think that we saw a miscount split in the 9s on this boss. Is that kind of what we're looking for?
So if we want to be fast, we want to be under 10 minutes. That's kind of where miscount we're sitting. But some of our faster teams even had like 10:25.
11:05.
They were still fast. Like, look at Mandatory. They just have a really fast second split, which then equals out that a little bit slower Hillbrand split. So it depends on how Liquid is planning to get through these 2 bosses, as well as the trash dance, of course, in front of Hooktail. I think I would be comfortable with them being like 10-10. I think that would be good.
Okay. Method, I didn't realize how bad their Gambit was. Now that I'm looking at that a bit more, it looks like
they were really slow.
They have a Tazavesh day awaiting them for the final hour 45 minutes. They are going to be in the streets and they're going to be in the Gambit. Those are the 2 dungeons that they have to get huge time improvements in.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if it's just the first part of the dungeon that slows them back so much, because their Hillbrand split is already like a minute slower than the other teams. Yeah, they when we first saw them in the dungeon top of day, and their split was sitting at like 11:25 or whatever, I wasn't even sure if they would time the dungeon because they looked so slow. But it worked out, It worked out. They need to be a lot faster, though, if they want to claw back into a dominating position here on our leaderboard.
Yeah. Okay, so for Liquid here, one of the big things that we've seen throughout most of the teams on this Gambit is the ability to be able to beat the final sanitizing cycle of this fight. You need to get Hillbrand, what would you say, probably 20-some-odd% here? Or like a 25-some-odd% going into the sanitizing cycle, and then it's going to be very, very close to whether or not you're able to beat it. You are going to have access to things such as that Ascendance. You are going to get another Call of the Wild here. At the same time, it is a very steep DPS check to the point where I think we saw miscount with the boss like running towards the middle as they killed that boss off on their best run.
Yeah, we saw for Holy Method, they actually do get that sanitizing cycle, matter of fact. So that's one of the many reasons why they're so much slower.
Yeah, that's where all that time is lost. I think that's
some of that time is lost for sure.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing whether or not Liquid are going to be able to beat that sanitizing cycle, of course. How much of a believer are we into mandatory splits, just looking at that? Because the first couple of splits that they locked into their 22 floodgates were really slow, but I think they accelerated a little bit in the past couple of tries, and they're back at Big Mama, so this might actually be a good run from them.
Yeah, I think that some of the slower teams had like 19-minute Big Mama splits, but everybody's kind of playing a marginally different route. Like, it's not a huge difference in terms of the route. I'm trying to see, but yeah, it looks like Mandatory is going to have an okay timer here. Let me pop them up on the big screen here. Yeah, I mean, if they're sub 19, I think that's totally acceptable.
So they're currently on the fastest demolition duo split we've seen out of all of our teams.
I have a tinfoil hat theory that they may have not timed this during practice, which is why they've looked pretty shaky here. And it's like, the fact that Missed Count, Holy Method, and Liquid all were able to time it in practice is, well, you know, it is a brutal dungeon. I'm not shocked that Mandatory were trying it during practice and they're like, there's no way anybody's going to time this. And they tried to optimize what the 21 splits would look like as opposed to going for that +1 in here.
Wait, are we sure that all of the teams timed it? Because
No.
I'm pretty sure that several of our teams didn't actually time the 22 Floodgate coming into today. I will, of course, not reveal any further secrets, but this is a dungeon not many teams were expecting to do.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Well, I think it's probably, now's an okay time to leak some secrets, Makes. Please do tell.
I will not. But Mandatory,
okay.
Like I said, their first split is really fast, actually. So 940 is what we saw out of Holy Method. 946 is what we saw from Miscount. 943 is what we saw from Liquid. So they are faster. That's pretty good. And hopefully they can keep that going on Big Mama. We kind of want to be on like 1830 up to 19, which they're looking to be right in between here. I assume like 1845, 1850 is probably where they're going to be landing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty long Big Mama compared to the rest of the competition. I was just doing a couple of glances at some of the other teams' Big Mama kill times. I think the fastest one was a 4:57. The slowest one I saw was a 5:11. And it looks like Mandatory is about to hit 5:35. Ooh, ooh, that's a tough boss. A Big Mama indeed.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it here. It's still comparable with some of our other splits that we did get from the other teams. In the meantime, though, I kind of want to focus back on to Liquid because we were talking about how much they need a time improvement. And I was like, 10-10 would be really good. They're in 10-16. Honestly, I take it. I think this is a good split for them in comparison to what they had done before.
Yeah, oh, wow. And as you say that, caster cursing.
Immediate curse.
Boomy gets brackish bolted from the Hourglass Tide Sages. And this is one of the most difficult parts of this dungeon. You have the Corsair officers with that sword toss, insane physical damage hit. And then if you end up having any of those Tide Sages with their brackish bolt cast go off, somebody just gets 100 to 0'd. We've reached the Keystone level where you are allowed to have 0 of those casts go through. And so it requires a very elaborate CC chain, and things like Earthquake Stun can actually juke and interrupt, and then force you into that CC chain for longer and create further problems down the line. So it's really hard to actually tell where that first problem starts.
So 2 deaths on the board. Why are we not town portaling? Genuine question, because we are like 10 seconds faster than their previous attempt.
Yeah.
They have 2 deaths on the board. That's 30 seconds against the timer. They're not playing this to time this key. They're playing this to be faster than their previous attempt. So either they want to try something, which is why they keep it going, or we still believe we can be way faster, which I would be impressed if they could.
So as casters, we don't know what their practice splits are. And it's really hard to actually tell where the huge pieces of time loss are a lot of the times. Obviously, if you did a very thorough route analysis on things, you could tell where the huge pieces of time loss are. But like deaths are it's a very easy way to identify, oh, there was time loss here. But then it's like, oh, okay, we accidentally had an additional pulsar spawn that ended up costing us 20 seconds or ended up making us lose a set of CDs or something like that. There's a bunch of invisible time losses. And we used to talk about
they
them.
definitely had a pulsar at the end.
Yeah, exactly. There's
still
small
like
things
30
like that.
seconds is a lot.
You could get bad DRE procs. You could get bottom 10% RNG on some of the boss kills. It's hard to really know. And that's kind of why the teams have a better understanding of like what dungeons they're supposed to be going into, because they have their practice timers and they actually know, because they were so entrenched in the run. They know where the time loss actually happened most of the time.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Stuff like that extra sanitizing cycle, like we were talking about for Holy Method, for example.
I think if you're 15 minutes into the dungeon as well, there's kind of this weird thing where if you're 15 minutes in, and then you
might as well run it.
Yeah, even if you gain 5 seconds off of your previous best.
To be fair, yeah. I mean, that's the benefit for Liquid, as they are leading this competition.
Okay.
Well, now maybe we town portal?
We're getting closer. For sure.
I mean, the fact we just pressed cooldowns on Boomy. I don't know, man. I think they want to try something, actually.
They did a very aggressive deckhand plus Tide Sage pull into the boss. I know we didn't really talk about it, and it was just on the screen as it was happening. That level of chaining is especially very dangerous because if Time Captain Hooktail hits any of those deckhands or that initiate with the infinite breath, then the mobs get knocked into the middle of nowhere and they you lose them forever, or they'll start bolting on you from 100 yards away if it's in the case of the Tide Sage initiate. And so, for Liquid, that was a very aggressive and scary chain. At the same time, it was a pretty big time save.
Yeah, I think they lost a lot of time in Solia's room, to be honest. I'm just trying to remember their run, basically.
Okay.
And they did that first pull on the Overseer pack, and then they got a Pulsar at the very end and needed to finish up playing just that Pulsar before they could tag in the patrol, and I think that cost them a lot of time. Now, I don't think it cost them 45 seconds, to be frank with you.
Yeah.
But if they maybe want to try pulling that a little bit more aggressively, just to see it, I could see them push onwards here with their attempt in this 24, because if any team has the time, it's Liquid, right?
Yeah.
They're leading. They can get an extra run in just for, but let's see what happens if we do this. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing, to be honest.
Okay, miscount here. They're back from break, and they're back into this Priory of the Sacred Flame. What was their previous Captain Dalecry split in their 22 makes? What are we looking to try to improve on time-wise?
Yeah, I actually have Liquids up. Hold on, let me grab theirs. That was the wrong one. There we go. So, miscount in their 22 Priory was sitting on 1138.
Okay.
And then 2030 for Braunpike.
2030 for Braunpike. Okay, so if we can actually make any time improvement on that 1138, that would be largely beneficial. It looked at a glance like Miscount ended up losing a decent amount of time between the Baron Braunpike and Prioress Murprey splits. So it might be...
They had 2 deaths there, I think.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be... I wonder what the size of those deaths were and how much time those ended up losing Miscount, because their first 2 boss splits were incredibly good, and then their third boss split was unbelievably slow. And it looks like Liquid, seeing the writing on the wall with their Time Captain Hooktail split, have elected to wrap it up, and we'll go again on this 24 Gambit for them.
Well, let's talk about timers a little bit more, because Mandatory locked in a Swamp Face, and that gives us another timer. Now, we were kind of hoping to be on 24:30, but 24:59 is still okay. They're currently on the slowest of all Swamp Face splits. Now, I will say that nearly all of our team, the only team that didn't have one was Liquid. Nearly all of our team had deaths in this dungeon, and they usually occurred where we are right now. And look at Skylark. I mean, he's still going.
So we're
still grabbing.
This looks like Mandatory's playing the Liquid route in this dungeon, where they're not playing that demonic jump starter mob. If this is full count for Mandatory here, if they're able to actually get that 16.5% enemy forces that are required to be able to get to 100%, that would be huge, because then I think that Swamp Face split is more than sufficient to be able to time this dungeon. Now, if they do still need that jump starter, then we're in a little bit of trouble. Stove actually ends up getting hit with the Electrician cast, able to barely survive off the back of having 30% passive DR from season wins. And Mandatory here are able to get both of those Electricians. One of the Electricians has been killed off. The second one is still casting on their team. But that's good, because now that opens up modes Dispel to be able to dispel some of these soldier dots off of Skylark more frequently.
Yeah, but of course, danger's not yet over. They still need to get through this. And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Liquid actually bloodlust? We don't have count, so
yes,
we're still going.
Liquid did a couple things differently. First off, they bloodlusted that. Secondly, they grabbed the double Electricians that were a bit weird. And Mandatory here with a very aggressive chain. So what they noticed is that those 2 Electricians, those were the mobs that were going to be the limiting factor for their ability to continue to progress with the trash in this area, and instead they end up killing off those 2 initial Electricians, and then they chain all of the remaining soldiers and inspectors and whatever random mobs here into this jump starter, press that bloodlust with their offensive CDs. If they're able to get this jump starter killed off in time, this Mandatory splits are looking good here. I think that they're gonna have enough time to be able to take down Giesel Gigazap.
Now, I love that lust because we had Ascension. I hate that lust because our DK got basically 0 value. We didn't have breath. We didn't have pillar even. That was a horrible loss if you're a DK enjoyer. But good news is we do have a count right now. Next up is the skip, and like you're mentioning, there's still time in that dungeon to put it on the board, but it hinges on getting this skip right. Many teams take a lot of damage here. They need to be quick. They need to make sure they survive. Heal does come in. Hopefully Mode is not in fight.
I mean, we slammed survival of the fittest as we're doing that skip. So, good news. Most teams were between 415 and 445 for Giesel Gigazap, assuming that you did not have Bloodlust. There is some variance in terms of DRE procs and in terms of Black Arrow procs. If Mandatory are able to go Deathless here and they don't end up losing any damage, I think that they're going to be able to finally put up that timer on that board in that Operation Floodgate. For Miscount, we saw them on the screen. They ended up having a death to the Sacred Toll in by far the most dangerous part of this Priority of the Sacred Flame. These Paladin pulls, if they're able to recover this and have a really good Baron Braunpike split, that's huge for them because we know that there's probably a minute that Miscount can save just looking at the rest of the field in terms of timers in the Priority of the Sacred Flame. AJ needs to be able to enter that flow state and just heal and just not even worry about defensives and just basically let his instincts take the wheel. Kira ends up unfortunately going down to the Sacred Toll, and we have a full wipe on the side of Miscount. Brutal series of events. We're going back to Dornegal.
Does this flow state talk have something to do with your crystals? Like, did they tell you that's how you would activate? I'm just asking. Maybe we need to take those crystals away from you, Tettles.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that maybe that crystal needs to be removed from Tettles immediately. So we'll see if we can get production to send somebody over. But, you know, in the meantime, hopefully, Tettles, you won't curse them any more than you already have.
Yeah, Tettles, please. I'm begging you. Miscount had too many tournaments where they came close enough and then weren't able to get it. I still think they're due. They looked so dominating. It would be a shame if they couldn't actually convert here. We're going to see them try that Priory again, but in the meantime, Holy Method is working on getting a timer improvement on their 23, and if Mandatory times the 22 that they're currently in, we'll see what our timers look like between all 4 other teams, because right now, they're a little bit skewed since Mandatory hasn't been in here before, but it all hinges on them being able to do it. Holy Method, certainly not going to be able to do this 23.
Yeah. Our Kush got threat on an officer and got proxy strike. That was an unfortunate series of events for him. Yeah, I mean, for Missed Count, they were kind of the tournament favorites coming into this weekend. They were dominant during the Group B weekend. They got all of the world records, and they were the fastest team by a lot to where all the competitors were like, okay, this Miscount team, if they're able to clutch up, this is their tournament to lose.
Yeah, it's been crazy how close it's been. Honestly, I think this is one of the MDIs of all time. It's really been a treat.
It's definitely one of them.
It certainly, I think it's one of the ones. I'm inflicting that on purpose, but Mandatory, we need to check in here a little bit. So the fastest Operation Floodgate, as Soda does go down. Fastest Operation Floodgate was on 32-24-0 deaths. Now, we just farmed a death, unfortunately. That ruins my point I was trying to make. But we're still good on the timer. Looking across the board, no more Ascendants are going to be available, but we will get breath.
The timer starts to get a little bit more sketchy now with that Soda death. I don't think that they're going to be depleting this key. I think they're still going to be on the right side of the timer, but it's going to be very close. I think that we're going to be talking about sub 15 seconds, determining whether or not we time or deplete this key. They are getting one more Call of the Wild for Soda beyond this current one, but he did end up losing his unyielding Nether Prism stacks, and so it's going to be a very, a lot smaller of a damage output from that Call of the Wild, where we've seen some Beast Mastery Hunters at this point in the fight at like 7.5 million DPS. That death right there, that's kind of telling as to why Soda is only at that 5.5 million mark. A huge damage loss for him right there.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the background. Zyro screams, "His Black Arrow star!"
His star!
It certainly is. It's a big chunk of time that they lost here. Our breath has ran out, and now as well we'll get one more Pillar of Frost onto Maystein to try and get some damage out. But this is what we've seen for other teams too. The damage kind of stops. Ooh. It slows to a halt almost if you're looking at the percent. So Mandatory will need to keep on pushing here without much available to them. They are close to that timer, actually.
Is this going to happen? I mean, Soda has his final cooldown set. That 15 seconds of death actually ended up losing them a Pillar of Frost and Breath of Sindragosa usage. It is basically all on Soda here with that Call of the Wild and with those final Nether Prism stacks to be able to take down Giesel Gigazap. 8% in 15 seconds. This is going to be unbelievably close. We have 10 seconds for 6%. Their damage is slowing down. It looks like they're going to be 3 to 5 seconds over the timer makes. At 4% with 2 seconds remaining. Mandatory's damage is slowing down, and it's going to be a deplete. It is a deplete to the one death of the dungeon for Mandatory. A brutal way of losing 33 minutes on your final day.
Oh, that's
That
a
was sad.
heartbreaker. Oh my goodness. Well, okay. Let me try a silver lining. Silver lining, you know you can do it. Silver lining, you got through everything. You only had that individual 0 death. There is a lot of things they can do to have more damage here besides dying. Like having your cooldowns ready for Lust, for example, would be great to get through that dungeon speedier, as Liquid are also falling apart on this Hillbrand split at least. Of course, counterpoint, Mandatory need to get back in there. It wasn't timed. It wasn't a fast run either, because, well, it wasn't timed. But they can do it. That's what they need to hold themselves to.
Yeah, I mean, that is brutal. I would be tilted. I would actually be so tilted if I were them. Like, my mental would be completely shot. You just worked so hard to try to time that dungeon, and that very narrow deplete, it's so hard to recover from something like that.
It is. I mean, I feel like Mandatory, we've just seen them struggle with what I can only assume has to kind of be their mental, right? Because we know they have the skills, but it does seem like they have just been kind of struggling to find their groove and like really having to push at the last second to see if they can just make something happen after a day of a lot of disappointment. And they are going to have to try to see if they can make this happen, although they are here in the top 4. So, you know, Mix, I kind of wanted to ask, as we look over everything and as we've had a lot of these dungeons being run, you know, Liquid and Miscount are fighting it out for every second in those top 2. We've got Holy Method and Mandatory striving for faster times and points in the bottom, although we're seeing a little bit of ups and downs with that. But what dungeons are crucial ones right now, Makes, that we are seeing our teams kind of hinging their success on?
So it's interesting because they're different dungeons per team, right? I mentioned for Mandatory, of course, they need to get that Floodgate timed. And then we kind of need to go into the streets and into the Priory to increase timers there. Now, there's still enough time in the tournament day to make that happen. But of course, with every heartbreak like the one we just saw, it's going to gnaw at you a little bit, and hopefully they'll be able to shrug it off with all of that competitive experience that they have. For Holy Method, they need a lot of time to shave off. So 2 minutes 43 or so to have a shot at taking the title here. First of all, we need to work on that streets, we need to work on that Gambit, and then maybe one of the other keys just to put a little bit more distance between them and the other competitors, I'd say.
Dude, this pull by Miscount, this pull by Miscount is unreal. That I was shocked that they just went for that is such an aggressive chain. That makes sense as now why their Captain Dalecry split is so quick. Just the aggressiveness in which Miscount does play this area is a huge deal. And you saw AJ, he kind of walked off to the bottom of the screen. What he's doing there is he's dropping his treants to try to bait those Lynx's leap to where they end up jumping on somebody out of melee range. And then once those treants expire, then he'll walk out to range to be able to try to dodge them just with himself. Or he'll go drop another tree. Totally fine here. And I think for Miscount, I think we're getting into territory where teams are only going to have maybe one more dungeon that they can improve their time tiebreaker on. Obviously, there's an hour and a half left in the day, an hour 20 minutes that you can see on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It's really tough to be able to improve your timer in a lot of these dungeons. Because a lot of times, whenever you're like, all right, we were able to time the key, we're out of here. Now you have to time the key, but do it better.
It's true. You're like, we finally were able to time that key we never timed in practice. And then you kind of like lean back on your chair, look at the leaderboard, you go, oh.
All right, we're out here.
You have to go back in there, and that is true for Miscount as well as, unfortunately, this is not going to be their run. Maybe let's look at Holy Method, because we have finished SoFax at least, and I think we're on a pretty fast tempo as well here, 6:07.
So their splits, I mean, their split's fine. That's a 20-second time save compared to where they were previously in the streets on the first boss split. It's not the best first boss split that we've seen out of them, but it is better than their previously completed run, and that's kind of the most important thing, right? You don't necessarily have to have the world record time in here, although obviously it is a huge benefit to be able to be the fastest. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't hurt. You need to be able to, for Holy Method, they need to be able to improve their timers by 2 minutes and 30 seconds straight across the board. I think that for Miscount and Liquid, they need to improve one singular dungeon by a decent amount, with whether it be that Gambit or that Priority Sacred Flame. It's a little bit different for both of the teams. Holy Method have 2 dungeons that they need to improve, and both of them being Taz of Eshes, with the Streets and the Gambit need to have minutes coming off of both of them.
Yeah, there's a lot that's certainly in there. So Miscount is currently working on that Priory, right? That's one of the 2 dungeons where they can save a lot of time. The other one is the Arakara, and I mentioned this in passing today, but also in previous tournament days. The Arakara seems to be the one dungeon where Miscount just isn't looking as solid as they are in their other dungeons. Here's the split timers for that dungeon, and I mean, they could shave off a good chunk of time just by not having those 3 deaths, of course. But at the same time, they had so many retries in the Arakara in the first place to get there, which it's worrying me a little bit.
Their Arakara was a bit sketchy. I think that was the dungeon that we saw them start to run at the beginning, or at the end of the day on day 1, and they ended up having a couple of resets on it. I think that for Miscount, though, like this Priority of the Sacred Flame, the plan is kind of simple for Miscount. Time this Priority of the Sacred Flame, ideally be 1 minute faster, and then we can start looking at that Arakara if we have any additional time that's left over, because the Priory is responsible for a huge amount of time loss for them, and also they know what their practice timers look like in all these dungeons, and so I think that like if they're trying to figure out where they can actually make up the most time, you start comparing it to what are some of your average runs during practice, and like where really can you make up the most amount of time, because we're going to time tiebreakers. It looks like it doesn't look like any team's going to be going for that elusive +1. It looks like the Streets 24 maybe just a little bit off the table. So with going to time tiebreakers, you just have to start busting out the spreadsheets from what were your times during practice, where can we gain the most time.
Okay, but how good would it be, right? We have 1 hour, 20 minutes left in our tournament day. How good would it be if a team, just like 30 minutes before tournament day ends, load into a 24 straights and just go at it?
Yeah.
Just, even if you think it's not doable, you have to just... So at some point, you're not going to be able to do anything else with your timers. I think there's a real shot we'll see teams attempt it.
That's maybe the mandatory win con. We just are like, all right, I'm over this floodgate. We weren't timing it anyways. Like, we had the chance to time it earlier. Now we are going to completely lose unless we do something drastic. What is that drastic measure? All right, zone into Streets and give an hour and 20 minutes worth of attempts on that Streets 24. I think that to me feels like the winning formula for mandatory. At the same time, it's just like, it's been a tough weekend for them. They had a tough group stage. And it, unfortunately, kind of the same gameplay happened for them during the finals, where they were good enough to just kind of scrape by. But some of the best teams in the world really just had that knockout punch on the final day, and Mandatory's just been locked into this floodgate for a while.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I mean, I would love to see it, right? And there's always the excitement of seeing a key that you never in your wildest dreams would have believed to be possible, and a team just giving it an honest shot. But I think it's too early actually to do that right now. Right now, Mandatory still need to time this 22, or try at least.
Yeah,
they came really close, so they know they can do it. But if we get closer, within the next hour-ish, I could see it.
The problem with going for the Streets is a first or fourth strategy, where you're either winning the tournament or you are getting less prize money and going fourth, right? And it's like there's kind of no other way around it if you end up bailing on the floodgate, because the other three teams with Liquid, Holy Method, and Mandatory with Liquid, Holy Method, and Miscount have timed that floodgate. It is a huge deal, and so they're already at the 137 score mark that you are not at.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there could even be a world where another team zones into that streets. You know, looking at Holy Method, 2 minutes is an awful lot of time. And 24 could just be one dungeon run.
Their Gambit timer is bad. Like I don't know if there's like any way to like dance around it. That time
way to crash my dreams, Tettles.
Their time tiebreaker. No, the time tiebreaker is like I don't want to say winnable, but the time tiebreaker. I see the vision. It's streets and it's a Gambit, but they need to be able to put the timers up for that streets and that Gambit quickly. Look at that Gambit, a 29.16. The fastest Gambit's a 27x.
Well, that's unfortunately true. So, but you know, we're working on that streets right now. Holy Method could put the 23 streets on the board with a really fast time and then be like, hey, whatever we did here, it worked. We hadn't had a chance to practice this new thing we were planning on doing.
Yeah.
Let's just do that in the 24 as well. Okay, I'll calm down. I've been copiuming a little bit.
Yeah, so Holy Method, they need 2 dungeons. They actually need 2 runs, so they need to be able to put up this streets, probably this attempt, and get a decent amount of time off of it. Ideally, at least 45 seconds minimum. For Liquid and Miscount, they're kind of battling against one another right now. And for Miscount, they only need 1 dungeon to be able to probably pass Liquid in terms of the time tiebreaker. For Liquid, if they're able to get a pretty significant time improvement in this Gambit, then they would slingshot back ahead of Miscount if Miscount are able to improve their timer in the Priory of the Sacred Flame. So both of these teams only need to really improve time tiebreaker in 1 dungeon. For Miscount, though, if they're able to get this Priory put up probably this run and have attempts at this Arakara on the 23, there is a lot of time that can be saved in that Arakara on the 23 that we know from Miscount. So they have, at least in my mind, the biggest road to victory, but it does involve trying to time one of the hardest 22s that we've seen this weekend with the Priory of the Sacred Flame. That is one of, if not the hardest Keystone Cap level dungeon. It's like that in Flood.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting seeing just where these dungeons have been able to go. And I mean, some of them, like you said, it's a lot tighter. They're so difficult. But we'll see what the teams are able to do. Unfortunately, though, Makes, this is your last shift on desk today.
That's right. I'll be watching from chat. I'm one of you now, chat. Get ready.
Don't worry. I'll keep the love watching alive on desk. Chat, you keep the love watching alive with Makes in chat, and we'll see this culmination together either way. But we'll see you later, Makes. All right, coming in now, we've got Zyronic, and Zyra, I want to hear some of your thoughts too on this. Chat's been curious about it as well, and I need you to really look at this through the light of Tettles' love watching crystals. Is there any chance that a team goes for 138 points?
I feel like if we were going to see it, we would already have seen a team put attempts at it, right? Like, the only team that I can see that has a chance at doing a +1 based off of any of their timers right now is Miscount with that streets, and if they aren't going for it, I don't know if they think it's possible. I don't know. What do you think, Tettles? They
would be the team that would know about the streets. They had by far the fastest timer in that streets. The timer maybe looks doable, but then you end up with just the demonic first boss. That guy is actually so hard to the point where tank damage, impound contraband, everything that happens on that first boss, it just doesn't scale very well into the 24. So I think if Miscount didn't try it, there's a reason that they weren't throwing attempts at it during practice.
Is there a world actually where it scales so high that the impound contraband just one-shots you on that key level? 24 is
well, it one-shots you on the 23. Oh, does Liquid miss the sanitizing cycle?
Oh no, they do!
We're town portaling. We're out of here.
That's 15 seconds gone. Yeah, they might just straight up town portal it. Although they do have time to make up still, right? It's not like this 15 seconds, it's essentially just a death for them, right? So they might continue going if they think the timer's okay.
I guess maybe you don't need the absolute god run to still be able to make up a decent amount of time. That first boss split is still 15 seconds faster than a previous first boss split. And whenever okay, you know what? I think it would definitely be incorrect to town portal there, even though it feels bad because you ended up losing some time. The fact that you're still able to make up 15 seconds and you only have a 30-second lead against Miscount, every second truly does matter. Okay, actually, they didn't even. Oh. All right, we're out of here.
No, we got stuck in combat. He couldn't go through the portal. Okay. Wait, well, are we going to continue going?
No.
He took the death and went through the portal. Okay, no, we're going again. We're going again. There's no way. 2 deaths. That's the most they've had in any of their keys so far. This is this is a reset. Okay. Well, a little unfortunate they finally got through the first boss. As we've been talking about.
It was a bad run anyways.
Yeah. We didn't like that split. Funnily enough, I think the same thing happened for Liquid in their previous timed 24. They had the same thing happen where the boss phased at like 1% and they had to do an entire extra intermission.
Yeah, I thought that they were going to have a 315 boss kill. They had the exact same split on the first boss. They had a 330. They had a. I thought they were going to have a 1015. They had a 1030. Unfortunate. At the same time, again, about an hour, 10 minutes now remaining for the rest of the day. This is probably the most important run in terms of end-of-day implications that we see actually going on. Holy Method is 17 minutes into the Streets of Wonder. They need to be able to improve timer in 2 dungeons to even be able to have a chance to battle against that time tiebreaker. They need the Streets and they need that Gambit. If they're able to put up the Streets here, that will afford them around an hour to try to improve timer in that Gambit. That would be a huge deal, Zyro.
So they need, how much, about 1:50 to catch up to the point where Liquid and Miscount kind of are. How much do we think they can actually make up in the Streets based off the timers they've already put up so far?
I think they're minus, what are they, like minus 210 on missed count and they're minus 240 on Liquid. Just huge time losses. How much can they make up in the Streets? Let's see. Take a gander here. It looks like we can pretty reasonably get like 1:10 in the Streets.
Okay. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and then they can get a lot of time in the Gambit. 1:20 probably in the Gambit.
Okay, so there is a path for them still with the time left in the day, but it kind of requires a situation where both Liquid and Mist Count really don't improve their timers at all at this point.
This is really tough. I mean, rerunning keys for time tiebreakers is, I would almost argue, harder than trying to time the key the first time, mostly because you're not battling against the timer of the dungeon, you're battling against your previous best split, and you're trying to put up like basically what is practice timers. And for Holy Method, they only have an hour, 10 minutes in the remainder of the day.
Yeah, I mean, considering the point of the competition is just to push the highest keys and actually just time them in the first place, and now you're saying, okay, do it, but better. That's a pretty ridiculous ask of the teams, and it's really impressive that we're seeing such high time improvements from all of our teams across the board. Even so, Holy Method, they are on a good run here. Their Zofex split about 20 seconds faster. Grand Menagerie keeping that about the same, about 20 seconds faster. We'll see after they kill Postmaster if they've accelerated or just stayed on pace with that 20-second case here. In the meantime, Mandatory still working on this 22 Floodgate. It feels like they've been in there for hours, Settles.
Okay, Mix and I were on the copium a little bit earlier. We said that if there was a team that was supposed to zone into 24 Streets, it was probably supposed to be Mandatory. Mandatory with the brutal 3-second deplete in that Floodgate. It's just... obviously, I think 22 Floodgate and 22 Priory are probably the hardest capstone level dungeons that we've seen across this weekend, and it is no surprise that Mandatory have been struggling so much in it, to the point where it made me wonder if Mandatory did not time this dungeon during practice. Like, I wonder if multiple teams hadn't timed this dungeon during practice, even just because of how hard it has been on these teams.
In looking at Mandatory's position that they're in right now, even if they were to time this key, the fact that they've been slaving away at this key for so long now means that they have very little time left in the day. Even if they were to time this dungeon on this run,
exactly,
they would only have, 40 minutes left in the day to try to shore up their time improvements. They would need to time this run that they've been wiping in for the past, 3 hours now. Then they would also have to go in like a one-shot 2-key upgrades that we've already been talking about are ridiculously difficult to do.
Yeah.
Again, not out completely technically just yet of winning the competition, but it's a long shot for them now.
Every placement differential, though, is a huge prize pool increase. Like, even if you can't necessarily get first place, every single step up is a huge prize pool increase. So all these players are going to be playing as hard as possible. There is basically no breaks. And for Mandatory, it's honestly felt like, I wouldn't be shocked if depleting that 22 Floodgate was kind of the last shot to their mental. Like, that would actually put me on full tilt.
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely be a very frustrating position to be in, but we've seen it happen to 3 of our teams now. It's almost, as spectators, you almost expect that key to be ridiculously close, regardless of what side of the timer you're on. Very unfortunate for them to not get it, though, after practicing it for so long. For our teams at the top of the leaderboard, though, again, miscount, trying to just improve the timers in the 22 priority, but it's just been proving a ridiculously difficult feat. There's so many things that can go wrong in this key.
I think if they can actually time this priority, and I think this is honestly why Liquid's one shot of the reattempt on the 22 priority was just so damn impressive, just because how many attempts Miscount have had to throw at this 22 to get timer improvement. At the same time, if Miscount are able to go deathless in this dungeon, which is something that we haven't really seen from them much this weekend, they normally have 1 or 2 spot deaths here and there. If they're able to go deathless, I would not be surprised if we have a minute time save for them, because they're the team that we know is the fast team, right? They're the team that plays fast and loose a little bit. Where, all right, they might have a couple of deaths, but they're always going to be the fastest.
Yeah, but I mean, we covered this a little bit right at the end of a couple shifts ago. Fast alone isn't good enough. When you look at the times and the consistency that Liquid's putting on the board, deathless in 4 of the 6 keys, and then the other 2 keys, they've only got 1 death. When each of those deaths is 15 seconds, I don't know if Fast alone just cuts it. Yeah, they're 2 deaths overall right now, which is insane. Like, and the fact that they have to then also improve their timers on top of that if they want to try to put themselves further away from the competition. I mean, they're trying to do the impossible right now. But that's what it's going to take to win the competition.
I think that Liquid has been the most consistent team across this weekend. I think that if you looked at practice timers, though, I would not be surprised if Miscount had faster times in most dungeons. Probably not all dungeons, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was like 3 or 4 of the dungeons Miscount had faster timers than the rest of the field. Because just watching how they've been playing, they've just been so quick every single situation. It's kind of like the Aster team. I actually think the best comp to this Miscount team is that Aster team that we saw back in Shadowlands, where they were just so fast in every single dungeon. For some reason, they always had deaths, and it was just like, well, if they could get everything going, there's always a chance.
I mean, they were one of the only teams to have the real potential to take down the juggernauts that we had in Echo back then, right? Remember, they were literally 2% on Nalthor the Rhymebinder back in the day from winning the MDI and taking down Echo. So yeah, that's a good shout. That team was absolutely insane, but they definitely are like a foil to Miscount. Now, that being said, looking at the way Miscount has played today, it definitely leaves a lot to be desired, right? The first 10 hours of competition were pretty much lights out for them, but taking nearly half the day to time that 24 Gambit, that has really cost them when it comes to the time tiebreakers.
Oh, dude, they're going to be kicking themselves so much if they don't win this tournament. They literally view themselves as the not clutch team that always chokes at the finish line, and if it comes true, again, if they manifest, I'm going to feel so sad for them.
Just brutal. Is this another wipe on Big Mama for mandatory? Please tell me they didn't wipe
a maximum distortion wipe?
Distortion? Just a kick? No. No, it's just they're finding every single possible way to wipe in this key right now. This is just so brutal to watch for them.
They just have to be on tilt. I mean, that I bet if they could have like a fresh restart, a new day, they would not be playing like this in this floodgate. It's hard whenever the pressure's on, and some teams, whenever the pressure is at its highest, teams like Holy Method that you see on screen right here, they always deliver. They are the most clutch team ever. And then sometimes you make minor mistakes and you get tilted. And it's really hard to recover whenever you have that mindset shift.
So here's an interesting stat given to us by production here. In order to have a perfect end of day to potentially catch up and overtake the #1 slot right now, Mandatory needs to run about 62 minutes of in-game dungeons. Okay. And there are 63 minutes left in the day. So there is no more room for error for them. If they want to win the competition, they got to clutch up and play perfectly right now.
What's the other dungeon that they need to run for time tiebreaker?
So for mandatory, obviously they need to time the 22 floodgate. Their biggest time gain would be the Priory for sure, though. Their Priory timer is very slow compared to Liquid.
They were suffering, I will say, in that Priory whenever they timed it the first time. I think they've thrown many of attempts. I feel like the only team that was even consistent at that Priory on the 22 was Liquid. I feel like every other team was 10 plus attempts minimum in that place.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a like you were saying. I think it might be the most difficult among the most difficult.
Teams depleted 21. Like I know that we've had 15 hours of dungeons, and so you might not remember what ended up happening on Friday. Teams were depleting the 21, not infrequently. Like multiple times, the 21 was getting depleted.
I mean, they were depleting the 20. So yeah, I mean there was a lot of mistakes happening in that key.
That
did happen. Yeah.
I forgot about that.
We'll have to see if they're even going to get the attempt to go back into the Priory and make up that timer. They've got to deal with this floodgate that's been causing them so many issues. It's important to mention now, with an hour left in the day now, all the teams are done with breaks, so we're not going to be incurring any penalties, which would, of course, guarantee a team to get 4th place, so that's good. But we're only an hour left in the day now, Tettles.
All right, split check for Holy Method. Mises Oasis going down at 27.09. Their previous Mises Oasis split, 27.42. A nice 35-second time save from them there. I was hoping that we could get maybe a minute 20 off of their previous split. At the same time, you're just hoping for Holy Method to make a huge jump in terms of their time saved here. They only have Soasmi left remaining with Bloodlust. Whippy is running ahead in that stealth and that prowl, able to start that 20 seconds worth of RP a little bit early. Now, the plan for Holy Method, it's fairly simple. They time this dungeon. They take whatever time save they get, and they get into Gambit. They have to rerun the Gambit on the 24, and there is about a minute, 20 seconds that can be saved in that Gambit. So they have to take every single second there in that Gambit and be able to convert that into a 27-minute, like 27:50 run, probably. For this boss right here, we're praying for good RNG. We're praying for good RNG on the Shuris, and we're praying for good RNG on the Divides. We're praying for good RNG on the double techniques. Because this fight, it can vary drastically in terms of kill time from 350 to like 430, depending on where people get and how many points of movement you have to make at any given point.
Yeah, and they have to really line up their cooldowns perfectly around those buttons, right? Like, the thing is, if the boss teleports away in the middle of your Arcane Surge execute as a mage, you're feeling really bad because every single global is so powerful during that. So they really have to line these things up perfectly and make sure that they don't get that bad RNG, because every second counts, right? They could make up, like you said, up to about a minute and a half worth of time here. If they are fast enough on the boss and they get good enough RNG, we'll have to see whether or not the boss gets any bad teleport overlaps here. Of course, no walls alive just now. First Divide coming out. Let's see whether or not they lose any time here. It looks like they're going to be good on the first Divide.
I think them and Missed Count probably have the best setup to be able to play Hunter Mage DK in this tournament. Boomy randomly being on Hunter for Liquid felt a little bit weird. Mandatory, I didn't feel like they had a great setup for just Mage. Obviously, Stove has played Mage in multiple seasons. At the same time, it's like Genji and Hearthjax on that Arcane Mage. Normally, those are the kind of people that you think about whenever you're thinking about the Arcane Mage. And Genji here, he's going to have to absolutely pump. This Arcane Mage, while he is only at 4.6 million DPS right now, the execute damage for the Arcane Mage is by far going to be one of the biggest points.
Yeah, and it looks like they're shaping up to have the third surge occur pretty much right in execute here. And this is actually a really, really good Shuri. This is insane. Genji didn't lose a single global there on that Shuri. And this is another great one. They could just go through the square portal and just continue doing damage the entire time. This is what they need. This might be one of the things that gets them back in the competition.
We're going for the 100% uptime Kush hack. Look at this. Now we get to portal straight over for that double technique. The Shuri was just on the other side of Soasmi. Holy Method have had basically zero uptime loss on this boss. They might be able to get a sub 4-minute Soasmi. This is a huge deal. 35% on this boss. Genji's going to be able to press his Arcane Surge here in 20 seconds and send this boss to Shadowlands again.
He's only going to have one more surge, so he's going to make sure to line it up absolutely perfectly here. Here's another Shuri that they're going to have to deal with. Double technique soon to follow. Yes. It looks like it's going to be a relatively quick portal over for them. The boss already passed the wall. Nearly zero uptime loss for them as well. Big deal. What's this double technique Shuri overlap going to look like? Are they going to have to portal around all over the place?
It's going to be, okay, we see the Shuri here. The double technique is probably happening in another 15 to 20-ish seconds. So Holy Method need to get to the safe spot. Kush
is in danger. That double technique. Whippy goes down to the Shuri. They don't have any way of resing him right now. They're not in line of sight. Are they even going to go for the res, though? They might just try to DPS through here. Okay, they get the battle res, but this is costing damage for Kush in the final moments of the fight. It's costing them a ton of time. We've probably lost in the realm of 30 seconds due to that overlap there. Whippy gets another dot, might die. The execute is coming out from Genji, though. Dude, they're doing a ton of damage, but they're running out of cooldowns now. The cooldowns are over right now. This last few percent is going to take an agonizing amount of time for them to get through, and the boss could teleport away at the final moments. A Shuri is coming across here. Are they going to try to finish it off beforehand? Are they going to be able to kill the boss before it teleports away? They are, and they put up an insanely fast timer on the board. How much time have they made up with this run?
Okay, that was an unreal boss kill time, and Kush was walking around for like 15 seconds in the middle of the fight trying to find our healer. That was insane by Holy Method, and now they are only 1 minute behind Miscount and a minute 38 behind Liquid. Is this it? They have plot armor, and Holy Method, where do they have to go? They need to go into that Gambit. 29 minutes and 16 seconds was their Gambit 24 timer. Their timer was bad. We've seen teams put up 27:45 in that dungeon, and if Holy Method are able to put up a 27:45, they would actually be able to do it. Oh my god, they're not even going to the Gambit. They're going to Priory?
Priory?
Why?
What? How much time can we make up? I mean, they can make up about a minute in Priory. Here's the thing. No, here's the thing.
Is their Gambit that bad?
Their Gambit isn't bad, but their Priory is really good. So just looking at the timers here, you'd think, okay, their Priory is kind of okay, but here's the thing you're not seeing. That 31:39 for Holy Method, that's with 3 deaths. So they can go insanely fast in this key. If they have a 0-death run, and they go at the same pace, they make up 45 seconds of the timer, and they're within spitting distance of Liquid here. If they go 15 seconds faster and have Deathless, they're right on top of them. And the crazy thing is, as fast as that Soazmi kill was, it actually could have been like 30 seconds faster if Whippy doesn't die, if they don't get bad RNG on that last Shuri, if Kush doesn't have to teleport out and not do damage for a couple times. They could have been ahead of
saw 30 seconds right there. Yeah, there was 30 seconds saved. It was 15 for the death, and then okay, it would probably be about 5 seconds from Kush's damage, but it was definitely 15 seconds from the death. Like that was a pretty big time loss. And for Holy Method now, we talk about them. They are the most clutch team. Is this going to be it? Are we really watching them clutch up once more? 55 minutes for tiebreakers remain. Zyra with his head in his hands, knowing
Are
the
they doing it again,
might be
man?
happening. Yeah, okay. There's no way they could do it again. Like, there's no way they're 2.5 minutes, like, worse on tiebreaker and they come back. I don't believe it. There's no way.
I don't want to believe it, but we have seen it so many times in the past. This squad just always somehow finds a way to make it work through all the adversity. They're just always there, even when they look like they're not playing well. It's ridiculous to see, but there's still about an hour of competition left. You can see the time remaining timer in the bottom left corner there. Still lots of time to start the final keys. But the thing for Holy Method is, this Priory, yesterday, it was not consistent at all for them. This weekend, it really kind of has been the thorn in their side, right? On day one, they started the weekend off in Priory wiping. They lost 45 minutes of day one to this key, and they continued those wipes on day two. It took them 10 or so attempts to get the 22 down. So it's by no means a consistent dungeon for them, but consistency is what they'll need in the last hour if they want to try to make up that gap to Liquid and Miscount.
I mean, dude, Miscount might put the nail in the coffin here if they're able to time this Priory of the Sacred Flame. This is a huge deal for them. If they're able to go deathless in this dungeon, I would not be shocked if they're 1 full minute faster than their previous run in here. Look at this. Miscount 31:54. I would not be shocked if a 31-minute Priory of the Sacred Flame was doable if they go deathless. Now, the if they go deathless part is by no means assured, but they're through the hardest parts of this dungeon. They're through those paladins. They're through those knights at the very beginning. They now have to deal with the very technical multiple CC packs with the conjurers and the priests at the very end of the dungeon. They have to deal with the light spawn RNG that can take out both AJ and Hearthjacks if you're not careful. But if Miscount get good RNG, get great procs, and continue to do missed count damage, this might be a huge pivotal moment in the race world first, in the MDI.
Well, so many of these players are also in the Race to World.
In the Race to World first Priory of the Sacred Flame world record.
Exactly. So I'm not going to blame you for that one there. But I want to point out, the splits for this run are not the fastest that we've seen from them. Their Captain Valkyrie split about 20 seconds behind, but they have accelerated in the middle section of the dungeon here. Their previous split in this key was a 20-30 kill for Baron Braunpike, and it looks like they'll have made up Kettle's 38 seconds. 38 seconds faster than her previous run. Can we bring up the scoreboard really quick? How far behind are they from Liquid?
Timer. We literally had 30 seconds worth of death timer as well at the end of the dungeon.
If they're on pace, if they keep this 38-second pace ahead of their best split in this dungeon, if they keep it deathless, they will be 1 second ahead of Liquid.
Write it down. I think if they go deathless here, they are going to be going for a sub 31-minute priority of the Sacred Flame run. I think that's the timer. But again, they have to go deathless. This is probably the easiest pull of trash remaining in the dungeon. It is 2 paladins, 2 priests. We just need to be able to rotate our interrupts on these holy smites. Any bolt going off on this keystone level, 100 to 0. At the same time, AJ, he has to be able to heal up through these sacred tolls. This is probably the easiest pull that remains because we are going crazy in the next couple of trash packs, Zyro.
Dude, Tettles, if it comes down to mere seconds and Liquid ends up losing off of the epic face-off they had with Sir Braunpike in their 22 Priory of the Sacred Flame, I am going to lose my mind. Missed Count not out of the woods just yet. They've dealt with both of the priests, one of the paladins going down. Kira known to just press W and chain pulls. Is this a potential chain for him? Is he looking to just go into the next pack? They could do it.
Paladin. You have to kill this paladin. There's no way they're just chaining this further, right?
Looks like they're going to be killing off the paladin. They actually could have killed it before the next Sacred Toll cast. Still 2 Templars alive. Important that these aren't risen mobs, so they shouldn't do the Light Expulsion cast when they die for the team here, but we're already into the next pull.
So Verb, he ends up controlling Undead the Mage on the right side. Double Light Spawn pull on top of Paladins. This is that big pivotal moment that we were talking about. Yargi and Verb have the ability to be able to drop the Light Spawns targeted the Purification Beam on them. Verb has the Meld, he also has the AMS. Yargi has Feign Death. Hearth Jackson, AJ, if they get targeted by too many of these Purification Beams, they will just end up running out of CDs. AJ has to really be on top of his game for the healing of both of those players with things like Ironbark, with things like Personal Defensives, Lumithar's Living Silk. Those are all huge pieces of utility that are available for Miscount. And Hearthjax, he's doing 20 million DPS without the Ascendant, Zyro. This guy is popping off. We're proccing our DRE. We're proccing our 4-set. This is a huge deal for Miscount because next pull, it is Sir Braunpike. He's very deadly. At the same time, he's a little bit easier than this pull.
He insta-pressed the Ascendants here. This is insane. They're going for maximum time save here. Normally, you'd want to save this cooldown for the Sir Braunpike pull, but they're identifying we just need to go for the fastest time possible. We need to get our cooldowns on cooldown as quickly as possible. Forget safety. We just need to go for the fastest time possible. This means that Sir Braunpike pull could take even longer, but in the long run, this might save them time. This is insane. They are lusting it, but no cooldown for that makes it so much more dangerous.
Nice. Great work. 1 light spawn death. The burst of light is actually desynced from one another. A Templar is unfortunately going to get healed there for Miscount.
Chain that.
A millisecond late grip by Verb. At the same time, all those Templars is tank damage. And like you said, we absolutely can chain that. And Kira loves to chain pull. Look at this. Miscount are gearing up to be pulling Sir Braunpike. They're waiting for this patrol. They're trying to let that light spawn get into a good pat. Bloodlust is available. And it looks like we're actually going double light spawn, triple risen mage. This pull is really obnoxious because you have to do round of kicks, and then you slam a bunch of CC over and over again until your kicks are available. So you see top left-hand corner screen, Verb, Hearthjax, and Kira kicked. Now we're going to be pressing CCs. Thunderstorm gets pressed. Implosive Trap probably gets pressed here in a couple seconds. We do have that interrupting shout, Cap Totem coming out. And then once all of those interrupts are available again, we're going to do a round of kicks into those Risen Mages once more. And this is probably the last very difficult pull of the dungeon for Miscount. This double light spawn Purification Beam. We've already pressed all of our defensives on the Paladin double light spawn pull. If Hearthjax gets targeted too many times, he can go down. You see that Iron Bark pressed onto him. AJ starting to run a little bit but fake resource for those Resto Druids. AJ even going into cat form to try to get a little bit more damage out. Very aggressive play here.
I mean, there's no more damage coming out. The only thing they're worried about is the purifications, and if they've got ways to deal with that, he doesn't need to be healing anybody except for Kira, and Kira's kind of got himself topped off, so we're good to go here. Stay in cat form, do as much damage as possible. You love to see it, but looking at the cooldowns, the Ascendance is still not going to be available for the pull of Sir Braunpike titles. This is going to be a scary pull for them, but they're making it work so far.
I mean, I like how they while normally very aggressive, Miscount do make the smart play to kill off those Risen Mages first and not cleave down these light spawns. If you end up killing off those light spawns desynced, one of them will heal the other light spawn. That is almost an inevitable fact. And the last Purification Beam ends up going off. Yargi feign deaths it, and that light spawn's casting that burst of light. Miscount. AJ even taunted that light spawn out. A great heads-up play to allow these Risen Footmen to not heal. And we have one trash pack remaining, and the boss here, Zyro, that separates Miscount from a huge personal best in this Priory of the Sacred Flame. It's all about getting CC on these priests. We're gonna go round of kicks, then we're gonna go CC over and over again. It's very similar to what we did on those mages all those pulls ago.
And here we go. The cooldowns, aside from the Ascendants, lining up quite well. Hearthjack's instantly pressing that cooldown. The second it's available, we need to kill off Sir Braunpike as quickly as possible because, like you were talking about, AJ sitting on fumes, fake resource, but whenever you're having to do 8.5 million DPS to keep your team alive, even the Resto Druid starts to sometimes falter in the wake of that damage. For the time being, though, he's got the team.
The priests are dead.
Nice and healthy. The priests are dead as well. It's just about making sure we actually CC these footmen as they die so we don't take that extra light expulsion damage.
Yep, the light expulsion, if you're too low from the pulsing AoE from Sir Braunpike, it can become problematic. At the same time, Kira's really not out of the thick of it either. Sir Braunpike's magic damage tank hit, especially against Protection Warriors, is very dangerous. And you see Kira merging that last stand with that shield wall to be able to take that hit from Sir Braunpike. These footmen are starting to drop pretty low. I would expect a shockwave. Ooh, we do see a bit of an early asphyxiate. We're seeing a cap totem. Every CC. We don't need CC anymore. Miscounter throwing the entire book at all of these Risen Footmen, making sure they don't blow up with that light expulsion damage. AJ does a great job. 11 million HPS on Sir Braunpike, not even breaking a sweat. And Miscount, deathless here. One trash pack and one boss, Prioress Merprey, to rule them all. Is this going to be it? We talk about Miscount having nerves. We talk about Miscount choking at the last possible moment. Is this where they clutch up when the going gets tough? Are Miscount going to be the final season of the War Within's MDI champion?
It almost looked like they reverted to their previous form for the first 2.5 hours of the day, but once they timed that Gambit, they have been lights out ever since. This Priory could catapult them into the lead. If they have just the normal DPS RNG, they could put time in between themselves and Liquid. If Yargi does Yargi Dam, if Hearthjack pops off, gets those DRE procs, what is it going to be for Miscount? Where are you going to stop the clock? Their previous timer, 31:54. That was with 2 deaths. They are 37 seconds behind Liquid right now. In order for them to take the lead, they would need to go faster than 31:27. That is the mark to beat in the dungeon for them here. 31:17, sorry.
I'm telling you, this is only like around a 420 to 430 encounter, Zyro. We could see a big PB.
Oh no, Title's mandatory! Again, Big Mama! Wiping them! I believe it was a take death this time into an instant team wipe afterwards. They needed every minute they had left in the day. I don't think they have a path to victory now.
It's been a really tough day for them. I don't know if there's any way of tiptoeing around it. It's been a tough weekend for them. Honestly, this entire tournament, we gave them the benefit of the doubt coming out of group play. Mandatory, it just felt like they hadn't been playing like themselves across this entire tournament. Hard to really say what the problem was, though.
Another wipe as well for Holy Method, trying to make up some of that time they need. Again, Holy Method not out of the competition just yet. They are in the running for a potential win, but it's going to require a perfect run on the level that we're seeing from Miscount for them to get in the competition.
I think we might get like a 30-45 on this Prioress like on this Priory of the Sacred Flame split. I think we're going to get a sub 31 here. This is insane. They are so fast.
They have a mob CC'd, right?
Yes.
Please tell me that they have a Risen Mage,
has
please.
a control undead Risen Mage. We saw it earlier. They are going to be able to get count from that. Miscount will not be missing count today.
That would just be unbelievable if they managed to miscount once again, but not the case. As you can see, that Risen Mage off on the side there, missed count into the final phase of this boss. Again, remember, 31:17, the time to beat to take the outright lead off tiebreakers from Liquid here. It looks like you said, they're going to be on pace to go much, much faster than that. This second phase is taking teams, on average, only a minute and a half or so, so it looks like they're on pace to be ridiculously fast here. They might even open up a gap of 30 to 45 seconds here over Liquid.
I know. This is the miscount damage that we've come to expect. You see Verb there. He dropped that Risen Mage. It's come out of that Control Undead. And now Miscount just need to make sure that they're getting every single kick on this Fireball. And at the same time, probably the hardest part of this boss now is Prioress Merprey's Inner Fire AoE cast and AJ's ability to be able to heal that while the overlaps of the Blinding Light are happening. You see the Lumithar's Living Silk gets pressed. AJ also hot swaps into Bear form. He Ironbark's Hearthjacks. This is a very dangerous part of this boss for Miscount because they're having bad overlaps. At the same time, there's only one more of those remaining, and then Miscount are going to be able to take down this dungeon. And look at this, 30 minutes and 20 seconds in that Priority of the Sacred Flame, 10 seconds
a double proc
remaining.
Hearthjacks is popping off! They have no other cooldowns available. It's just raw damage and procs here to finish off the boss in the Risen Mage. The only thing left in sight is going to be the Pillar of Frost here for Verb, which is going to instantly press. Hearthjacks has to run, has no Spirit Walker's Grace for this. It's a big damage loss for him, but he's not really doing any damage outside of the Ascendance procs. Otherwise, where are we going to stop the clock? How much time do we have left to give? We have to kill off both the Risen Mage and Prioress Merplay. The clock stops at 30:49. Show us the leaderboard. How much time have they made up? How far ahead of Liquid are they? 29 seconds for missed count.
A humongous PB. A 30:49 Priory of the Sacred Flame. They're not able to take that world record tag away from Liquid, but they don't need it. They have 3 world record tags of their own. And now all eyes are on Liquid. Liquid were in their Gambit. I saw they made it through Hillbrand. I saw they were into the Time Captain Hooktail area, and they had an 1841 Time Captain Hooktail split, Zyro. How is this looking compared to their previous best run? Are they going to be able to make up 30 seconds here?
Oh, man, let's take a look. Yeah, oh, my God, Tettles, it's just back to back to back. The Hillbrand... Okay, listen, this is insane. The Hillbrand split previously for Liquid, 10:27. Exactly the same as it is in this run.
All right.
The Time Captain Hooktail split, though, that they had in their previous run,
okay,
19:23. They are 42 seconds faster in this run right now. Even though Missed Count has slowly gotten themselves into the lead by only a couple of deaths worth of timers here, Liquid have the opportunity to take it right back, and they are in combat with Celia, a beast of an encounter. This encounter could last them 6.5 minutes, but every single tiny increase they can find, they need in order to take that lead back from Missed Count.
Bro, my heart, I don't know if I can take it. This is the most intense I've ever seen for a championship Sunday in MDI or TGP history. And Liquid here, they need to be able to down this boss relatively quickly. Some of the timers that we've seen for this boss kill range between the 6:30 to 7-minute marker. You are praying for like top 5% RNG from both the Hunter and the Elemental Shaman. Really heavy RNG specializations. If they're able to get good Black Arrow, good DRE, and good Gathering Storms procs on their specializations, that could actually swing a 20 to 30 second differential.
Timer for the previous run for Liquid in the Celia's Gambit, 28:48. They need to go 30 seconds faster to reclaim the lead from Missed Count. But look at this, Missed Count, after being the first team to one-shot the 23 Halls of Atonement, they already have the world record tag in this instance. They already have the fastest run ever in this key. They're going back for whatever time they can glean from it on the board, if any. They feel like that's their best shot to put extra room in between themselves and Liquid for the time being. Oh,
so Liquid need a 28:15, is that right? Is that what we're looking for,
let's see, they
Zyro?
need 29 seconds from a 28:48. It should be a 28:19 that they need in order to tie Missed Count. So anything faster than a 28:19 would give them the lead.
All right. We're rapidly approaching the end of Phase 1 of Celia. The boss does end up phasing at that 40% marker, and Liquid doing a great job of playing this area fairly aggressive with their chain pulling. They ended up not actually getting that Pulsar that they got on their previous 24 run, which I think should save them around 20 seconds off of that final Starseer. It's about getting these Assassins gripped in. It's about getting all the interrupts available on that Ritualist. And, okay, one of the kicks actually got thrown to that Assassin. Totally fine. We ended up getting that mob stacked back up. Ideally, we get this boss below 45% HP, so we get no more assassin spawns. And now we push the boss prior to the next circle going off. Okay, great work from Liquid here. A huge time save. Now we have to watch this Ritualist. It's kind of annoying to kick whenever you're trying to do this Relic phase and get those lines through the Relic. At the same time, a Shine and Yips are going to be...
Savvy only kick. That bolt's going off.
No, we gripped it.
Okay,
We gripped it.
They're good. We gripped it, okay.
That's what I was saying. Okay, so Shine and Yips are going to be babysitting this mob. So Shine, he's got a bunch of grips on him. Yips throws a Storm Bolt at that Ritualist. Then Shine's interrupt there. Then Boomy has interrupt. And now for Liquid here, it's just the last phase of Solia. They do have that Bloodlust available. When should that get pressed here, Zyro?
It's going to get pressed with the lineup of all of their cooldowns. It looks like it's probably going to be on the next phase after the next intermission. That's when you're going to have the Ascendance ready. You're going to have a Call of the Wild ready to press there. Shine might save his breath for that. I'm not 100% sure that's going to be the play, but we'll have to see what they feel like the best overlap is. Obviously, they're also going to want to pull the remaining 3 trash mobs as well with that lust as well.
Okay,
so we'll have to see what the play is.
We actually get a good RNG Collapsing Star. The Collapsing Stars that are really near to the entire squad is hugely beneficial for Wolf Disco's ability to be able to do damage and get that Collapsing Star dealt with quickly. So there's never going to be any dangerous overlap. And Liquid, with good RNG on Collapsing Stars, it's not the biggest time save ever, but you probably get around 5 seconds from good RNG like that.
Chat, need your help. Who do you think is going to be winning the global finals in the final moments of the day? There's a prediction in the chat. Spend your hard-earned channel points on that. We want to see what you think. Is it going to be Missed Count, who have been the fastest team throughout the entire competition and have only now reclaimed the lead? Is it going to be Liquid, who's on the final boss in Celia's Gambit, who have a chance to reclaim the lead if everything goes right for them here? Is it going to be Holy Method, the team that has so many titles to their name throughout the years, regardless of the name of the team? Or is it going to be Mandatory, who have been struggling in this 22 Floodgate, but still an outside shot at the title?
All right, looking at Liquid here, they have engaged that trash pack. The final remainder of their count is going to be gathered here. They do have a Ritualist inside this pull. They need to be able to rotate their interrupts on it. Fortunately enough, the 2 12-second kicks from the DK and the Elemental Shaman and that Protection Warrior should be enough to be able to lock down this mob solo, meaning that Wolf Disco does not have to interrupt at all. And Liquid are going for the gutsy strategy. You see that Collapsing Star in the middle of the room? If you were in a pub, you'd be spam pinging it. What's about to happen, Zyro? AMS, Turtle, AMZ gets dropped down. Boomy and Zevi press defensives, and Zevi just heals through the 3 stack of that Collapsing Star, allowing Liquid to do way more DPS than they otherwise would have. A gutsy play, but it's what is necessary to be able to save them a bunch of time. Now we have this Ritualist up.
What goes down?
Disco goes down to the Hyper Light Jolt.
You know the line, Tettles. You know the line. All of his damage is gone, and this is the lust push for them. They just lost so much damage from that. They lost so much time. 15 seconds gone, and maybe easily 15 seconds of damage gone. You lose all your Nether Prism stacks. You lose all your Force-Head stacks on top of the Bloodlust. This is catastrophic for them.
How much of a time loss is that? Obviously, there's the 15 seconds worth of death. How much more time loss did he lose in damage? Another 15 seconds?
Easily. That Nether Prism plus tier set combo is a ton, and they needed to beat a 28-19 in order to retake the lead. But look at the timer now, Tettles. 27:43. They're not even going to be in the realm of that.
Is this just a slower run?
It is. Off that death, that is the most brutal death you could have possibly had at this point in the key. All of their momentum is just gone. 28 minutes of a day where they only have 30 minutes left are now gone. In Liquid, who looked like they were poised to take back the lead, have to retreat and go again.
Well, I'm at a loss. I'm going to be completely honest. This is unbelievably tense, unbelievably stressful that we are seeing here. Missed Count. You see them on the right side of the screen. There are current leaders off the time tiebreaker improvements that they just made in Priory of the Sacred Flame. Off those 3 world record tagged dungeons that they have. They're going for the whole enchilada. They're going for more time tiebreaker improvements in this Halls of Atonement, thinking that they have more to gain.
They certainly do, but they've had to reset a couple times at the start here. Again, a perfect run is what would be required for Miscount to somehow find a way to increase their time tiebreaker lead. That's what they've been doing for the past 2 hours, though, so they'd expect nothing less. We've had resets across the board, though. Mandatory resetting their Floodgate again. Holy Method resetting their Priory again. Of course, Liquid losing 30 minutes of the remaining hour of the day on that Gambit run. Quick relog there for Sevi. It looks like in the bottom right corner before they gear up to go again. It's clutch time. 30 minutes left in the day. You only have time for one more full run.
They need a good first boss split where they miss the sanitizing cycle that they keep getting on Hillbrand.
Yeah.
They keep losing 30 seconds to the first boss split. I think we are in the territory where it is no longer acceptable to lose 30 seconds to that first boss split. I think we need the 10-minute first boss split for Liquid. And that would be the 30 seconds that we're talking about, just by itself, on top of any timer improvements that they can make in any other part of the dungeon.
Just an unbelievable turn of events in the final moments of the day here, but still all to play for in the final moments as well. And remember, even if a team isn't playing for first place, there are massive jumps in prize money every step along the way. Each of these teams walking away with a minimum of $30,000 today, 45 for third, 60 for second, and the lion's share of the prize pool, 120 for first. So all of the teams playing for every single placement they can possibly get in the final moments of the day here. It's going to be another reset for Liquid as they have a couple of deaths on the first Goliath of their reattempt at the Gambit. This team has been so consistent throughout the weekend. In the final moments of the day, they're just starting to falter just a little bit, Tettles.
They were the team that put up the Gambit on 24 first. They haven't been playing like they have for the entirety of the weekend. Now that they're actually having to push for super fast time tiebreaker criteria, where it feels like they have to reset more frequently. They're also having deaths in unconventional ways where they haven't earlier on in this weekend. And Zyra, one of the things that you talked about is about how they were able to minimize their deaths. They only had 2 deaths in all of their dungeons throughout the entirety of this weekend for dungeons that they were able to time. And we need to see that out of them in this Gambit in the bottom right. For Miscount here, they're playing with house money. They're going for a larger timer improvement in this Halls of Atonement. An unfortunate wipe there off the back of a Hearthjack's death into a Kira death. At the same time, they're feeling okay, but not secure.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel secure at all with a 30-second lead against a team that has been ridiculously consistent. But again, the fatigue might be starting to set in. An entire weekend of high-intensity competition, needing to play perfect the entire weekend. That can start to weigh on your minds as competitors, but you need to bring out the best at the end of the weekend in order to win the competition. Remember, it's just 2 deaths that separate our top 2 teams right now. Holy Method a little bit further behind, but the crazy thing is, Holy Method are fast enough in this priority. If they can find a way to put together a 0-death run, they could make up that difference with just 1 clean run here.
If they can make up the entire time tiebreaker with 1 fell swoop, that would be unbelievable. Like that, this team is inevitable, and man, they've won everything for so long, so we shouldn't count them out. It would be unreal if now is the time that they clutch up and win the MDI.
I mean, I'm hoping for it. I can feel it. It would be unbelievable, like you said. But you know what, Dratnos? An incredible finale needs an incredible caster trio at the end of day. So get in here. This has been unbelievable. Last 30 minutes, everything on the line. The closest MDI we've ever seen. Dratnos, where do our teams stand?
Yeah, I mean, the exciting thing for Holy Method is that they will have time to do another key if they put this one on the board. We have 30 minutes left in our day before the overtime kicks in. So basically right now, a lot of the keys that are going, you won't have time to do another run after, right? The one that has just started for Miscount, the one that's just started for Liquid, very difficult for them to get another key. Not actually impossible. If they time these, obviously, in under 30 minutes, then they can get another run going. But for Holy Method, they're already a solid 7 minutes into that run. So they could take off a minute in this run, and then go to a different dungeon, pick up another minute, and then bang, MDI champions.
You make that easier said than done.
Look, it's a simple 2-step process.
Yes.
and then bam, MDI champions. It's like the question mark profit kind of
yeah, don't worry about it.
You say it's a simple 2-step, but why did I see so many random deaths to the dance on Avanox from so many of our teams this weekend? That's also a 2-step.
That is indeed, and I think that's why we haven't seen any Arakara today. Is too scary. That dungeon, way too scary. It's interesting though. I was looking at it because on paper it seems like it would make so much sense for Miscount to head to that Arakara, but instead the Halls of Atonement out of them is where they're hunting for their final seconds.
I think they're looking at practice timer runs and trying to analyze like where is the easiest amount of time that we can save, right? Because even if say hypothetically they had a perfect Arakara run except for those 45 seconds that were lost. Versus the deaths, it might make more sense to go to the halls if you feel like that's an easier 15 to 20 seconds that you can get out of it. Obviously, a 3-death Arakar, you would more often than not speculate that that's not going to be perfect. there is reasons that you would go to the halls instead of the aura.
Dude, I love the Coastwalker Goliath cam that we're getting here from Liquid. This is great. This is the main character of this poll, getting these stomps in as well.
It's important to mention as well for Liquid, this run has a lot of important ramifications. Obviously, if they're able to put up the good time, they could retake the lead. But in terms of end-of-day ramifications, right? If they wipe at any point in this key, they are at the point where whatever timed Gambit run they put together will be their last run of the day. This actually is the last attempt they'll have at this key, where they can potentially time it and then start another run afterwards.
I think that, that is true in the sense that if you're looking for overtime runs and stuff like that, it would matter. We are in one run territory, though. Like, you don't need a run to go to timer or anything. Like, you don't need a run to go to timer like that. You need to be on a very good run whenever the end of day timer ends. And that could be this run right here, or that could be 3 runs from now that also wipe to the Coastwalker Goliath title stomp. It just, the most important thing is that you have a really good run that's through Hillbrand that has a 10-ish minute timer, maybe like a 10-10. And then that's for Liquid, the run that you're satisfied with. You're not looking at like the 26 minutes that are surrounding the end of day.
Yeah, although, they could get 10 or 15 seconds in this dungeon, and then in theory, they could jump into, say, a streets and pick up the other 15 seconds. So right now, Liquid are behind by 29 seconds. I do think their most realistic path is getting all of those in the Gambit, but it is true that they have 25 minutes and 55 seconds left in the day. So as long as they are out of this dungeon, under their previous timer, which they would need to be to get time, but Wolf Disco going down.
Okay.
I don't know about this anymore.
That's a reset. It's a reset instantly. Yep.
Fortunately enough, the vision is here for them to be able to get the entire 30 out of the Gambit. Yeah. And honestly, the entire 30 can come off of Hillbrand. They got an additional sanitizing cycle that other teams like Mandatory and Miscount didn't get. And so then you just lose 30 seconds immediately off of that. If Liquid beat the boss and beat the boss by 2% there, then they save 30 seconds right then and there. And that's 30 seconds off their previous run. And then if they had the identical run, Liquid are champions and Miscount come in second.
All right, so with those wipes from Liquid and Mandatory, those teams will be joining Missed Count as teams that are in their final dungeon of the day, right? Like, at most, they can put one more dungeon on the board. They do have 25 minutes to get free resets in whichever that dungeon is, but it's only Holy Method that, in theory, have the potential to still time this key and start another before overtime begins. So we are entering a very tense final set of minutes here in our day. These are likely to be the runs that will decide who is an MDI champion and who is not.
Here's the problem, though, for Holy Method. This run is slow. This is really slow by their standards. Their best split on their previous run on Captain Valkyrie was 12-12. They're, nearly 20 seconds slower in this current run on Captain Valkyrie, in addition to already having a death. Now, they did have 3 deaths in their previous run, so they're technically, if they do everything the same, they could be 15 seconds faster overall. But that's not enough for them to win the competition. They need over a minute right now.
It depends on where they lost time, because there is time loss that occurs via deaths. But then there's time loss that occurs via either bad RNG, somebody not hitting their buttons correctly, a couple GCDs that are lost here and there, a pack didn't get gathered as quick as possible, a pack got spread a little bit too early, where you can actually probably gain 15 seconds if these Paladin pulls are stacked better.
Yeah, although, so the problem is they're behind on their first boss split.
Yes.
Maybe they can make up. They're going to make up time if they don't have any further deaths. With they had 3 deaths in their previous time, so they could be gaining 30 seconds there. But remember, this team needs a lot more than 30 seconds.
They should be in Gambit.
Right?
They should not be in the Priority of the Sacred Flame. I think this is an incorrect pick, just from an analysis perspective, just because there's so much time that can be made up in the Gambit. I just don't think that they have the timer in the Gambit, though, to be able to make up that time, which is kind of telling that they're still in the Priority.
Yeah, and at this point as well, doing it all in one dungeon is going to be so hard, and only the Priory is their path to doing 2 dungeons in the final bit of time here. But yeah, it is a huge uphill battle that Holy Method are staring down, but they've won these before. They've won from seemingly impossible situations before, so I do not want to count them out just yet. It is, however, Liquid and Missed Count that are the like one of those two teams is most likely to win this MDI, but it is all still up in the air right now. Missed Count have 29 seconds over Team Liquid, but Liquid in this Gambit, they were the first team to actually time this dungeon today, and they have, if you put together all of their best splits on all of the different bosses, they could easily make up most of those 29 seconds. Can they find a way to make up all of those 29 seconds, though? I think it really does come down to skipping that last sanitizing cycle on Hillbrand.
Give me the odds. Give me the odds of who's winning this right now, Dratnos.
Misscount have to be the favorites, right? Being in the lead right now with all the dungeons being this hard, I do think Misscount have it's like 70% them, 28% Liquid, 2% Holy Method, and Mandatory are they've been in so much pain in this Floodgate, but they're in a really tough spot because they only have time to finish this run, so they can't even really improve their timers in the other dungeons, but they do have some really fast times in some of the other ones as well.
Only 2% Holy Method? Tuttles, what do the crystals think about that?
I'm not busting out the crystals. This is too important.
Okay. I mean, again, you said it already, Dratnos, but I want to clarify for people that may have missed the previous MDI in Season 2. Again, this team, Holy Method, went by Wunderbar back then. They were behind by about a minute in overtime, and they found that time plus more in the Cinderburn Meadery. So they've done this before. They could do it again still. But again, it's going to require literal perfection in the final moments of the day for them. I think it is an extreme outside shot.
It's 3 world records to 3 world records, both Liquid and Misscount occupying all 6 of the world records from the 6 dungeons that we have seen this weekend. It is so close between these two teams currently.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so cool because Missed Count are just off the back of improving in the Priory, but not getting to a world record. Liquid can do the same in Gambit and win the MDI. They don't need the world record in Gambit. They just have to close the gap like halfway between their timer and that world record timer from Misscount. But Misscount will have the last word as well because they will get the opportunity to save some time in their existing world record in the Halls of Atonement. So if every second they can shave off of this is an extra second that Liquid will need to find in that Gambit. And 30 seconds for Liquid might be possible. Much more than that is going to be really hard. So Misscount, they could really make life difficult for Liquid. They are going to reset once more. We have 21 minutes left in the day for teams to reset these dungeons and get another full attempt in. Holy Method, the mountain that they are staring down is steeper than any they've overcome before. But it is still possible for them, and it will involve them probably saving time in 2 total dungeon runs, which means for them, they do need to get a time improvement here and then immediately start their last key of the day and also find a bunch of time there. It's going to be really hard.
So storyline-wise, I mean, the end of this tournament is absolutely crazy. So let's talk about how we ended up making it to this point. For Holy Method, Dratnos gave them 2% odds of winning. Right now, I think that those 2% odds come off the back that they have won basically every tournament ever. They are, most players, they are the undisputed GOATs. They are so good. And then, we'll give them, maybe there's a chance that they're able to recover from this. At the same time, they've looked a little bit slower than both Misscount and Liquid have just the entirety of the season. But they're right here at the end. They're at 137 points. They're rerunning this dungeon for time tiebreaker. We're going to need to see this plus maybe another dungeon's worth of improvement in terms of time tiebreaker. It's going to be very close for Holy Method. So Undisputed GOATs, are they going to be able to recover from this? It's hard to really say. Their wins have been inevitable, and there's been, they are the winningest team in MDI history. For Liquid, a newly formed team. It is a combination of No Speaky and Perplexed members, where they are all raid under the banner of the Liquid Guild, back-to-back-to-back Race to World First champions. They have looked exceptionally good this entire season, mostly off the back of really strong consistency. They, of course, do have 3 world record tags, but they have very few deaths in most of the runs that they are playing. For Misscount on the far right-hand side, this has been a team that has been on the cusp of winning MDIs and TGPs for a long time, basically an expansion and a half. They have been, kind of floating between 2nd and 3rd place, normally choking at the very end. Most people, whenever they talk about them, they talk about how much on Championship Sunday they'll show up in the lead and then choke out the very end. And they talked about how nerves just get to them over and over again. They are currently in the lead by 30 seconds over Liquid. Are they going to be able to clutch up? It looks like that Priory of the Sacred Flame that they were able to take a minute and a half off of was a huge deal for them. That is, and so now we are kind of sitting in a situation where we have 3 teams simultaneously trying to run for the MDI title here, where Missed Count are probably the odds-on favorite because they are currently in the lead.
Yeah, and then we have Mandatory, who today has not been kind to Mandatory. This floodgate has been their absolute bane, but they still have the chance to put this on the board, and they have some really fast times in some of the other dungeons. They don't have any world record tags, but they're like 10 seconds behind in the Gambit, for instance, so they could absolutely still contest the leaderboard as well. I'm not sure what the overall tiebreaker situation is for them. I think first is maybe out of reach for them, but at least taking third and, tens of thousands of dollars in the process is definitely still possible.
It's a $15,000 jump going from fourth to third. Like, it is, there are still huge pay increases from our $300,000 prize pool.
Let's check back in with Holy Method now, as they've downed Baron Braunpike, and we get a better look at what kind of time increase we're going to be looking for at this point in the instance. They were 20 seconds behind on the Captain Dalcree split. The previous run was a 20:52 on Baron Braunpike, so they've made up time in the middle sector of the dungeon, and they're still 2 deaths down from the previous run, so they can make up about 50 seconds if they stay on pace and keep only the 1 death from this point in the dungeon. But again, they need a minute 30 to put themselves into first place, and almost a minute to put themselves on pace with Liquid.
They need a minute 38 to get into second, and then they need another 30 seconds to get into first. So, yeah, they are 2 minutes and 10 behind first place here. That's why I think they... But remember, this is the only team that can finish this run and start another. So every second they get here will make it an easier task for them. But regardless of what happens in this Priory, they are still alive in whichever dungeon they choose to go to next. And one outside shot possibility that we haven't talked about when looking at all these timers is that it is still possible for a team to go for a miracle +1 at the end of the day as well. Streets 24, at a certain point, like imagine if you're Holy Method, if you wipe here, do you just log in Streets 24 and say, you know what?
Makes and I...
We're winning if we do this.
Makes and I said that Mandatory should have been in Streets 24 a while ago, but then we also determined that that was a first or fourth strategy.
Yeah, exactly, which, but I think with the way the timers are looking, depending on how much time you can gain in this, that could be something worth considering.
I mean, Holy Method are going for a very aggressive chain here. There are a couple of pulls in this area that are double light spawns, where if you get really bad RNG, particularly those light spawns targeting Clicks and Whippy over and over again, you just immediately lose. And you see Clicks here, he got targeted with 1 Purification Beam, pressed his wall, got targeted with the 2nd Purification Beam, got Iron Barked. And now, if we get targeted with another one, we are in a lot of trouble, because at the same time, the Divine Tolls from those Paladins are going off over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. Here comes that next Purification. Let's see the target. It's Kush. That's not bad. Ideally, we'd have AMS, but we don't, so we're Death Striking and AMZing through it. The next Purification from the other Light Spawn looked like it may have been feigned or
melded by Whippy. Yeah, melded by Whippy
nice.
is what it looks like. Yeah. I have a question. Why is Missed Count in Halls of Atonement instead of Arakara?
Yeah, so it's interesting because the Arakara they have features 3 deaths, so you'd think, just go there and don't have those 3 deaths, because if you're looking at the halls, they already have the world record tag there. One theory, so I was talking with some of the people co-streaming this, and they were speculating that maybe it was because Hearthjax didn't want to play the Demon Hunter in the Arakara, but he's playing Demon Hunter in the halls as well, so that can't be it. It can't be play one of the Shaman or Mage dungeons as the reason. So, yeah, I'm befuddled.
I mean, it's got to be just they feel like they're better at this dungeon. Remember, the way that this dungeon went for Missed Count at the start of the weekend was 1-shot the 21 +2, something that our other team struggled with, and then they 1-shot the 23. So maybe they feel like that's just the dungeon that's going to go the best for them. But these first few attempts at the dungeon have not been kind.
Yeah, I think it's actually pretty simple, and it's kind of like what Zyra said. While the Arakara is the biggest potential for time save or Missed Count, if they think the Arakara is only, a 10% chance to actually have a successful run, then you would rather go to the Halls of Atonement, even if you only think that you can get 15 seconds of time tiebreaker differential versus your previous run. Because if you can easily get 15 seconds worth of timer in there, that's already enough to... It's not enough to box Liquid out fully, but, it builds more of a lead, which makes it harder for Liquid to win. Because Missed Count don't need to actually compete against, what is the best possible time tiebreaker. They just need to make sure that they're ahead of Liquid at the end of this tournament in 12.5 minutes.
Yeah, they're in a very different position from Holy Method, who need these big chunks of time. Even just a couple of seconds for missed count are going to go a long way, because Liquid probably are only going to be able to barely get those 30 seconds, best case, that they need against missed count. 45, a minute at the absolute upper end of the best possible run that Liquid can put together.
What a Whippy!
As Whippy
Fireball!
coming down for Holy Method.
This is going to be a wipe. They're dead. Yeah.
All of the healing instantly gone. 12.8 million HPS instantly deleted from the squad. There's no way they live through that pull in 25 minutes. Just tick away from Holy Method.
That means they are now going to also be joining the other 3 teams in the position of only being able to add one more dungeon to your scorecard. So the question for Holy Method is, where do you think you can gain 1 minute and 38 seconds if you are playing for second? Where do you think you can gain 2 minutes and 15 seconds if you're playing for first? Or do you think there's a dungeon where you have an outside chance, even an outside chance, of gaining a point? Because if you can do that, that means you are still playing for first as well.
Can we get a replay on that wipe from Holy Method? I noticed they went for what seemed a ridiculous pull. They had a light spawn on top of Sir Braunbright.
They've been doing that. They are crazy.
They've been doing that? That's
it's crazy that the light spawn wasn't even the part that killed him. It was the very standard triple priest on top of Braunbright.
Yeah, just missing a fireball kick, and that's
or it was a
it's over
conjurer,
at that
but
point.
yeah, I mean mage or whatever the mob is.
All right, here we go. Yeah, it's a Risen Mage's Fireball that's going to be the culprit there. Whippy even bear forming, but gets taken out by that Fireball.
Was that supposed to be in-cap roar? I'm trying to figure out what actually happened. It was definitely supposed to be a CC. Multiple casts.
Although in-cap roar is on CD there, or not on CD, so it would have been. It looked like it maybe aware. Whippy knew that Fireball was about to go off. Tried to bear form to live it, but yeah, unfortunately, it was not enough. And very quickly, the rest of the group died. So here you can see. Yeah, the Fireball.
I mean, we don't have enough kicks for this right now.
It's on that mage just over on the rightmost frame. And yeah, Whippy bear forming it. But yeah, most of the kicks were on CD there.
Yeah, there were actually 2 casts that went off, both a Smite and a Fireball there. The Smite didn't kill anyone, but it looks like they just missed an AoE CC. An unfortunate way to lose that key. And the potential for victory slowly just slipping away for Holy Method. They could still have a ridiculous perfect run. But the time to put that together at this point is running out. Only 10 minutes left in the day now.
The wandering, fleeing Murloc, accidentally body pulling a trash pack. For Liquid
we've
here.
all been there.
Gonna be
we've all been, I can say with 100% certainty that anybody who's done a Gambit knows exactly how that feels.
Liquid
Didn't
changed
you guys have
up
a court
their...
case about this at some point?
Yeah, we did.
Liquid changed up the way that they're tanking this Goliath from Cup play till now. They used to be tanking it further up against the wall, but instead moved the pack to the hut. I suspected it was due to try to mitigate some of the RNG from those mobs fleeing and accidentally pulling additional mobs, because that is, a very common thing that does end up happening, especially with their shore runners. And with these groundskeepers, as it turns out. That's when you see the Piercing Howl coming out from Kira. A very well-timed Piercing Howl for miscount, not allowing that slasher to accidentally get body pulled by those mobs.
Yeah, so we're now entering sort of a... It's like the calm before the storm here in these last 9 minutes, because for the next 9 minutes, teams can reset these keys if they need to, and then they will all lock in. So Liquid have 9 minutes to try and get a run going, which means they will have at most one more run that gets through that first boss. Same with teams like Miscount and Holy Method, right? They both are just at the start of these new dungeons where they've been wiping and resetting. Miscount, it must be 5 or 10 times now that they've reset the start of this Halls, and Mandatory in combat with Big Mama, a boss that has bested them dozens of times today. But will this be the time that Mandatory finally emerge victorious?
It would be a victory they are in dire need of at this point. Will it actually affect the rankings of the competition? At this point, I'm not sure. But still, in order to get the victory after hours of prog here, would be something that they would love to have. Of course, they have a lot to get through still. Many phases of Big Mama to deal with. These mecha drones need to die before the kill block barrier goes up, and it's not going to be the case on Pull with Lust. You're going to have to finish these mobs off. The pulsing damage starts to come out. Mode going to try to keep the team here, but I think they're going to be okay this time around. It's been the later phases that have really been a struggle for them.
I think that this is a situation where Mandatory didn't recognize that this was going to 22 during practice prior to the global finals, where the other teams likely knew that it was going to be going to that 22 Keystone level, so they practiced for it. That's kind of how it's been feeling. And then for Mandatory, it's like you watch them play and you're like, okay, it's definitely doable by them, but they haven't had enough attempts at it to try to troubleshoot what are all the problem points of this dungeon on such a high Keystone level. It and Prior to the Sacred Flame on 22 seem to be by far the hardest Keystone cap dungeons.
Yeah, I mean, those have been where we've been seeing those wipes. And speaking of Holy Method having a Shaman go down as well, Liquid resetting once more in the Gambit. 8 minutes left in the day, 7 minutes left in the day for teams to start new Keystones here.
What's going on with Liquid? I mean, they were the team that were the most consistent throughout the first 13 hours of gaming so far, but it's felt like trying to rerun this Gambit for time tiebreaker has just not been in their bag, Zyro?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where if you're just trying to complete the key, you know you have the headroom to do it, you can account for mistakes, but they're not just trying to complete the key, they're trying to go for perfection. So anytime a single thing goes wrong, like, oh, I just didn't get Black Arrow procs here, so this Goliath is living a little longer, we're not able to kill off these Murlocs, so they're getting all over the place and pulling mobs for us. Any tiny thing goes wrong, you're not going to be happy with that run, knowing you need perfection at the end of the day. And it just hasn't happened for them in these last 30 minutes or so. I mean, it's been 25 minutes since we saw that run that fell apart in the final moments for them, and they really have just been struggling to get back there.
And I mean, if you're a Miscount fan, this has to be fantastic for you. I mean, look at them on the right-hand side of the screen. They're in that Halls of Atonement. Any time gain for them, that's just house money. They're already 30 seconds in the lead. And this is a team that we have always hyped up as a team that had insane potential if they were able to capitalize on it. And for Miscount, this would be a humongous victory for them. We see 5 minutes and 52 seconds remaining on our end-of-day timer. And that's where the clock stops and you're not able to start another dungeon. Mandatory having mode go down. It looks like he is going to be able to get battle rezzed.
That is their final one, though, and they still have at least another phase to deal with. I don't think there's any way you're able to do 35% of this boss's HP, even with cooldowns, before the next barrier. So they're going to have to find a way to live through that pulsing damage once again, and then the jump start afterwards as well. Can they kill this boss off? Remember, the split that we want to see Big Mama dead by is sub 19 minutes to have a chance of completing the key, and even then it requires perfection for the remainder of the key in order to get a shot at timing the key. 3 of our 4 teams now this weekend have had runs where they complete the dungeon, they kill off Giesel Gigazap, but they've only been 2 or 3 seconds over time, Mandatory being one of them.
So I've been crunching some numbers as well in the past minute here, looking between Mandatory and Holy Method, because one thing I wanted to know is what timer do Mandatory need in this floodgate to actually secure 3rd place from Holy Method? And you guys aren't going to like this. They would need the world record in floodgate, but it wouldn't be by a huge amount. They need a 32:05. Oh no, but losing mode once more and no B-res means it's not going to be this run. But this actually might be good news for Mandatory that they get another reset in right now, because yeah, 32:05, it's going to need to be a close to perfect floodgate for them. But if they can put that on the board, they would secure a time tiebreaker over Holy Method. If Holy Method don't add any further time in this Priory, which of course is a big if.
So
I feel like
there's a chance.
I feel like with what's happened with Holy Method and Mandatory, we're now kind of getting to the situation where it's only between Liquid and Miscount. Basically, the situation is Miscount is leading. Their possibility of winning this is increased by a significant amount. They are 98% chance of winning. For Liquid, their path to victory is very simple. They need to time Gambit and time it by more than 30 seconds to be able to make up an insane time tiebreaker discrepancy that's happening between Miscount and Liquid. At the same time, for Miscount, if they improve their Halls of Atonement at all, that is another time tiebreaker advantage that they are going to have.
Liquid on one of their best runs here so far. We're on to the 3rd Goliath. We've seen a couple of their runs in here. Normally it's these Murlocs running away, pulling extra packs. They've got a binding shot to lock down a few of them. There's a few mobs that are starting to get away. Piercing Howl coming out. Wolf just go with a disengage bursting shot to knock mobs back underneath the Goliath. That's a button you don't see normally pressed, and when you do, its effectiveness is questionable at best, but I think that might have been the best usage of that button I've ever seen from a hunter.
Yeah. Like, that button is so troll. It's like Thunderstorm or Shining Force. normally used to grief, but sometimes it can be used for good.
Either way, no extra mobs pulled here. Only a couple more title stomps for Liquid to get through before they finally get a run that might make its way to Hillbrand. Finally, after 30 minutes since that agonizing death in the final moments of Celia caused them to have to reset their key, the Murlocs once again will start to scramble as their HP bar drops low, but they're able to control the mobs. A well-placed grip here. Nice CC there. The Shell Crusher will try to run away, but it's the intimidation from Wolf Disco stunning it in place, and then it gets gripped right back into melee. One final title stomp from the Goliath, going to try to take down the team, but the AMZ going to prevent that from killing them off, and it looks like Liquid will finally get a chance to get to Hillbrand once again.
Liquid's looking for like a 10-minute-ish Hillbrand split. They ended up having a 10:30 in their previous Gambit. Even in their Gambit 24 that they were looking close to being able to time again on that 24 Keystone level before abandoning out of the dungeon, they also had a 10:30 Hillbrand. That comes off the back of having really bad DPS RNG on the first boss, getting an additional sanitizing cycle, and that's kind of that jump between 23 to 24. It's, the mobs have 10% more HP, they do 10% more damage, and, you end up getting additional cycles of the sanitizing cycle. You end up getting additional phases on some specific bosses. And for Liquid here, if they're able to get really good DPS RNG and focus their damage into Hillbrand to get that 10-minute first boss split, that puts them in good position to be able to make up that time tiebreaker that separates them and Missed Count.
Yeah, exactly. If they can get a 10-minute first boss split and then just do the rest of the dungeon the same, they will be on the timer that they need in this dungeon.
Yep.
If they're slower than that, they can still make up time in the rest of the dungeon. But remember, it was a deathless dungeon run for them on their previous best. So 1 minute left for these runs to lock in. This is going to be such a pivotal section here. Will there be any further wipes and resets, or are these going to be the last keys of the day? That is the question. This pull is so scary here at the start of Hillbrand.
Give us a Shine POV. Watch what the DK has to do to stay effective on this pull, dodging around from all of the area of denial, running to put the runes into the console as well. He's going to try to keep maximum uptime on everything, keep himself in a position where he can do his conal damage in front of him and hit every single mob, but he has to navigate around all of this area of denial on the ground, and somehow, someway is still finding a way to do it.
All right, chat, tab in. 20 seconds remain. These runs that you're seeing on screen here are very likely to be the final runs that these teams are going to have. Holy Method actually are going to be starting another one, but then we are going to have runs that are going to be locked. Let's talk about what's at stake here. $300,000 are on the line. Where do the teams stand? Mandatory, currently slated to be the 4th place team at 136 points. They can go into 3rd if they get a very well-timed Operation Floodgate on the 22, but it has to be really quick. Holy Method, they're currently in 3rd place, looking for time tiebreaker in this Priory of the Sacred Flame. They need about 2 minutes off of their timer in the Priory of the Sacred Flame to be able to go into 1st, a minute and a half to be able to go into 2nd. So they would need a huge PB in this Priory of the Sacred Flame that's been causing them problems across the entirety of the weekend. Liquid, currently in 2nd place, 30 seconds behind Missed Count. They have a big PB that's on the table in this Gambit. A lot of that PB is gated behind this Hillbrand split. We know we need about a 10-minute Hillbrand split for Liquid to make a good shot at converting on that time tiebreaker. Of course, Liquid then have to be able to time the world record level key of this Gambit on this 24 Keystone level. And Missed Count, they are currently, you're slated to be MDI champion team. They are currently in the Halls of Atonement, just trying to get any additional seconds that they can claw back an even further lead against Liquid. They are currently 30 seconds in the lead off of a very well-timed Priory of the Sacred Flame 22. Even if they didn't time anything additional, they would be your MDI champions, and all runs are locked.
That's right, these are the final runs of the day, and that means it's now time for the curse, the 3 p.m. curse. Which team will first fall victim to it? Which of these teams will be the first to wipe and have to stop playing for the day? Because it is a very tense moment. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are by no means locked in for these different teams. But so far, so good. Missed Count have reset this dungeon right at the start so many times. But will this be the run where they're actually able to get deep into this halls? It's crazy because they one-shot this key when they were actually attempting it the first time, and since then they've had to reset it so many times when they've been in here for timer improvement.
Liquid's previous splits on Hillbrand have all been around the 10-20 mark, nearly 40 seconds slower than the mark set by missed count. They've always been getting extra sanitizing cycles in the final moments with the boss on heartbreakingly low HP, 1-2%. Can they finally push this boss in this phase? 28% is a lot of health to chew through, though, in one phase.
But Boomy's Ascendance is coming off cooldown here in just a second. Will that be able to propel them over the finish line that they need here to get this boss killed before it reaches full energy? And you got a little bit of wiggle room, right? Once the boss reaches full energy, it does have to still run to the middle of the room. Yep. So let's see if Liquid are going to be able to accelerate here. 28% was where the boss was when it came out of that phase. So if we can get it to 14% by the time it reaches half energy, then we are on pace. And they're just about on that pace. But of course, cooldowns are going to start expiring soon, although we're getting a Call of the Wild. Will Wolf Disco be able to throw the rest of Liquid on his back and carry them over the finish line here?
Actually, killing off those Purifiers is a huge deal because now you're able to have the Black Arrow focus damage straight into the boss. Liquid earlier did not meet the sanitizing cycle timer with a 26% Hillbrand. If they're able to get really good RNG here and actually beat that sanitizing cycle, that is going to be a great timer improvement here, and they are able to down that boss. So how much time have they saved? 10 seconds?
Yeah, so, okay, hear me out. Hear me out. They saved 10 seconds compared to their previous Hillbrand split.
All right.
If they can save another 10 seconds on each of the next boss splits, they needed only 30 seconds in this dungeon, so that would all work out for them, as they are leaving that one Murloc behind, saying, you know what, you can live for today. We've got other enemies that we need to worry about here in the Hooktail area. And yeah, they are not ahead, but they are potentially on pace to make up the amount of time that they need. But that does mean that missed count, if they can gain even a couple of seconds here, that could be pivotal.
One run to rule them all. All of the teams are on their final runs, and I mean, look at missed count here. If you're a missed count fan, this has to be what you have been hoping for such an incredibly long time. A team with immense potential, with insane DPS that has always been on the cusp of winning MDIs and TGPs to the point where they've been our favorites time and time again, have always very narrowly disappointed us with just the fact that they let nerves get the best of them. For missed count, they're currently in the lead, and look at this, they're trying to improve their timer inside of that Halls of Atonement, and we get a nice POV of the bartender, a very rare sighting in the Gambit.
Yeah, as you can see, Yip's running back and actually picking up that deckhand that's just fishing out of that lake. They leave it for a little while and then grab it forwards here. And this is going to be it. This is a very important pull coming up here. This is a huge opportunity for Liquid to make up some time as well. They historically haven't done the biggest possible, quickest possible pull in this area. Let's see how they decide to attack it today, though. They're going to charge into these officers. And yeah, we're leaving that other pack on the side, hitting the Lust right now. We're having a death, though, for Holy Method. This could be the end of their run. Now is super low. Will he be able to stabilize? That shield wall is rolling. Pairs it with the Last Stand, and it looks like just the one death is going to be all that happens for Holy Method here.
Holy Method
losing the entire book thrown at him. Also had the Iron Bark on him as well. They did lose a ton of time there. I mean, we talked so much this weekend about how the Hunter loses a ton of damage whenever they die. The Shaman as well. You lose all of your tier set stacks. You lose your way towards that guaranteed Ascendance proc. It's a big deal to lose that. Maybe not as big as the Hunter, but still it feels horrible when that happens. So they're going to lose the death timer. They're going to lose that extra damage potential from the Shaman. And remember, they need to make up a ridiculous amount of time in order to potentially get top 2 in this tournament. They still could with a perfect run. They're a team that's done it before, but it's just slowly slipping away from them.
If Miscount can make it through this first section of trash, they're actually through by far the hardest part of this dungeon. The reason that Halls of Atonement is hard tends to be due to the Houndmaster shoots and just how much physical damage they deal there, especially whenever it's overlapped with the Shard of Halkias' Thrash cast. And if Miscounts are actually able to get through that final Shard of Halkias, we could be looking at them making a timer improvement in that HOA and seeing the reason that they went back into that dungeon that they already occupy a world record in.
Yeah, the first point where we'll really be able to get an accurate timer for them is going to be when that first boss goes down. 11:53 was their previous boss 1 split, so they are getting ready to be pulling that boss in the very near future, and we will be able to get that assessment. But in the meantime, it is Liquid about to pull into Time Cap and Hooktail. So their previous Hooktail split was 19:23. So to be on pace, they probably need about a 19 flat for us to be super happy with their hook-tail split. Of course, a little bit more or less, and they might still be able to do it in the final section of the dungeon, but that sort of dictates how much they're going to need to accelerate at the end of the dungeon.
Have to see whether or not they've made up the time they need in the Captain Hooktail area. Pulling the boss at about the 14-minute mark is incredibly fast. We need something sub-19 for them to be on pace. Execution has to be perfect. RNG has to be perfect. Holy Method, though, are now dealing with the single most difficult pull in the dungeon for them. For other teams, it's Sabron Pike. For Holy Method, it's the double Knight plus Elena pull. This has wiped them double-digit amounts of times this weekend. Can they get through this run in overtime and put together a Cinderella run once again to potentially vie for the championship? This has to be done perfectly.
Yeah, there's no more room for error here. This pull has wiped them so many times as well. You can see with how they're line of sighting here just how lethal it is. But are they a little bit more lethal? Will they be able to find the time they need? It's going to be such a huge time improvement that they need. They need to get 30 minutes flat on their dungeon timer here. They would need to claim the world record by a country mile. But if they can do that, they will move up in the standings. So that is going to be really important to keep tracking for Holy Methodist. Clicks line of sights one last time, but in the meantime, missed count. Halkias already down to a 2/3 of its health, as they've spent about a minute in combat here. So extrapolating that forward, they are on about the pace that they need to be to get this boss killed in time improvement range, and their lust is going to be coming up very soon here as well.
You can't press you cannot press the lust here on the boss, right? It has to be used on the ankle biter pull right afterwards.
Right.
I mean, that's what we see every other team do. But we also have seen Miscount change their strategy in order to go for faster runs, right? A little bit. So if they feel like we need to go for the fastest run possible, and we think the lust on cooldown is going to be the fastest way to do that, if you can get 4 lusts in the key that way, do we think they go for it here potentially?
No, because you don't get an extra lust in the key if you're improving your timer regardless.
Yes.
So
okay.
I think that, yeah, you definitely still want to hold it here for the ankle biters. As you can see, Kira immediately chaining in some more of these obliterators and dark blades.
I bet that they're just kind of hoping for, slightly better RNG. Maybe
that's the thing is
they might have like low rolled their dungeon. Like if they got like bottom 40 or 30% RNG, and then they think that they could actually make up 15 seconds if they just had like an additional run at this dungeon, that could actually be a huge time save, somewhere in the order of like 15 seconds, where, in an additional 15 seconds worth of time save, whatever you're looking at time tiebreakers is a big deal.
Yeah, especially with how Liquid's run is looking here. It looks like Liquid are best case going to be able to barely eke out those 30 seconds that they need to move into first. So even 5 seconds saved by missed count could be the breaker for them. But in the meantime, we do have the first boss pulled here for Holy Method in this Priory. So the comparison point, 12-12 was their previous first boss split. We are hoping to see a sizable improvement over that from Holy Method.
What was the
missed
count
have a chance
split?
of winning. We need sub 12 for them, I think. Missed count split in Halls of Atonement. Let's take a quick look.
It was 11:53 that we are looking to have beaten here, and it looks like they're going to be slightly on the wrong side of that, although still plenty of time to make it up in the rest of the dungeon. Mandatory, of course, with a slightly different route in there, so a little bit tough to directly compare. Yeah, we're going to see that they're going to be a little slower than that.
They're through the difficult part of the dungeon where you rack up a bunch of like one-off deaths. And so if they're actually able to go deathless, there is a chance that they can actually get a 30-second PB in here, because they did have two deaths.
Yeah, they had 2 deaths in their
run.
best run previously, right? So they definitely have the room to do that. Meanwhile, talking about splits, if we go back to Liquid here, Hooktail starting to slowly be chipped away at 20% HP here. We need something sub-19. Their previous best run was a 19.23 in this key. Relatively slow, and I think they're on pace for a pretty solid time here.
They are. They are on pace for an 1850 on Hooktail right now. We are going to get one more Call of the Wild. Also, yeah, the other cool, I mean, we're not even necessarily going to get to that breath. This boss is just absolutely melting for Liquid. Yips is doing some absurd DPS. We are going to see Halkias go down here, and Miscount are 40 seconds behind their previous Halkias split, so they might not be improving their timer here. This could be the opportunity for Liquid. They might only need those 30 seconds in this dungeon, so for reference, the total timer that we're going to need here is going to be a 28:19 for when Solia goes down. So in the next 10 minutes, we will know whether Liquid have a chance to win the MDI.
I mean, dude, look at the way that Yips is kiting this boss for Liquid is a huge time save. He allows himself and a Shine to get insane amounts of melee DPS uptime. I mean, okay, now Ashine's getting boxed off the boss. I think that's the first time Ashine has been boxed off the boss the entire time. He did 6 million DPS to this boss. Absolutely insane. If you've ever played melee on this fight, you just are never on the boss. You always get pushed off by some of these barrages and the bombardments. That is a good split for Liquid right there. That is what we were looking for.
And I mean, that's also a good split with atrocious RNG on the Ellie Shaman. Boomy only able to do 4.5 million DPS there. The BM Hunter DK really carrying, doing almost 6 mil there. And we know BM can go even higher than that. So Liquid, in spite of what appears to be bad RNG, still on potential pace to take the competition out of the hands of Missed Count here. They have to be perfect, though. We already saw in their previous run, they were on exactly the same pace, but a single death can stop you in your tracks.
Look at Missed Count. This is that aggro Kira chain that we kind of always know and love. It's the tried and true pull where, for some reason, no other player in the world would decide to pull these Reavers into Echelon. They do way too much tank damage. Kira goes, hold my shield, and grabs Echelon here with 2 Reavers, putting that 50% Mortal Strike on top of him.
This is huge as well. Missed Count have made it through that Lust pull on the Ankle Biter section, and we are into Echelon here. So the split that we are looking for Missed Count in this dungeon on Echelon is 18 flat is what they had last time. Now that was with a faster Halkias split, so if they can get even close to that, that will at least mean they are accelerating rather than decelerating after Halkias.
This pull for Missed Count, this is a huge point of their time save in this dungeon just in general. Whenever you compared it to some of the other teams were playing this a lot more safe, and that's where Missed Count are able to make up a lot of their time whenever you look at just how quick they are in all of their dungeons. It's just off the back of incredibly aggressive chaining and always assuming that they're going to be able to play to their 100% potential.
We really need to keep an eye on Liquid here. They are dealing with the Adorned Starseers in this room. If we want to have a chance of winning this competition, the boss needs to be pulled in like the next 15 seconds or so, and I don't think that's going to be the case for them. Ashine does have the Breath and Pillar coming up in a few seconds. They're going to get one more Wandering Pulsar, but look at the HP on the Starseer, still 30%. They could still get yet another Pulsar. Last time around, they did get the extra Pulsar. If they can beat it this time around, that would be massive for them.
That's like a 15-second time save if they're able to beat that Pulsar. If they end up if they end up getting that Pulsar, that is some damage that ends up being committed to it. But we already made up the 30 seconds that we needed on our time capped and Hooktail split. Liquid, unfortunately, does end up getting this last Wandering Pulsar that they need to cleave down prior to pulling Solia. But once this Pulsar and the Starseer go down, Yips, you see, slamming that heroic throw into Solia.
Oh my god! One more Pulse will kill them, okay.
Zebi just heal that has been called here. And for Liquid, now we have to do some aggressive chaining. We're going to be throwing a Hex on a Ritualist, and then we're going to be grabbing that Accomplice Ritualist pack on top of some of these Cartel Assassins. And for Liquid, it's all about boss DPS. It is scary that you have a trash pack on top of the boss. At the same time, the only thing that matters is how quickly we can burn the boss. Unfortunate knockback, missing that Hexed Ritualist, but Yips does move the boss away. That way there's no possibility of that CC being broken.
Yeah, it's all about efficiency here. We need just full DPS on Solia. All of these other mobs, they do important things. We need to use stops and stuff on them, but we can't focus any damage anywhere other than Solia.
Yeah, some of the faster Solia kills on this level are somewhere between 6:30 to 7 minutes. And so Liquid, they're going to have to really accelerate here. They're going to have to get good RNG. This is going to be unbelievably close. 30 seconds of time differential separate them and the time tiebreaker of Missed Count. If Liquid are able to time this dungeon 30 seconds faster than their previous run, they will be your MDI champions.
Yeah, this is it.
In the meantime, while we're watching Solia here, Holy Method have wiped. It's overtime. They cannot start another key. The best they can finish in the competition is 3rd place. The Paladin poll claims yet another team. They could still find themselves in 4th place if Mandatory can put together a world record pace Operation Floodgate in the remnants of the day. But it's another death here for Mandatory as well. After they've finally gotten through Big Mama on their Shaman, the Ankh had to be used for them as well. They didn't have to use a battle res, but again, damage stops in the tracks for them, and any death could be the difference between a 3rd place potential finish for Mandatory or a 4th place finish.
Yeah, they need a 32:05, so we'll be able to check back in with them as they approach the end of that floodgate. But the first dungeon that is on pace to be timed here is Liquid's Tazavesh Gambit. So Liquid need 28:19. They need to stop the clock at or before 28-19 in order to move into first place over Missed Count.
Liquid had a 633 Solia kill in their previous 24 run. How is
if
that?
If they do that again, they win.
Is that it? Is that it? If
they do that again, they win. They beat the timer. They pulled the boss at 20. They pulled the boss at 21:40. So that would mean their timer would be 28:13. So if they do that again, they win.
Seconds. No, they don't win yet though, because Missed Count are on a pretty good run in this Halls of Atonement, right? Missed Count are 16 seconds behind their previous run in Echelon. So if they can accelerate a little bit, just a tiny bit here at the end of the dungeon, then they can actually gain timer as well. So it is not a binary thing. It's not pass-fail here for Liquid. They might need every little second that they can squeeze out of this boss at the end. But of course, to even have a chance, they will need to beat that 28-19 threshold.
We're in one death territory for Liquid. If they have one player go down to any singular thing, they automatically will be on the wrong side of the time tiebreaker. For Missed Count here, they ended up having one death. Fortunately enough, the Waystone is right behind us, and the player is going to be able to release. How problematic is this for Missed Count that was already 15 seconds behind their
It was
PB?
the Hunter.
Is the Hunter again?
The Hunter dying is very bad news for their Black Arrow stuff and their Nether Prism and things. So it is something that'll probably cost them. But will it be prohibitive? Because in their previous Arakara, they did have 2 deaths. So they might be able to sustain 1 death here. I think both of those deaths were near the end of that run as well. So maybe still some possibility for a time improvement here. But it's all going to come down to Liquid in the next 3 minutes here. They need to get Solia killed in less than 3 minutes now as it enters this immune phase. And coming out of this immune phase, we are likely to see that Lust combined with this Ascendance and that pull into the remaining trash.
Yeah, I really like how Liquid is setting up this Ritualist as well. It's something that we see from all of our top teams, where they let that Death Knight just kind of babysit that Ritualist during that Relic intermission, because the DK has Asphyxiate, and he has multiple charges of Grip that he can use to be able to CC that Ritualist to stop it from casting on the group. Then you have some things like range kicks from Hunters and the Shaman that are able to be thrown into it as well, to be able to make sure that none of those Hyperlight bolts end up going off and causing any deaths. Missed Count here, you saw on the screen right there for but a fleeting moment, a very aggressive chain straight into High Adjudicator Elise. They are not going to be resting on their laurels. They are trying to get any timer improvement in this Halls of Atonement, and it might end up mattering. For Liquid, it looks like we were pacing to be 5 seconds faster than where Missed Count were time tiebreaker-wise. If Missed Count are able then to rebuttal with a 5-second faster Halls of Atonement, we're going to be going down to the milliseconds. That would be unbelievable.
They've identified that they need the actual perfect lineup here. We're talking about how they were probably going to send their Lust after that last intermission there, Dratnos. They saved it. They're only going to get one more Ascendance cast anyway, so Boomy correctly identifies, save the Ascendance, save the Lust. We'll wait for the breath to be available for a Shine here, and this is going to be it. This is the push they need. 1:40 seconds until they are out of the competition, out of the running for first place. They need the biggest burst of damage we've ever seen from any team here.
One Lust for greatness. This is going to be it for Liquid. They are pressing all of their offensive CDs. The remaining trash count has been gathered for them. They're going to need to be able to get all of the interrupts into the Ritualist. That is a huge deal here. You see Wolf Disco running into the middle of the room, jumping into that star, putting that debuff on all of the players. It's going to be one more immunity phase for Liquid here to be able to take down this boss. Solia is dropping ever lower and lower. We want the boss to be sub 20% for our final burn to be doable.
Yeah, the Lust here is looking really good. It's also facilitating extra healing for Zisevi, but he's not worried about healing so much. He is still in that cap form, trying to squeeze out every little bit of damage, because every point of damage might shave off the millisecond that decides the MDI here. We are nearing that point now. One last intermission phase, and once Solia comes out of this phase, they will need to kill it almost immediately to beat that 28-19 threshold. Just 30 seconds left until we lose here for Liquid, and is the damage going to be there? They're still trash as well.
You need procs from Boomy. We need to see Ascendance pop off here. Do we see a proc after the Elemental Blast? No, it's not going to be enough. Another blast goes into the boss. No proc once again. The only cooldown available is that of the Call of the Wild for Wolf Disco. 28-19 is what Liquid need in order to win the competition, and that is a mark that they are going to be unable to meet. That means Missed Count, for the first time ever, are going to be your MDI champions.
Liquid improve their timer, but not by enough to overtake Missed Count. 8 seconds are all that separate Liquid from Missed Count, but it is tragically going to be just short there for Missed Count, which means they are now locked in for being our Global Finals champions. Wow, what an end to the day here.
Unbelievable. Again, mere seconds. 2 competitions in a row, sub 10 seconds between first and second place. Missed Count.
Who's gonna tell
unaware
them?
of the
Who's gonna tell
situation.
them?
Completing the dungeon still. Who's going to let them know? Admins, be merciful. Let them know that they are the champions.
This is incredible. I'm like emotional for Missed Count seeing this. Unbelievable. They might even just play to the end. Who knows? They were already on a roll. Why not just see if you can get it shorter here? But I mean, it's looking incredible, and it's an amazing, amazing thing to finally be able to say that Missed Count will be the champions here in the Mythic Dungeon International. I mean, Tuttles, they're still going. You think they're just going to see it through?
Nope, somebody's going to tell them, and they are going to stop immediately. They talk all the time.
No. You want to win by more than 8 seconds. You know, you want to open up that lead. So I'd say keep it going. So to improve their timer in here, their previous adjudicator Elise was a little slow. Or was a little faster than this. So yeah, it looks like they are now 30 seconds slower than their previous run in here. I don't think they're going to improve their time, but wow, this is so huge for them.
Absolutely incredible performance. Wow.
I was hoping we had like a camera POV for Kira, but the camera's off. I want to see just the elation after being told that they would win for the first time. Oh, that's got to be a feeling unlike any other.
Well, you know, you can go check out the co-streamers and see on the team who's live to go congratulate them yourselves, everybody. So chat, check that out, head on over there. I mean, yeah, I wish we could get like player cams of everybody. Although, to be fair, at BlizzCon, with the global finals that'll happen there, you'll be able to see those reactions live, which is going to be so exciting. They're just still so locked in. We've been told that they are going to be notified that it's done, but they are just like, we have to do this to win. We have to do this to win. And they don't even realize yet that they have done it. But this was incredible. I mean, we still technically have, as far as I know, a run still happening from Mandatory. If we hear more on that, obviously we will let you all know. Missed Count, though, taking it here at the end of day. Liquid, okay, Mandatory has finished, we have been told. So that does leave us officially with our leaderboard where it is. What an incredible run. Missed Count here, taking it in a matter of seconds with Liquid hot on their heels. Unbelievable play here that will land Holy Method in third and Mandatory in fourth. But looking over our leaderboard, I mean, this has been a wild ride, Zyro. And I mean, looking at these teams, what are you thinking about the journeys they've had this season?
Oh, man. Oh yeah, show us the dance, Kara. You deserved it.
He's done. He knows.
Unbelievable. I mean, Missed Count, we've already talked about them so much this week. And I finally see the message from Kira in his own Twitch chat. OMFG indeed, Kira. You're finally an MDI champion. They've been working towards this for so long. Ever since we first saw them come on the scene, they had the potential. And they're finally living it up to it here. There's no more joking for them. And Missed Count MDI champions. Unbelievable.
So phenomenal to see. I mean, Dratnos, thinking back on this season, everything that we've seen this weekend, what do you think has made this such a memorable MDI?
Yeah, there's been 2 main storylines, right? The one for me has been Missed Count finally looking like the team that was ready to win the MDI, and this time they've actually converted on that. The other one has been that these 4 teams all looked so close to each other, and I don't think there's a more perfect way to encapsulate that than the 8 seconds that separate Liquid from Missed Count at the end here. What an incredible level of competition. 3 world record tags apiece for those 2 teams. Holy Method 2 minutes behind, Mandatory just that 1 floodgate behind as well. All 4 teams incredibly great, but I'm so happy for Missed Count to be able to finally accomplish what has been their goal, their animating force for years here, this MDI victory.
It's so special. I mean, we got to even hear from Verb a little bit how much this was going to mean to them if they took it, how they felt like this was their season, and I can't wait to get to actually hear from them more about it. But, you know, it's something where this was such a close MDI. When you're thinking about a matter of 8 seconds, and you're thinking about these top 4 teams, sure, yeah, somebody had to end up on the top and bottom, but really looking at just the skill across the board, it was such a fierce competition. So, I mean, Tettles, knowing how incredibly difficult it was for our teams this season, how does it feel even more for Missed Count to have taken it?
Dude, I mean, I think Zyro explained it perfectly. It's something that they've been battling with for such an extended period of time. War Within Season 1, you know, Echo bows out. It looks like Missed Count is probably supposed to win that TGP. They're the #1 team on live for like 9 consecutive weeks, and then they just choke at the absolute finish line. Last season as well, you know, they timed that 23 Motherload World First, and then just struggle in the Meadery and the Theater of Pain for like forever. They always have something that happens to them right at the finish line on Championship Sunday. And today, they were clutch. That Priory of the Sacred Flame 22, it caused them problems for an hour and a half. They looked like they were going to choke in the Gambit. They were the last team to time that Gambit on a 24. It looked like maybe a return to form for them. But they finally clutched up and had a practice time level performance in their Priory of the Sacred Flame and 3 world record tags to boot. That team is very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievably good. It's so amazing to see them overcome that final hurdle, right? That, like you were saying, the nerves that kind of get to them, the thing that just kept stopping them short of landing it. And when you're up against teams that you just know always clutch it out, are such powerhouses, of course it gets into your head, but they finally overcame that and they were able to live up to it and live up to all that potential that they had been honestly just like it had just been waiting there for them to just grab it and run with it. So amazing to see. But as a reminder, our teams weren't just fighting for the glory, although for a lot of them that is a big part of it. They were also competing for our prize pool. So depending on where they ended up in those rankings, they take home a larger share of the $300,000 divvied up between all of our positions. Now, while everybody participating in the global finals get those, like we said, those top places take home a good amount more, and the top 3 places as well take home the fantastic Season 3 medals that were made. These medal designs change every season. They're handmade. They're so cool to see like what custom sort of look they're going to come up with for them. So I know the teams are going to love taking those home as well. And I'm sure Missed Count, they are going to all be holding on to that medal like we finally did it. Here it is. There's proof it wasn't a dream. So we're very excited for them, honestly. And a reminder to everybody too that, like we said, getting to be here and experiencing all of this, even remotely, is incredible. But it's going to be even more incredible live from BlizzCon when we are able to have our MDI Global Finals there. You will see the reactions. You will be in the crowd roaring with everybody. And it's going to be such a phenomenal time. So if you haven't yet, grab those tickets, get your passes for BlizzCon at blizzcon.com so you can be there too. Now, we are going to be, hopefully, getting to chat with some of our team, but before then, we'll continue thinking about, great, we are going to do it, so no hoping, it's happening now. Missed Count has never given up, becoming a team that so many of us rooted for through every success and failure of past seasons. Now you've finally done it, Verb! You have claimed the championship crown for yourselves! Huge congrats to all of you. You gave us an unforgettable season. How are you doing? Hey, it's good to see you.
Hello. I'm just out of breath and out of words, to be honest. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing seeing. Take your time, deep breaths. You did it. You made it. We still, by the way, love the painting you have in the background as well. Let that kind of ground you and center you. Naguro was praising it in particular. But Verb, you know, in your recorded interview, you mentioned how hard you had all worked to get to this point. So we have to ask you, how does it feel now that you are champions?
It's just unbelievable. It's just incredible. I can't even describe how I'm feeling right now. I'm still shaking. It's fucking crazy.
It's amazing. I mean, well done. Well played. It came down to the wire. I mean, we'll let everybody ask some questions. I have one more for you before we jump straight into it, but you know, you've always been a great team, like we say it every season, but this season you all played better than ever. So what do you think it really was that took it to the next level for you this time around?
Oh, I don't even know. It's going to be hard to answer these questions, to be honest. What was it in the end? Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I don't know. It's like a combination of everything, I guess. We going to change up our practice, and we honestly struggled in the end. Oh, here's my cat to celebrate the wall.
We love cats.
Cute.
We struggled in the end, honestly. I don't know. I've never been more stressed in my life. But still, overall, we just locked in more than we've ever done before. And then it ended up being just barely enough. It's incredible.
I mean, it was such a small amount, but honestly, it even feels like it was just so earned. Every single second was so earned. Your play through groups, your play in global finals. It was amazing to see. So I know we have some other questions. Tettles, did you want to ask anything for Verb?
Yes. Okay, so season in and season out, we talk about missed count damage, where you guys inexplicably are just faster on bosses and inexplicably are faster on trashes. What is that secret sauce for missed count damage, and what does that mean?
I wish I had an answer. We don't even know ourselves. It's hard to believe we're doing more damage, right? I don't even believe that's the case. But I guess we're just doing some small things that are very, very right in a way.
Okay, so I have an interesting question for you. You guys are just so fast across every key, like Tettles just talked about. One of the highlights of the weekend was the 23 streets that you were over 3 minutes under on. Do you guys actually have the damage for 24 streets, or is that key just impossible to live through?
We are convinced we have the timer and the damage for 24 streets, and we were trying it in practice, but this key was just it was impossibly hard to live. Like, we were trying it in practice because we thought it was possible given our 23 runs, but it was just impossible, and we were kind of scared that some of the other teams were going to whip it out because we thought it was possible, but thankfully they presumably found it equally hard. So
yeah. We were speculating a little bit, and we were a little surprised to see nobody go in there. Something else we were a little surprised by was you guys not deciding to go back to the Arakawa, because on paper it seemed like that had more time to gain than maybe the Priory and definitely the Halls. What was the thought process behind that decision?
I think, in Priory, based on our practice, we can improve that. We could improve that dungeon by over 2 minutes. So for us, it's hard to say because you don't know how fast we can be.
Right.
But we had a timer that was over 2 minutes faster, so it just had to be the choice. Like, we could improve just a limitless amount almost in that key. Even though it was a struggle, it was just the most time to gain for us in there.
I heard a bit of a rumor that there was maybe a 24 Ecodome Aldani on the board for you guys. Did that end up affecting your nerves not actually seeing that key in the tournament?
Yeah, we were just kind of praying for that key every day. And every day we were disappointed. That I still can't believe it. Like, why was there no Ecodome in there? There should have been an Ecodome in there. But yeah, we had this 24 ready to go. And it's a shame for the audience being deprived of the greatest key of all time, honestly.
You know, we can only hope maybe it'll make a comeback in a future season, or, you'll be able to go through it then. Were there, honestly, all of your dungeons look so strong. Maybe Arakara. Were there any dungeons that you felt like were a big challenge for you? Oh, it looks like we've got another guest coming in. Yargi joining us as well as we get people. Yargi, can you hear us?
Yo, hello, can you hear me?
Yo.
Yes.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello. Well, Yargi, since I was just asking, we'll jump into it. Congrats, first off. We are so excited for you and all of this count. But were there any dungeons that you thought were particularly difficult for you this season, or was it just like you just locked in with all of them?
I feel like, personally, pretty much every dungeon on cap level was insanely hard. Like, every of them. Like, there was not a single key that we felt like it's easy on the max level this season.
Yeah.
So, I have an interesting question for you guys. So, we knew By about the time that you dealt with the third boss in Halls of Atonement that you guys were the champions, at what point did you guys realize in the key that you were the champions? I'm sure the admins were trying to tell you, but you guys seemed like you were just so locked in. What was that like?
I think somewhere during the third boss.
Yeah, at the end of the third boss, it's fucking like sirens starting going off in our Discord, and it was just. And we were like, there was like a few calls like, oh, let's just lock in and finish the key. We should just finish it. And it was just impossible. It was just, yeah.
So speaking of sirens, what actually happened with the AJ fire alarm debacle yesterday, Yargi?
I mean, honestly, I have no clue. Apparently, it was some fake alarm, but it was like he couldn't play because of this for like 40 minutes, legit. Like we didn't play for 40 minutes yesterday because of a fire alarm. Like he couldn't hear anything when he was speaking. We could hear from him anything. Like it was so loud.
Okay, I have a question, Yargi, for you, which is like, it seemed like you guys were always just doing more damage, and it was like you and Hearth Jackson just doing some crazy damage on some of these pulls. Verb, you as well. How much of that is like, how much of that is you guys just are doing more damage, and how much is the chain pulling that you guys were able to set up, like the routing? It seemed like you guys were always in combat.
Yeah, I mean, usually the previous season it was looking like that we were just doing damage, but we are not good at like chaining from pull to pull. Like it was always Echo, well, I guess now Holy Method, doing it much better and like the best from all the teams. That's why they were like winning all the times pretty much, because they're like just so good at optimizing from pull to pull, what to chain, how to move during the dungeon. And I think this season we kind of learned how to do it better, and on top of that we added our like big damage, like we said, from me or from Drag or like Verb also is like as a caller doing a lot of damage. So yeah, I think we improved on that, and that's why I guess we did good and won.
I maybe stolen this question from chat. They said that since you guys now have won the MDI, now you guys can go buy new microphones. But I'll a little bit maybe a more fun question. Verb, what is your first purchase going to be with the prize pool?
I mean, I guess it's going to be a new microphone. I was planning to buy a new microphone for a while. I mean, I know my mic is pretty terrible. So yeah, that's definitely on the agenda.
And Yargi?
What I'm gonna buy? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I was not thinking about it. I'm just happy that we won.
Maybe the same skincare routine as AJ?
Oh!
Yeah, you can all
True, maybe.
Glow up.
Is there enough money? I know our prize pool is pretty big, but is there enough to get all of those products? It's a big list, right?
I mean, it is actually insanely big list, but so I don't know if it will be enough of money, but we will see.
Okay, well, you can only hope, or at least some of you, can prioritize who gets kind of like loot, who gets the skincare routine first. But, Yargi, really quick, since I did get to ask Verb this earlier, let me ask you, how does it feel finally becoming a champion here in the Mythic Dungeon International?
I mean, it feels amazing. I have no words. I don't know what to feel at this moment. It's insane, and we've been grinding for that for like, I don't know, 2.5 years at this point. I think like Verb joined us previous season, but like me, Jack, Kira, and AJ were playing together for like 2.5 years at this point, and we were like grinding hard, improving from season to season. And yeah, finally this happened. I feel like from the start, we've like many people that talked with us, they thought that we are favorite in going into this tournament, and honestly, personally, I also felt that we are favorite and we deserve and should win this tournament, which was, to be honest, not a good feeling, since it personally for myself put bigger pressure than usually on me, because it's like, I mean, if you're going as a favorite and like you should win and you don't win, it's just bad. It's just bad feeling, but yeah.
Yeah, but you did win. You did it. It's real.
Yeah, we did manage by 8 seconds. by what we managed.
Scoreboard.
Hey, you won it. Honestly, I feel like it's even more incredible because of how fierce the competition was, right? Like, you weren't just playing, like, you were playing at max capacity. You were absolute top tier performance. So it was incredible to see, and you didn't let that pressure get to you. So honestly, thank you. We had so much fun watching, and we were rooting for all of you too, so we're really glad it was your season. season amongst all the competitors. But one final question before we let you do your shout-outs. Knowing BlizzCon is on the horizon, does the thought of playing on the global stage motivate you to push even harder in Midnight? And we'll start with you, Verb.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely. I'm hoping we'll see everyone there on the stage.
And you, Yargi?
I mean, yeah, I guess we'll try to qualify and play there, but honestly, I'm not a big fan of leaving my home, so I don't know.
Legit, well, that's legit. Well, we can hope that at least for none of the team, like, hopefully no fire alarms will go off, or at least if they do, they'll go off for everybody and all the teams. So
That's true.
That is
maybe
true.
one person. Right? Well, we will let you do your final shout-outs. We'll bop it back over to Verb, but is there anything you'd like to say or anybody you'd like to shout out before we let you go for the night?
No, definitely shout out to everyone that believed in us, that we could do this. Not everyone did, but thank you to everyone who believed in us, all of our fans. And shout out to my boys, the team. Just so proud of us for pulling this off, finally. And shout out to my girlfriend for supporting me, always.
Love it.
Don't laugh at him.
No.
I love it.
I'm not laughing at you, sorry, I just read something. My shoutouts now? Or what?
Yeah.
I don't know. I shout out to my team, I guess, to myself, and to everybody that was cheering for us, I guess. That's it, I guess.
All right. Well, go celebrate, enjoy. It's so good to be able to say that Miscount are our champions, and I'm sure that you're going to be saying that a lot in the days to come, too. But thank you so much for competing, and thank you for being with us tonight at the end of the day. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, bye. Congrats. Honestly, Missed Count is proof that hard work pays off. They came back season after season, honing their skills and learning every time they fell short. There's no missed count, no stumble at the finish line, not this time. This time, they've gone the distance. Missed Count are You're the War Within Season 3 MDI champions. And while Season 3 is wrapping here, before we go, we all have to give a huge, enormous thank you to all of our participating teams, our excellent production crew, my delightful and insightful co-casters here, and to all of you who tuned in to watch with us. The fight for Season 3 was one of the closest we've had to date, but next year, as we said, hopefully we'll see these teams and more live on the BlizzCon stage. So a final reminder, BlizzCon.com, to grab your passes to be there too. We can't wait for everything ahead, from Midnight's release to BlizzCon, but rest assured, the MDI will be back before you know it. We'll see you next time.